What is the most severe case of someone being completely out of touch with reality you've ever seen? I will never forget the man who angrily told me, a wheelchair user with no feet and no prosthetics, to go down the stairs if I didn't want to wait for the elevator. I had been talking to my friend and mentioned we were going to be a little late because of the huge line. Edit. Holy shit, I was not expecting this much of a response. Thank you everyone. There's so many comments, so I'll answer a few of the reoccurring ones here if that's okay. As far as I could tell, the guy wasn't blind. I know most of these comments were a joke, but there were a few that were asking genuinely. It's not impossible, you can't always tell, but he turned around and made direct eye contact with me, which indicated he at least realized I was 3 foot tall at the most. So I was either a little person or in a wheelchair, both of which probably shouldn't be using the stairs at that time. The stairs were like a stampede of people. It was the central city station in my city at peak hour, and it was busier than usual because of less trains at the time. Even if I had my prosthetics, I wouldn't not have been able to safely get down without being pushed over. Tone is hard to get across on text, so I understand the confusion there, but I made the comment to my friend simply to inform her we were late for work. I wasn't passive aggressively trying to guilt people. I don't think I should get to cut in line or whatever. The tone I used was more we are running late, but what can you do? Before the guy interrupted, I was about to tell my friend I wouldn't mind if she went on ahead. Just some context. As for what the guy was thinking, no clue. There's a huge wheelchair sports program in that area, so people in wheelchairs are very common, and many are ambulatory wheelchair users, meaning they can walk for a little while, but not very well / safely / for very long. It's very common for those people, and myself if I'm wearing my prosthetics and using my chair, to get hassled for faking it, so maybe that's what he was thinking? That I was somehow faking? Honestly, I have no idea. As I said before, he was looking right at me when he said it. What happened after was he glared at me for a few seconds. I was too surprised to say anything in return. He seemed to have a moment of realization and awkwardly turned back around to face the door, my friend, and I had a good chuckle over it after he was out of earshot. My stepbrother got into a weird Gnostic religious group and thought he could convert people by talking to them, harassing them, Socrates style, except without any ability to carry out a philosophical conversation. Also assuming workplace is a fine occasion to do this. When he'd get fired from his temp jobs, he'd assume it's a conspiracy and fight against enlightenment. This is more funny than deluded as a side note, but one of the group activities is to have to rewrite their religious book by hand, which he diligently did, and it wasn't a small book either. Turned out he used the wrong color ink, which for some reason invalidated the whole thing. Got a job in a restaurant as a waiter. Assumed for whatever unimaginable reason that the proper way to act for waiters is to bow after taking the order. When his supervisor asked him to stop, he lectured the supervisor on proper waitstaff manners. Wanted to propose to a 50-plus-year-old woman who has until then shown no signs of being interested in him. Luckily, he believed in the tradition to first ask father's permission, so he asked his dad, who talked him out of it. Had an idea to join the military to convert them from the inside. At one point believed the sun rays can sustain you, but luckily never really bothered to practice it. Is totally against capitalism and wants to live a free life as a wandering philosopher rather than live as a working drone like everyone else. However, does believe the working drones in his family should support his noble pursuit while also chastising them for selling out and more. I used to work at a software company in downtown Boston. One of the best perks of the job at the time was the flexibility in hours. Many folks had regular WFH days. Myself, I knew I could drop my kids off at school, get into the office by 9:30, and my boss had no issue with it whatsoever. Others with kids had similar arrive late or leave early schedules depending on their childcare. After a few years, a new CEO comes in, spends a month observing how the office works, then calls for a company-wide meeting. During the meeting, she tells everyone she believes having a full office 8 to 5 is the most productive environment, and at the start of the next month, all WFH was cancelled, and she wanted everyone in the office during those set hours. No showing up late or leaving early. A lively debate ensued, with discussions of there being very little warning, to pleas of flexibility, to concerns of making necessary childcare arrangements, especially given that in many cases, that is schools, we couldn't adjust those times. Plus, commuting into Boston sucks. After listening to all of these arguments, she finally responds with a long speech of appreciating the sacrifices everyone has to make to better the company, everyone doing their part, blah blah blah. She ends it by saying, "I understand where you're all coming from. Years ago when my kids were little, my husband and I had to hire 3 nannies to cover all of the times we had to work. I remember we all looked around at each other, speechless. It was also the moment I realized I would have to start looking for another job. When the millionaire CEO thinks hiring 3 nannies is a relatable example to her middle class employees, it's pretty clear she's not going to change her mind." Holy crap, I've been on Reddit for 5 years and never gotten more than 100 or so upvotes on a post before. I believe this is also where I say thank you kind stranger for my first gold. I'm a mental health therapist who works with severe mental health diagnoses such as schizophrenia, etc. So I've met a lot of people who aren't in touch with reality, but I'm assuming the question is more about people who appear to have their wits about them and just are very unaware about the realities of life. I have a sad one. My female cousin who was getting married was the very shy, nice, but not popular kid. She also didn't attend family events or really build relationships with anyone. She was marrying a gentleman very similar to her, but with a wiener. However, her family was pretty well off, and their older son just had a huge expensive wedding with about 200 guests. Even though she asked for a small wedding, her family invited all these family members, etc. And even though they didn't get any RSVPs back, they still went all out on venue and food and entertainment. Apparently it was the same with the groom wanted small wedding and did not have much of a social group / family. Apparently when wedding day came there were only about 10 to 15 guests in a venue, set up to entertain and feed over 150 people with an open bar. Bride and groom did not drink. Bride and groom were both extremely embarrassed, and it ruined the whole day for them given how awkward and quiet it was. My immediate family wasn't invited to the event. My family sucks, but that's a different story. But I always just felt really bad for her. Neither the bride or groom were bad people, but they were just reserved and private people that had a very special day ruined by oblivious parents. Side note, a few years later, after building successful careers and coming out of their social shells, they had a pretty wonderful small renewal of vows in a gorgeous location with select friends and family. This is a positive one. A bunch of medical trainees are learning how to perform a pelvic exam on a female patient. The lectures emphasize non-sexual terms and how to perform an exam in the most professional and non-traumatic way possible. A male student complained that he didn't understand why we were being so picky. I realized that no one had explicitly said many people have been raped or sexually assaulted, so we don't want to re-traumatize them. So I said that, and we discussed how, even if he doesn't mean to, he can scare or hurt an already traumatized person. And how he can never tell, and 30% or more of women have a history of assault or abuse. He had never known this, and once I got through to him, I could tell it really shook him. Months later, prostate exam lectures were much less professional, much more ha buts. He came to me and asked why they were different. Couldn't men be assaulted also? Prompted some complaints and some change in policy. Good man. Edit. I hope you can see this as inspiring as I do, that many beliefs and behaviors can be modified by respectful conversation that meets someone where they are. Also, so sorry, I mixed up my stats. Most recent data states 20% of women have been raped, 80% have been sexually assaulted. I'm happy to edit this if I get better data. I had a neighbor once that was convinced I was flirting with him and wanted to be with him. He got all of this from the one-word verbal exchange we would have while getting our mail, which was basically saying hi. Keep in mind that at the time I was a minor in high school, and he was probably well into his 20s. He proceeded to harass and stalk me. Examples: messaging me on Facebook declaring his love for me and feeling wronged because I was playing hard to get. He would knock at our house door when he knew my parents weren't home and tried to lure me out so that he could just talk to me. Searched me up on all my social media accounts and tried to contact me. He used my last name from our mailbox and searched for me. It did not help that we lived in the same building. I got so scared that I could no longer go outside for a run like I usually did. I filed a police report and his family asked mine to please forgive his son. This completely freaked me out and my family decided to move. Edit: to clarify, I had just turned 16 and the guy was probably 25 to 26-year-olds at the time this happened. Working in a pharmacy. Hello. Can I get the yellow ones please? Sorry, could I get your name first? It doesn't matter, I just need the yellow round ones. Did you have a prescription? No. I always get them here, little yellow round ones. It went on like this for literally 20 something minutes. Here's what I found out in that time. By little yellow round ones, he meant red/orange circular Xarelto tablets. He had been on a lower dose a couple of years ago. He had not filled the yellow ones in over 18 months. There was one dispense tech who knew his name and knew his doctor. By sheer coincidence, she'd greeted him every time he came in for the last 2 to 3 years. He physically had no idea how a pharmacy works. He'd only even been to this one, only ever picked up one medication, and only through one tech who knew the doctor sent his scripts through every few months. It was surreal, explaining reality to somebody who by pure fortune had never experienced it. Quite mild compared to everything else on here, but my college classmate comes to mind. Let's call him R. R is very out of touch, a case of the classic sheltered rich kid who's never experienced the real world. R started his college career by using racial slurs and swearing at people, apparently thinking that was okay. It was not, and he was reported several times before he finally got the message and stopped. Okay, at least he stopped, right? Surely the problem is now over? Oh, wait. He says he'll have no problem buying a house. Given that there is a housing crisis, this will be interesting to watch. And he wants his first job to pay him £50,000 salary, otherwise he will kill himself. He hasn't yet realized that your first job will almost always be at the bottom of the hierarchy and you'll very rarely be paid £50,000. R also thought that it would be very easy to become an English teacher in Japan. In his words, you just fly over and speak English and they'll hire you. He hasn't considered that he will need other things, such as, what was it? Oh yeah, a teaching degree. He also hasn't considered that others might apply to be English teachers in Japan and he'll have to compete with them. Edit: actually, he apparently doesn't need a degree, but he'll still find it hard because, apparently, finding a place to live can be rather difficult. Although, possibly the worst part is his weird obsession with Hitler. He keeps going on about Hitler being right, and when we protest, he says we're just being snowflakes, apparently disapproving of someone saying that the genocide of 11 million was right is just being a snowflake. When we further explained the difference between being moral and being a snowflake, R countered by telling us that morals are just made by snowflakes for snowflakes, and that he has a right to freedom of speech. That classic go-to excuse for people who are being called out for bad behavior. So yeah, I reckon R is the person I've met who is most out of touch with reality due to his winging it attitude towards general life and his twisted sense of morality and lack of empathy. Edit: I found out from the comments that the Holocaust's death toll was actually closer to 11 million and not 6 million. I'm so sorry for my lack of knowledge about this, and I feel real bad that I didn't know how terrible it really was. To anyone who may have been offended by my inaccuracy, I sincerely apologize and will make sure I have all the facts next time. I have now changed the number. I've also been receiving comments that teaching in Japan is as easy as R claims, but I've had a couple that have said it's actually quite hard, so I can't really tell if I was right or wrong about this one. However, all of those comments agreed that a degree is not needed, so whoops, I was wrong with that one as well. I've added a note in the corresponding paragraph about my error. A friend of my husband's from college went through a messy divorce recently. The marriage was kind of a sham to begin with. The girl only wanted to marry him because her religious parents wouldn't let them live together unless they were married. But she was clearly in love with someone else and even went so far as inviting said other person into their marriage as a third, which is fine and dandy as long as everyone is consenting. However, I don't think our friend was particularly enthused. Anyways, they got divorced and now she lives with the third person and is very happy, but the whole situation seems to have broken something in our friend. He now spends literally all day posting on Facebook constantly about ridiculous conspiracy theories, talking about private situations between him and his ex-wife in full public view, even going so far as to accuse her of emotional rap, which according to him is even worse than regular rap. He will post the same thing over and over on Facebook. I've seen him post the same fake conspiracy article over 30 times in a row in the span of about 10 minutes. Recently, when Bernie Sanders dropped out of the race, he went off and threatened to literally chop the head off of anyone who was going to vote for Biden. He kept making so many threats that he got the cops called on him. The craziest thing that's happened with him recently is that he saw a picture on his ex-wife's page of her garden in which she used a couple of these wire panel things to prop up some green beans. Apparently those wire panels were actually from some sort of business that they tried to start together, and our friend had a full conversation with himself in the comments of his own post about how it was betrayal and how she was just taunting him by using these things to keep her plants up. I don't think he's handling it very well. There's a guy I knew whose brain is completely fried and his perception of everything is just distorted, to put it lightly. I know people who have known him for a long time before he became the way he is, and I've heard different stories as to what happened. The most common ones being that he did a really nasty and toxic shot of meth and never came back from it, or he just did way too much way too fast over a period of time and it faked him up. Either way, it was caused by heavy drug abuse. It's hard to describe the way he is. He's not your typical shits out meth head. He's really soft spoken mostly, but says and does some random and incomprehensible things. He has these weird habits of doing shit like sitting there and staring at you for literally minutes on end and barely blinking, standing in front of the mirror and mumbling to himself, severe mood swings and outbursts brought on by hallucinations, etc. I think he's still in jail right now, but before that he was sleeping in a tent out in the woods by his family's house because they wouldn't let him stay with them, not just because of the way he is, but because they are a bunch of dirty selfish tweakers. He's a really nice guy most of the time. He just has a lot of trouble with keeping people's company and getting their help, but the people he associates with aren't the type who are gonna help him anyway because he has nothing to offer in return. It's a pretty shitty thing to see, and I hope he's able to find some sort of stability someday. TLDR, worked with a guy who was a severe gambling addict. We'll call him Lee. I worked at a rather swanky restaurant for a year. A month or so after I was hired, another guy was hired named Lee. Lee was the saddest sack of a human being any of us had ever met in our entire lives, and we had no idea how he had survived this long, let alone how he was ever hired or lasted as long as he did as an employee. The first thing you should know about Lee is that he was a hardcore gambling addict. The second thing you need to know is that he was mid-divorce but refused to sign the papers. The third thing you need to know is that his entire blood family in addition to his stripper wife were out to get him. And if nobody told you this, don't worry. Lee will tell you all of this within 5 minutes of meeting him. I've never met someone more obviously delusional in my life. How he was ever hired was beyond me, and he was our favorite topic over after work drinks. Lee walked up to everyone at work and openly talked about how he was going to win the lottery. Day in, day out. He constantly bothered people for money, you know, at his job. Swear to God, he said he needed it for lotto tickets. One coworker actually gave him a few bucks once just to shut him up. I gave that guy talking to about that. Lee would complain that his family wouldn't talk to him and were out for his house. He tried to play victim, but it was clear his family were absolutely sick of his shit and were trying to protect him from financial ruin and save the family house, which he lived in and couldn't afford. As you can imagine, Lee was an incredibly frustrating human to even be around and got yelled at by his colleagues constantly. His sad sap story grew old pretty quick to say the least, and he constantly approached people and just started talking about his personal problems. Lee begged people for favors like a spoiled 12-year-old girl. Lee was in hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt and spent his first paycheck on lotto tickets. Lee came up to me to talk about his plan for financial freedom. My coworker and I proceeded to break out a calculator and show him his odds of achieving his scratch card dream. The 8-figure fraction had no effect on him. He was like a Westworld host presented with a photo of a nuclear missile. He just took it in stride and kept talking about the lottery. He never shut up. Lee was both a source of shocked astonishment, hilarity, and second-hand depression the entire time he worked there. But after 6 or so months, the gambling addict got caught, drumroll, stealing money, and was finally fired. One of my colleagues believes that the tree trimmers that his ex-wife chested are him with right messages in the trees because they know the message will disappear in a couple days. He says they are all spies. He takes pictures, there is no message. He believes that people tamper with his phone, putting pictures on it that he never took. He shares an iCloud account with his son. I assume the pictures come from his phone. He believes that random people will come into our workplace and tamper with his medication, so he calls into the office periodically to ask if anyone who wasn't an employee went near where he stashed them. He leaves the medication at the office because one of our work sites is at a military base and he thinks he'll be arrested for having them. He has been offered a lockable drawer to keep his stuff in. He believes things will go wrong at our job sites. Then things go wrong because he did something wrong. He will ask questions about how to do some of our work. We will tell him the answer. He will respond, "I don't think so," and go ask someone else. He talks about this stuff to anyone nearby, including our clients. The rest of us constantly hear about him and how he'll spend most of his time at a job site talking about this stuff or getting angry at our clients because they aren't doing it right. The rest of us end up doing his work over again. My boss's response is, even if you, me, were in my position, you couldn't do anything about it either. My dad has always been in terrible shape. Diabetes, intestinal issues, severely underweight, had to get a few organs removed, arrests, homelessness. In his eyes, nothing is his fault, and drugs and alcohol had nothing to do with his problems. It was always someone else's fault. He usually blames the military, from when he served in Desert Storm. I don't really know how much army life is to blame for his medical problems, but the fact that he always maintained a strict diet of Twinkies, malt liquor, and cocaine probably never helped. Dad had a lot of issues that he dragged me into. The point when it really got noticeably out of control was when his behavior made him lose his house. We had trouble finding him a place to live after he lost his house to the bank from failure to pay mortgage. It wasn't that he didn't have the money, it's that he was too busy partying to give a damn. He blames his wife at the time, who tried so hard to help him until she just couldn't do it anymore, and divorced him after the house was lost. Wasn't Dad's fault. Was his ex-wife's fault. He had a house being built for him by Habitat for Humanity. When you have Habitat build you a house, it's not just given to you. You have to put some work hours in. The Habitat rep let me put in actual labor on Dad's behalf, because Dad couldn't do much hard work at this point in his life. Dad was also supposed to put in hours at their store. Just painting trim, which is nice and easy. One day Dad called me saying he lost the house and Habitat ripped him off. I called the Habitat rep, and she said whenever they would pick him up, he would be way too intoxicated to take back to the store. She warned him multiple times that she couldn't help him if he didn't get his act together, and even had a serious talk with him about his alcohol consumption, but he just got angry, so she had no other choice. Wasn't Dad's fault. Was Habitat's fault. Then he rented a duplex. He always trashed the shit out of wherever Hez lived. Always buying dogs Hez unable to take care of, so there's dog shit everywhere in the house. He always eventually gave the pooches away. I always felt so bad for the animals. He started asking me for money for groceries, which I obliged. Probably wasn't smart to do, but Hez my dad. It got to the point where I started to struggle. The thing is, he always had bottles of expensive liquors all over the place. I asked him why he didn't buy groceries before buying the crazy as 30-year-old whiskers that the liquor stores hide behind glass. He responded with anger. Wasn't Dad's fault. Was my fault. The landlord of this duplex was a retired airman and sympathized with Dad being an old soldier looking for a home, so he gave Dad a really good deal on the unit. Dad ended up trashing the hell out of the unit. Landlord found out, and he was actually very patient. I was there when the landlord was trying to talk to Dad about it. He offered to schedule a cleaning service come in once every 2 weeks with a small increase in rent. Dad got angry, was intoxicated. Eventually got evicted. Landlord started explaining shit to me when I was cleaning Dad's sheet out, since I was considerably more reasonable. My dad was at his dad's house at the time, where he would live. I told the landlord not to worry about it and I understood. What else could I say? My dad's behavior left nothing to defend. He was trashing this man's place to the point where it was probably unhealthy to live in, and he got angry when the landlord addressed it. Wasn't Dad's fault, though. Was landlord's fault. Dad even almost got kicked out of Grandpa's place a few times for being a belligerent lunatic. Grandpa doesn't like alcohol in his house, which is where the battleground usually was. Lots of stories there, but Grandpa let me know he couldn't take much more, so we started looking for somewhere for Dad to go. We contacted the nearby veterans home. They were rather understanding. We were honest with them about his behavior, mainly because we didn't want to clean his sheet out of yet another place if they weren't sure that they could handle him. They let us know he had to go to rehab. Grandpa being unable to handle Dad's behavior wasn't Dad's fault. Was Grandpa's fault. Dad, of course, hated that idea. Started a rant about how the veterans home is a prison and rehab is for junkies. Had a huge rant about how everyone is out to get him. After he tired himself out, I told him we are all exhausted of this, including you. We are not playing games anymore. Your two options now are either to finally address your substance abuse or die. Make a choice, because the vet's home is waiting for you to contact them. And I walked away from him. I was at faking wit's end, and I was no longer faking around. Next thing I know, Grandpa gives me a call. I thought he was calling me to tell me that he found Dad's body. It might make me a terrible person, but all I can think was thank God it's over. But turned out Dad was actually going to rehab. Begrudged by the idea. Resentful of us. But going. At this point, nothing was Dad's fault. Was everyone else's fault. Has been to rehab multiple times before, but this time, he finally admits that he has a substance problem. He blames it on the military and PTSD, which I don't absolutely discredit, but the reason he joined the army was because after so many DUIs and drug-related offenses, the judge at his hearing said he needed more discipline. So he gave him the option of joining the military or going to prison. So drugs and alcohol were an issue before the military. The most important thing is he at least admits that he has a substance problem. Finally he was admitting that his behavior might have been slightly abhorrent and that his substance abuse was out of control. There is a happy ending. Has doing better at the vet's home today. Has gained some weight, which is awesome because he literally looked like a Holocaust victim for a while there. The vet's home is awesome. They take the residents fishing on charter boats, go to sporting events, concerts, golf outings, lots of cool shit, perhaps not at the time being. Yeah, I know, covered. The food is healthful and delicious. There's many recreational areas. The staff are absolute angels. Dad's visibly happier and healthier now. He even started a little volunteer job at the vet's home, where he's a kind of counselor for the patients in the terminal wing of the facility. Has found Jesus, which has helped him a lot. Has even looking into trying to be a resident pastor for the home. Edit. I just realized how long this is. Started as a short response and turned into a catharsis. TLDR. Dad was a substance abuser who never thought he had a problem. Fortunately he reached a point where he had to, or he would have probably been dead. My roommate in LA didn't understand the concept that the rest of the apartment was shared. Month after month I cleaned the kitchen, washed the dishes, cleaned the bathroom and the living room. After 7 months I asked him to clean up once. He asked me why. I explained we share the apartment us two, and I literally been cleaning up half a year and just asked him to do it once. He got mad and literally cleaned for like 2 minutes and said he was done. He is very sheltered. He has never cooked a meal. Before I taught him how to make scrambled eggs or an egg and bacon sandwich. At his parents he literally just leaves things like clothes or trash on the floor, or on the couch, or on the dining table. His mom has cleaned up after him with no complaints for 20 plus years. His dad is a successful business owner and provides all finances. I remember he was late on rent once, so I covered it, and when I told him he said I should have waited till his dad gave him the money. I told him rent was due on the 1st and considered late after, and if we took too long we'll get an eviction notice or late charges. He said that shouldn't apply to him, since he has the money. His dad just forgot to give it to him. I also found out later he told all my friends that I was late on rent all the time, and I was lazy about rent. Luckily, my friends know me well, and his stories always had flaws and discrepancies, and they know he's a baby in an adult body. So almost none of my friends talk to him now, except a few that are similar to him, but not as bad. This will probably get buried in the comments, but for those who see this, enjoy. We work with a lot of celebrities who were at the height of their fame in the 80s. Today, most people would not know who they are. For the most part, these celebrities of yesteryear are very self-aware and know that they are not as famous as they once were, except for a few. This woman I'm referring to has an undiagnosed case of narcissism and bipolar. I say these things confidently because she lived with us for 2.5 months, and you get to know people pretty well in close quarters. When she came to live with us, it was under the pretense that she needed to get back on her feet. She wanted to get healthy, get a job, and move into her own place. I've witnessed her work hard for the things she's wanted, so I permitted her to stay. My husband though was a fan of hers, so he just wanted her staying with us no matter what. I'd like it to be known that I'm not a fan of her, and I've never seen any of her work. Mostly TV appearances, and one film. That film is a part of a major horror movie franchise, and it was a part 5 in that series. So as she's staying with us, she's holding off on finding a job, because she's too famous. She doesn't want people to know who she is. Because if people know who she is then they'll just want to use her for her fame. Like be a product endorser, or other imagined things that she can't articulate, but she's so sick of fake people. When she signed up for anything that would generate mail, she would use a different last name, so that no one would know she was staying with us. Because she was so certain that we'd have droves of fans crowding our home. She desperately wanted back into the movie business and believed that she needed to be in Los Angeles for that to happen. So she held off on getting jobs because she thought she needed to be ready at a moment's notice, all the while applying for unemployment in her home state, which I don't know how she kept qualifying because she wasn't applying for jobs, nor was she even in the state. She believed that she could just get off the plane and someone would hire her right away. Which happened when she was 18. Not exactly like that. Her mom actually played a huge role in her getting her first big job, but she was still living the glory days of 18, and she was 50 years old. Just absolutely and totally sad. If you challenged her in any capacity that she wasn't as famous as she believed she was, she would come unglued. She'd yell at you until you agreed. We spent those 2.5 months being abused by her and just waiting for her to come to grips with reality or just leave. She lied to a bunch of people and played the victim card, accusing us of being slave keepers and not letting her out of her bedroom or some weird shit like that. We gave her a car, a room, paid for all her food, and she treated us like this. So yeah, super detached from reality. There is no hope for her unless she gets therapy and medication. But she won't. Had a 50Y.0 co-worker that had been an artist all her life, living off her rich husband's back and paintings. She broke up with him and thus ended up applying for a job for the first time in her life. She had no clue how to work in an office or with colleagues. It was a customer service. We operated on the phone. She once went to sleep on her desk for a full hour because she just was too tired and didn't know how this was inappropriate. She left stinky cheese on the table in the corridor by the printer, cause she didn't want to put it in the fridge. She lost her driving license due to her horrid driving skills and started coming in 1 or 2 hours late every day because she didn't want to take the previous train, as she would then have been 1 hour early and didn't want to wait. She managed to erase one product from our system, which resulted in chaos for 2 days, and didn't know why it was such a big deal. When her contract wasn't extended, she thought the reason was our company being extra weird. She thought she'd find another job easily. Needless to say, she went back to painting. I felt pity for her. She was just so clueless, but man, I was glad we got rid of her. Poor thing. It's my worst work story. I moved to trauma after this, which is a lot easier as far as making families get it. Aiku. Grandmother is 98 years old. She had open heart surgery where they wired her sternum back. I feel the surgery was irresponsible myself, but after meeting this family, I get it. They are insistent we pull all the stops. She never regained consciousness. So we put all 95 pounds of her on a ventilator. Her heart still isn't perfusing her, so we put her on a pressor medication to bump up her blood pressure. We maximum it out. Start 2 more. Maximum them out. She's on them so long as this point that when I turn her or bathe her, her entire skin is like a giant blister and she dead gloves on every touch. They see the touching makes her pressure go up and are happy. It means she's in horrific pain. This goes on over the process of about 2 weeks, a gradual decline. Palliative care comes to see the family every day to get a DNR. But Granny is a fighter. Every day. For 2 weeks. Every day. Finally, I see that nothing is sustaining her anymore, and tell this family. What is about to happen is that she is about to code. When she does, all 135 pounds of me is going to be crushing her chest that is wired together. The wires won't hold, and her sternum is gonna crack, so will her ribs. And they will shred things as I continue to push. We will put drugs in her body, but they won't have any effect. We will lose her anyway, because she just can't take this. This is cruel. Let's not do this. You love her. I have loved caring for her. Let's bring her home to her Lord together. I will hold your hand, and you hold hers. I was so traumatized by the things that happened to that sweet little lady as I cared for her. When I would bathe her, I would talk to her and apologize the whole time. It was just awful. But the tough love worked. We got the DNR. She passed as peacefully as she could under the circumstances. And I didn't have to code someone with sternal wires. Yikes. My dad was a successful self-employed carpenter. Now that he's dead, my mother insists that she knows construction because she's from a construction family. She convinced a newly widowed friend of hers that she needed a new roof, new countertops, etc. My brother-in-law, actual carpenter, went to her house to give some quotes. There was literally nothing wrong with the roof and the countertops were pristine. My mother did something similar to my grandmother's house. Grandfather is in a nursing home. My mother now lives with said grandmother. She talks constantly about how she can't rent because she wouldn't be building equity, and so she needs to buy another house. She sold the house that was paid for and blew all the money on helping her friends and family in need. She makes 25k a year. All the house money was gone after a year. The equity my parents had built. She says my father was only successful because she did his books. It would have cost her about 6k annually at most in taxes and utilities to keep the house that she sold because it was too big. A fair point. But the house was completely renovated and paid for thanks to dad. She constantly chimes in with terrible advice on how I should fix my house. She does the same to my sister and my brother-in-law. She gets upset whenever anyone points out that it's not wise to do what she's suggesting. I worked masonry construction for 10 years. I know my limitations and went to hire a pro. TLDR, my mother thinks she's a construction and financial professional because her husband was a self-employed carpenter. She's worked in record departments as a clerk her entire life and is currently in the edge of bankruptcy. Sorry guys, I didn't realize how much I needed to vent about this. So I was a landscaper and sometimes the drive to jobs would be 15 to 20 minutes of me driving with my boss's daughter, who was taking over the company. That coupled with our working in garden beds close by led to a lot of long conversations with her. During this summer I was 16 to 17. My mom was really sick as she has been for the last few years, and we were tight on money. I was grateful to have the job, and I did my best at it. But my boss's daughter would talk day after day about her vacations and her toxic friends. Half of me enjoyed it. It was like watching a very entertaining, over-dramatized TV show, and I smiled and played along, and forgot about stuff for a while, and kinda laughed to myself at how strange class divides are. But I remember her telling me one time that her parents went on a vacation and she called her mom crying because she wasn't going to be able to go since she had to stay behind to run the company. She was in her early 30s. She asked me what I was planning to do for the summer, if I was going anywhere or traveling with friends, and I just said, this. I didn't have to work that job to survive, and I was so grateful for the luxury of being able to quit when the summer ended. But her attitude and surprise over me not taking a vacation, when she did at least once a year, was astounding. When I told her I'd never really been on a vacation, she sort of lost her marbles. She always talked about her toxic relationships, not seeming to understand herself, that they were really bad for her, and that her friends weren't really her friends. I did my best to give advice when I could, but when someone wants to believe all their friends can't be terrible people despite their continued abuse of the friendship, there's almost nothing that'll stop them from believing that, until they shake themselves out of denial. Dentist here. I always confirm what I'm doing with my patient before I start. You'd be surprised how many people come in for their crown appointment and think they are having their teeth cleaned even after multiple confirmations, a discussion of finances, and signing of consent forms. One day, I sat down with my patient and as usual said, alright, today I'm going to work on your upper right molar. He looked very confused and said, no, I thought it was my left molar. Me, this was the tooth on the right side you told me was bothering you. Him, no, it's on the left. This went back and forth a couple times. Finally I tipped the chair back a little and touched the tooth. This is the tooth you told me was bothering you. Him, yes. Me, okay, this might sound odd, but do me a favor. Would you raise your right hand for me? Him, rolling his eyes, confidently raises left hand in the air. Me, okay, I think we are ready to start. My friend wanted to homeschool her kid. She herself left with only her English at minimum pass level, didn't know who Obama was, and when we played Cards Against Humanity she took out all the cards that triggered her. She also hated people buying her gifts. If her birthday was coming up, she insists on knowing what you got her and get a gift receipt in case she wants to send it back. She once bought a DVD and found it was a Blu-ray. Instead of sending it back, she bought a brand new £150 TV which could play Blu-rays. She asked me to get it and she would pay me in cash. She was on child benefits and was a single unemployed mum. She had about £15k in compensation money. She kept it under her mattress in cash in case the benefit people checked her account and stopped her money, according to her. Even though the kind of compensation she got wouldn't affect her benefits. She said she had major anxiety but was able to sleep with grandage under her bed. Her one bed place has a serious mold problem. She had enough to move but decided to keep her kid and herself in the flat until the council moved them so she didn't have to pay for it. She slowly pushed everyone she knew away from her for being demanding, petty, and she never had anything good to say. She was beachy, negative, and pushy. Jeremy Kyle was always on blast in front of her toddler. The only way she got her toddler to sit still was to shove a phone with a video on in her hands, yet said she isn't letting her daughter grow up around a load of technology because it numbs the brain. I lost contact with her 4 years ago. Thank God. My current housemate. Various things. He thought people were following him because he once visited a friend who's part of some kind of political movement. We had some religious graffiti pop up in our neighborhood and he linked it in his brain to other smartest comments someone's been putting up on traffic signs, and he kept repeating the story of how he's figured it out. He says religious groups are converting local graffiti artists who've been caught by police and recruiting them to do the Jesus graffiti. He also thinks they're the ones who showed up at our house party once because apparently they know who he is. He thought everyone in the house was talking about him being gay and in a relationship with his best friend, so he messaged me when I was away for Christmas to clear up the rumors, even though none of us in the house have ever said a single thing even remotely related to his preferences. He says he's a cat whisperer, that cats just gravitate toward him. He also says that his astrology chart is so unique and special that his mum's friend insisted on meeting him as a child because she was convinced he was something very special. Ironically, he always likes to say that I'm the one blowing things out of proportion when I ask him not to eat my food all the time. Alas, he denies doing it. Years ago, I became good friends with a girl I worked at a restaurant with. At the time she was also completing her master's degree. She was smart, driven, a social butterfly. I admired her stability and independence. Shortly after she graduated, she had a mental health crisis and was committed for a while. I'm still not sure exactly what happened, but she was never the same after that. She became a very different person. It was like school was her identity, and when it permanently disappeared and she got a job in her field, she just lost it. She was no longer independent or self-assured, just so deeply out of touch with herself it was like she was learning how to function. It's hard for me to find the words to describe. She was diagnosed bipolar in the hospital. At the same time that she was having this huge mental crisis, she started going to church. I don't remember if she found them or if they found her, but she joined a church group of young adults her same age and started spending most of her time with them. Within a few months of her leaving the mental hospital, these people became her main social group and she basically stopped spending time with anyone else. She hardly saw all her friends who visited her every day while she was in the hospital. From a distance I found it hard to believe anyone in her church group truly cared about her at all. They were so fake. She went on a short retreat, maybe a week, with her church group, probably 6 months post-hospital. She came back and began posting all over social media about how Jesus came to her and spoke to her, etc. In summary, he told her to get off her meds, said she was healed and didn't need them anymore. So she said she was going to talk to her doctor, and if he didn't agree she would be doing it anyway. She definitely got talked out of that. Not by her church friends, they supported her choice. I had hoped she would snap out of it, I guess, and be her old self again. But she never did. It's been 4 years or so. She's still obsessed with Jesus in an over-the-top and delusional way, and doesn't seem to have many close, meaningful relationships because of it, but she seems happy with herself. I worked as a tour guide for some museums in my area as a teenager. One of them was an old military fortress from the 1500s. It had a wonderful view from up top, so we let tourists go up and take photos. However, we, the tour guides, also had to go up every 5 to 10 minutes to make sure there were no problems, like people going into closed areas or damaging the building. Well, one day I go up for my shift and the first thing I see as I round a corner is a woman standing on the edge of a platform, eyes closed, arms spread. She had her heels an inch or two from the edge, so if she lost her balance for even a second she would be plummeting down a very high building, right into the middle of a very busy road. When I asked her to go down, she pointed to her boyfriend, who was taking pictures, and said that it was alright. As the one who actually worked there, and would be in trouble if someone died on my shift, I told her no, it was not fine. She just looked at me, as if she did not understand she could die by pulling a stunt like that, because gravity doesn't exist in her world. And only got down when I threatened to call security. We didn't have security, but I was just tired of her. It's actually a real problem in my country with tourists, since a lot of them believe locals are hiding all the good spots for photos behind silly little beware and do not cross signs. And not, you know, trying to stop people from dying horrible deaths. My mom. She would find hidden meanings in the simplest things. Report card had a comment saying, "Keep up the good work." She would sit for hours with me dissecting its meaning, that it meant I was about to lose my scholarship and needed to excel. She told cashiers at a store that she knew some well-known businessman and was about to call him because they weren't quick enough to help her. The cashiers didn't know who she was talking about, just laughed at her. She would tell my brother and I that she couldn't have a proper job because she had to spend all her time sorting out issues with us. Issues like leaving a mug in the sink, which meant that you were trying to bring down the household and family, who put us up to it because she believed our older siblings who hadn't had contact in years might be behind it. Don't think she was actually delusional, just extremely narcissistic and egotistical to extreme, antisocial heights. She would keep us up, awake and all hours like 16 hours at a time, discussing things and then have us move furniture around the house. Not like a desk or chair but whole rooms. The house never stayed the same for more than a week. I can maybe see the humor associated with this question, but my story is a little morose. My mother was diagnosed with colon cancer in the fall of 2007. She was stage 4 and had a great oncologist. Her doctor kept her alive until she passed away in December 2010. About 3 months before her death, when I felt her faculties were fading, I had a heart-to-heart talk with her. It gave me an opportunity to tell her what she meant to me and what a wonderful mother she was, and that there was never a time she wasn't there for me. Her response was that she had no idea what I was talking about and that she was going to be fine. She never acknowledged the fact that she was dying. Some might think it was because it was her way of sparing us more pain, but she actually thought she was going to pull through. Even to the bitter end. My father had to convince her to sign a DNR, and my sister fought like hell to get her to go into hospice. She thought we all lost our minds. Now I'm into fighting, but she was in such severe pain, constantly. It was horrible to see her go through such agony needlessly. I never told her she was delusional, because I'd never undermine someone's positive position under those circumstances, but she never acknowledged the situation she was in. An absolute devastating loss as well. My daughter was 2 when she died, and she was robbed of a wonderful grandmother. My mother was always grounded and sharp. I found it a tad bizarre she denied her situation considering her personality. Over dinner one night, my father told me that, over the past 36 years married to my mother, he never loved her, and is willing to give up a family, his 4 adult children, and his wife, just so he could run away with a woman he met 40 years ago. He was going to file for divorce, quit his job, then move in a week and leave my mother with a mortgage and the bills. All of his responsibilities were no longer his problem. Only problem was until he leaves, he was still living in the house with my mother and 2 adult kids. While living there, he started making up tall tales to turn the family against one another. Out of it all, he was the victim in all this. From placing the blame of the divorce on my siblings, why he quit his job, but one particular instance was how he denied physically abusing me growing up. None of that happened. I never hit him. They called me to confirm what really happened. They knew it was a lie, especially how he had a whole narrative that failed to match the rest of the house. He insisted they all made it up, that we all just imagined days when I would have black eyes and bruises because I was bullied at school beach. I was homeschooled. My partner and I got my mom a divorce attorney and started the whole arduous process that entails a divorce. My friend has been spoiled her entire life. She's an only child and both of her parents make good money. Her stepdad makes a shit ton, so her mom doesn't have to work. Her dad made enough to where he hasn't worked for 10 years. They pay for everything for her. Apartment, pets, car, all bills, any shopping she wants, vacations, etc. She went to school for an art degree at a very expensive private college that they paid for. Now she doesn't want to use it. They paid for a 1-bedroom apartment next to a fun downtown area that cost them $1,700 a month. There are plenty of nice enough apartments that cost $1,200. She didn't have to work the whole time. She asked for a Tesla for her graduation, but luckily her stepdad said no. She's a giant bitch to her parents and blamed them for her problems, and then expects them to pay for everything. After she graduated, she decided she had to move out of state to get away from them and become financially independent. This was over a year ago. They paid for her to move a ton of new expensive furniture. She just had to have a 2-bedroom apartment near downtown that cost at least $200 more than others. She finally got a decent job, but still didn't pay her rent or bills. She went shopping instead, and then complained about how her mom still was trying to control her because she paid for things. Her mom is an absolute angel to her and just wants a relationship with her daughter, but my friend is horrible to her. She has now decided that she is too sick to work and was going to get on disability. Apparently this is the only way she can be financially independent now. I finally explained that if she couldn't work from being so sick, then her parents could just keep paying for her life instead of abusing the system. She luckily listened. So she hasn't worked for months and complains about how broke she is. She now thinks she can sell masks on Etsy to pay for her whole life. She's the definition of a spoiled narcissist. She's diagnosed herself and others with every mental illness. She says she understands how hard life is and the struggle of life. She's so broke and life is so hard. She says she isn't privileged and that everything she has and does isn't a privilege. She is literally completely out of reality, and I hope someday her parents cut her off and wake her up. My parents are retired and on a fixed income that they might live comfortably off of for another 30 years if they physically have that in them. While COVID-19 related restrictions are being eased in my province, my parents have been advised to maintain a more strict net because they both have quite serious health complications that would be absolutely fatal if they caught the virus. They have not finalized their will yet. My dad went out yesterday and bought his 6th motorcycle. He can't ride them. He's over 70 and has manuscript. His body is not reliable enough to have reflexes necessary to operate a motorcycle. The stress these purchases have put on my mum is untenable. The purchases started about a year ago. 6 brand new vehicles over the course of a year. Then, when they arrive, he starts buying new parts for brand new bikes to upgrade them. Over the last year I estimate that my dad had spent almost 100k out of my parents' retirement fund, and he does not understand why everyone is upset with him when he has what he wants and swears it's the last one. The first 2 were supposed to be the only ones. To make my mum not upset, he makes her culpable by buying her jewelry. Now everyone has something they want. He does not understand that this furthers their instability. There's a man living in Spokane, Washington. I won't say his name because I feel like that's not allowed, but a lot of people know who he is. He has lots of mental health issues, but one of the main ones is that he is a huge narcissist. This man is 40 and homeless and hasn't had a job since he was like 19 because of his mental disorders. He makes YouTube videos about how he doesn't actually think he has any mental issues, but he still won't get a job. He wants to date and marry a woman between 18 to 24, which has been his thing for almost a decade now, and is why he's become somewhat well known. He thinks he is owed a woman like this, and comes up with every possible reason why he isn't successful without having to accept that he's just a terrible person. He cries agoraphobia, classism, etc. and complains constantly about the oligarchy. He also fancies himself an anarcho-communist. He is just wildly stupid too, but thinks that he's really smart, and so he'll make long videos about his ideas for how the world should work, including that everyone should get paid the same amount for every job, because people with difficult/taxing jobs would still do those jobs because they like them and would just want to. He says this while never working himself, thus proving that if people don't have to work, or if they could make the same amount of money for doing much less, that's what they'll choose to do. I have legit studied this man because I'm so fascinated with how someone can be so utterly stupid and out of touch with reality. I know he has some mental issues and that should make me less judgmental of him, but he is just such a horrible person that it's impossible. Watching his antics is like watching a disaster happening. It's just impossible to look away. I see it every day. I run a car dealership in a community that has equal parts good credit as well as absolute trash credit. Now, I'm not talking about those that have gone through a hardship like job loss, cancer or health issues, or even bankruptcy. Those people typically hover in the 500 credit score range, and we do our best to assist. I'm speaking of the absolute sheetheads that have a sub 400 score. You have to work hard to get your score that bad. Like maximuming out store credit card lines for $300 and never paying a bill in your life. The story is often the same. Sheethead proceeds to come to dealership and test drive a 40k car or more. Then when it comes time to run numbers, they have zero money down and expect to be at or under a $400 payment regardless of the price of the car, their credit, or even any consideration to their possible negative equity position on their absolute piece of sheet trade, if they even have one. When approached with logic, like well Mr. Slash, Customer, with your credit profile and down payment, we could try this entry-level car over here that might give you an opportunity to build some credit. The answer is always, if I can't have this nice car then I'll just keep trying until I can get what I want. My favorite reply is, I understand. I guess there is a possibility that your next Uber driver might drive a car like the one you're looking at. Really, I'm just shocked that there are so many people that have zero understanding of how simple interest loan even works or how important credit is. It happens daily. I guess I'd say my ex-fiancé. While we were together he had severe anxiety that I would cheat almost constantly. I had exactly one boyfriend before him and we were together for a year and a half without any cheating. He was just paranoid, and when I finally convinced him to seek therapy for his serious trauma issues and anxiety, he went for a month, quit because he didn't need it, and instead fell right into porn addiction. He'd constantly complain about how he had no money, but refused to work, and mooched off his parents, one who was disabled and couldn't work, and the other was a single parent who worked an hour out of the city. He genuinely couldn't see the problem with me being uncomfortable about him preferring pixels to an actual human, and I certainly didn't deny him was such. He would harass me and push me into sex when I didn't want it, and even outright assault me. He'd whine that I was too overbearing and needy when I was the one working miles off. He expected me to literally pay for everything by myself when we moved out because my degree was easier. He threw around racial slurs and didn't understand why it made me uncomfortable. Looking back, he loved me, and I don't doubt that, but God, he was a shitty guy and needed some serious help. I put up with it because we were childhood best friends and because you're a dumbass and ignore red flags when you're in love. I wish I could say he's doing better now, but I'm filing a police report against him for sexual assault, so. An ex who was visiting when we had our big quake. Now she was an exchange student who was raised extremely wealthy, so it kinda warped her perception of the world. It wasn't bad when we were teens, but got worse after we broke up. It really stood out during the quakes though. Starting with the quake itself, while parts of the roof lights and ornaments was falling in on us as we visited my parents, she went to save the cup of Coke from spilling, so I had to stand, or try to, over her to protect her from the traveling bits of glass and ceramic. Then she refused to leave without her bags, which were in the spare room, where the roof had collapsed. So I had to go in and pass them out the once window, as not only the roof collapsed over me, but the house started sinking into liquefaction that came out of the ground. It was sorta like she thought death wasn't really a possibility for me. Then we get as much of the family together as possible and head to my sister's, being the least damaged of all our places. Now this wasn't a small quake. I lost my place. Mum's was unlivable and there was no power, water, or shops open. We had what we could salvage from the cupboards and the freezers from all our places, which didn't amount to much, being the day before grocery day for all three families. The big thing was we were on our second or third day with no shops or anything open. The small convenience stores which opened on the first day ran out of stuff within hours. So we had no idea when we could get food or even just gas to leave the city. My sister's kids said they were hungry, so we look in the kids' cooler to get some of the rations, and there was nothing. Literally nothing. My ex ate every single bit of the kids' food without telling anyone, which meant all there was left for all 11 people was about 14 sausages and half a bag of potatoes. The ex just didn't understand we physically couldn't just go out and buy more, or pay someone to give us their food or gas. Later, after family got us out, she left when the airports reopened because it suddenly got boring. With half the city gone and everyone in survival mode. She asked a few months later, asking if all the damage had been fixed yet 10 years later, and we still are only halfway to rebuilding the city. Happened to me yesterday. This last year, I lived in a house with 4 other guys. Due to COVID, 4 of us moved out to be with our families, leaving just one. During his time alone there, his girlfriend moved in with him. They got the house disgusting. Black mold everywhere, piles of dirty dishes, literal piles of dirt on the floor for no reason. The rest of us, knowing about the state of the house, but wanting our security deposit back, agreed to come help clean the house yesterday, since our lease ends at the end of the month. As I was on my way driving there, the guy who has been living there tells us that he's done a ton of cleaning already and that he's gonna be done for the day. I get to the house and the only cleaning he's done is packing his own things out of his room. That's it. Kitchen, living room, basement, all disgusting. I'm a pushover, so I just start cleaning on my own. While I'm cleaning his mess, I left the house spotless. Before I left, him and his girlfriend proceed to smoke some pot and watch TV in the living room, and later go into his room for a romp in the sack. While I'm there, cleaning his mess, some others finally came to help me, but I personally cleaned for 10 hours that day, non-stop. I was dripping with sweat and grime by the end of the day. The real cherry on top, after spending the entire day loafing around while I cleaned his mess, at 9 PM he proceeds to message our group chat saying that him and his girlfriend were going to bed and that we were being too loud cleaning his mess. I had no words. My aunt dated this boyfriend a few years ago. They've since broke up, but keep in contact because of the child. Recently, he's been going down a rabbit hole of insanity. He asked her to meet her at a McDonald's so he could tell her a few things. Apparently, he's been controlled by the Illuminati, so he may trick everyone he is the second coming of Christ. He spewed off about it, saying he was chosen as an infant for this very mission. They've apparently been mind controlling him and watching him every second of his life. Every second. He says that even speaking out about this would put him and everyone he loves or knows in danger because of how secret he needs to keep his mission. He also spouted off some other things like, every movie made after 1998 has been about him. He could be a robot. The mission requires he wears a star crystal strapped to his chest. He drew a model, which looks like a metal pentagon about 1 foot in diameter, with a smaller glass pentagon inside, that is supposed to shoot out light or possibly lasers. He was took to a mental facility last month, once his parents were scared of living with him. Yes, he still lives with his parents in his 40s. He's reportedly doing better now. I had a very sweet roommate in college, who had grown up in a deeply religious household. Even though she'd been in public school, her parents pulled her from sex ed and filled her brain with some very incorrect facts about sex. Fast forward to sophomore year, she meets a very sweet boy on summer break in Disney World and they date. She flies out to visit his family on spring break and comes home even more in love with him. But a few weeks back into the semester she finally breaks down and tells me that she missed her period and thinks she might be pregnant. She had a lot of trouble talking about the details, but she told me she hadn't told boyfriend yet. We agree to get her a pregnancy test first thing the next morning and take it from there. After a bit she settles down and we joke a bit. I can't remember exactly what tipped me off, but I realized she'd not actually had sex with the guy. I then ask her specifically what they'd done, and turns out the guy had come in his boxers while she was wearing underwear, and they were dry humping. She was just so misguided, she really thought she could get pregnant from sperm just being around her. The next morning I bought her a test to reassure her, and, of course, she was not pregnant. I also made her tell me all the bizarre sex myths she'd been told. The whole thing was so bonkers. I already posted this, but I feel the need to talk about it every time someone talk about it. One of my childhood friend uncle is a healer. He pretends he can heal all kind of diseases just by applying hand pressure, often in inappropriate places, on a person. While by itself, it just means he is about as smart as a rock, and at least as dense. I just think it is in bad taste. But then a few years ago a woman showed up with breast cancer. Very preventable one at that. She got caught on very early. As far as I understand, her oncologist had very good expectations, might not even need to remove the breast. She went to that dude that applied his hands and told her she was now healed. So she stopped all treatment. Died a few months later as the cancer progressed, and she completely refused to acknowledge it. Apparently it is not illegal to lie to someone, so they stopped their treatment. So aside from a stern look, that guy never got anything. When questioned about the fact that he obviously didn't heal her, he answers something along the lines of, "I healed her cancer alright, but a second, more deadly, cancer is sat behind, and I couldn't sense it cause the first one was obscuring it. So if I had noticed the second one I could have healed it also." I wish he could go to prison for that. And the worst part about it is the fact that he seems so absolutely sure of his own bullshit. Every time, I think he has to know it's bullshit. But every time I happen to talk with him, I'm not sure he knows. My ex blamed me for gaining 160 pounds in a year. 13 years post-divorce, has still the same size, hasn't looked for a job in over 2 years, spending 6k a year on video games, while living with his parents since divorce 13 years ago. This man is about to be 43 and not paying paltry 500/MTH child support for the entire 2 years, making Pikachu surprised face in court when facing jail time. This was of course my fault. Proceeds to sue me for child support, despite our state giving support to primary custodian regardless of incomes, and him having kids approximate 4 days a month. Racks up 10k in legal fees between what he owed his lawyer and mine. Spent 5 days in jail. My fault, argued with a judge about 8 years ago when asked why he cashed insurance reimbursement checks for dental work on the kids. I paid 100%. He should have turned checks over to me and paid 50% of remainder by court orders. He cashed 2k in checks and paid 0. When judge interrupted lawyers asking him what the fuck he was doing, he deadpans, but the checks had my name on them, so I cashed them. Judge asked him about 10 more questions. Did you have dental work done? Didn't your ex-wife give you receipts, etc? His response was to just go, but the checks were written to me, so I cashed them. His plan when we were married was to win lotto, open a video game / PC shop. I was to do accounting and inventory, man the counter, and do all the PC repairs. I guess I didn't get a say in doing all the work of running his store. He was going to sit there and play video games. The real kicker? He didn't buy lotto tickets. I was an asshole when I pointed this out. Worked at a company where my manager's manager was extremely on my ass about everything. Don't know why, our personalities just didn't jive. He was also a workaholic. Emails you at 11 PM, then again at 11:30 to ask for an update on a Sunday night style. For whatever reason, one of his biggest things was monitoring us lowly engineers' hours. Like walking around checking for who is at their desk was his passion. So there's the framework. Dudes are hardest about time. Doesn't like me. Knowing these things, I make sure Myers is in my chair at 8 AM sharp every day. Most days I'm the only other one in our department until around 8:30, but nobody else gets his sheet but me. But whatever, I'm a grown-ass man, I can take it. One Thursday I power down the PC at 4:57, like always, but instead of sitting there until 5, I just get up and go. Of course, I run into Super Manager. He looks at me, points to his watch, and says leaving early? It's not 5. I stop and look at the clock on the wall behind him. The time is now 4:59. I tell him by the time I get to the parking lot it will be, and walk past him out the door. I feel like I handled it the best possible way I could. The very next day, Friday, I'm working on some sheet I want to get done before the weekend and time gets away from me. It is 5:15. I get up and walk through the office and again run into Super Manager. Leaving early again, huh? He says, with a sheety little grin. I stop, look at the clock on the wall once more, it's 5:15. I'm leaving late actually. And once again, walk past him and out the door. Dude was ridiculous. But hey, I switched positions and never have to see him again. And he got a fat promotion to director. And that's what is wrong with engineering companies. Have you ever heard of the YouTuber named Fulia or Christina? She is one of those raw vegan YouTubers who peddles this really stupid fruit diet. If you've ever seen her videos, I think she has a rather severe case of being out of touch and not living in the real world. Every time I think of someone who is truly, genuinely spoiled and out of touch, I think of Christina. For the following reasons. She is 34 years old and lives in her parents' McMansion. She regularly posts videos of recipes that either include ingredients that are damn near impossible to find or are extremely expensive. Since she's a raw fruitarian, most of her recipes are just smoothies and banana ice cream at $20 a serving, or they are just examples of what ridiculous concoction of crap can we put together for a video. Like other raw fruitarians, the portions are fucking idiotic. A smoothie can't just be a banana, some berries, and a scoop of protein. No, it has to be 15 bananas, 1 cup of strawberries, and 1 cup of blueberries, the water from 2 to 3 fresh young coconuts, and 1 scoop of raw protein powder. Because somehow, 20 grams of protein helps balance out the physical beating that your pancreas is about to take from all that sugar. She lives in Houston, Texas and has put out videos about how to eat a raw diet in the winter, stating, "I have been through many cold winters. If you want hot soup or some other warm foods," her advice includes taking a bath. She believes that her parents never gave her a dime and that she put herself through Vanderbilt by math tutoring, demonstrating that she has no clue what tuition actually costs. She says all of this while forgetting that, again, she is in her 30s, living in a McMansion, rent-free, and has never left the nest. She stated that she graduated from Vanderbilt with a degree in kinesiology with a concentration in health science, raw foods, and fasting. When she was called out for fabricating her credentials, she said, "Well, because I wrote my thesis in fasting, then I can say it was a concentration. And because I ate raw foods and had an interest in health sciences, that means that I can include them in my degree." Quick note, this is someone who has never had to turn in a truthful resume. She was asked to do a video of her shopping at a more conventional grocery store that anyone can afford, so she filmed herself shopping at Whole Foods. While continuing to peddle her diet as budget friendly, she did a what I eat video of her day, saying things like, "And this only costs a few dollars to make." Her day ended up costing around $20, implying that a $600 a month diet is reasonable for a single person. She flew to Bali, but her passport was about to expire, so she was sent back to the US. She sat on an airplane on her way to Doha and clogged herself crying like an infant. When she finally got her passport updated and made it to Bali, she was bitten by a wild dog. She was refusing to get rabies vaccines because she was afraid of needles and is anti-vax. Her friends and family begged and pleaded for her to get the shots until she begrudgingly obliged and again cried like a faking infant over it. She now hosts regular retreats in Bali. You too can join Christina in Bali to eat bananas and do yoga for the low cost of $5,500 for a shared room. That means that you and some other dusty asapi who hasn't bathed for months are gonna be shacking up together, and this one room earns Christina over $10,000 for 1 week. And that doesn't include flights. She recently posted a video about her supplements that she recommends. This was low-key COVID-19 advice. When people looked into how much her supplements cost, it was $500 for 1 month's supply. It's bad, you guys. If you feel like a rabbit hole today, this is a rabbit hole. Met a girl from an obscenely wealthy Saudi family during my first week of uni in London. She seemed sweet, if a little naive for an 18-year-old. After class on the Friday, a few of us decided to go into Central and walk around. We ended up in a movie and music shop, and when she saw the cashier with his blue mohawk calmly serving a customer, she froze. I asked her if everything was okay, and she grabbed my arm and whispered to me that he was gay and that she wasn't comfortable being in the shop. Turns out not only was she legitimately afraid of gay people because she thought they were demons, she thought that all gay people dyed their hair as a way to signal their sexuality. When I gently sat her down to explain how the world works outside of her lunatic brain, she was in complete shock and went, "You mean anyone I've met could be gay?" We were in art school. She was doing fashion. To her credit, she shed her absolutely bonkers religious conservative upbringing a lot faster than I would have ever thought, and as it turns out, all she needed to stop being so weirdly toxic, xenophobic, homophobic, racist and judgmental towards people was getting to meet people who were part of groups she was taught were bad. The most delusional person I've ever encountered is a man, let's call him Robert, who claimed to be a counselor and set up a private addiction rehabilitation center with zero qualifications, except a gambling addiction of his own. Essentially, he was a con man who operated for over 15 years, taking advantage of people at their lowest and most vulnerable. He rented a small commercial building and ran group therapy from there 9 AM to 3 PM, mon-free. Essentially, a group of 10 to 15 people would sit through John Bradshaw videos, being prodded into spilling their guts to the group. Every thought, feeling and shameful thing you could think of had to be shared with the group or you were withdrawing, and your addict was controlling you. The program accepted drug and alcohol addiction, sexual addictions, depression, eating disorders, psychological conditions, affective disorders and compulsive behavior. Again, this man had zero training. He advertised prolifically in the kind of well-being newspapers you'd find at a health food store, social media and through a website he had a patient set up. Distraught family would call him, and he'd sit in his office chain smoking, convincingly selling them his treatment program, basically selling the dream he would fix them, but likely the whole family was sick, so they should all come in for therapy. He charged a minimum of $3,000 for the 1-month program, which desperate families were willing to pay. Your bill grew if after the first free consult he realized you had money. One woman rocked up in a very shiny Mercedes, and she was charged $10,000. His girlfriend, an ex-enmeshed, ex-loveaholic worked with him. She did a lot of visualization work in group therapy and together their relationship was supposed to be a relearning by your mother and father. Some sessions you were made to confront your parents via them. People would be sobbing and break down. Letting your emotions out was encouraged. Eventually they broke up. I don't really know what happened, but he claimed she had fallen into her addiction again and tried to suicide. He eventually moved his practice, renting a mansion, I'm not exaggerating, living there with his 12-year-old weed-smoking son. Half the house was for residential care, the other half was his residence. The residential care saw clients do group therapy and also reside in the house. There were up to 6 people living there at any one time. 2 of them committed suicide while I was there. One woman jumped off the 2nd-story balcony and fractured her pelvis. Clients found her in the morning. One guy was on bail for armed robbery, alcohol/drugs, and one woman on bail for B&E, meth. He made the meth woman cook for him and clean his house. She regularly found stashes of porn in his room, weed and bed sheets covered in dried cum. I know all of this because when I was 19 my desperate mother sent me there for an eating disorder. After I finished the program I started working there, reception duties, typing out whole books on addiction, God knows why. Days were dedicated to that activity, fending off debt collectors and eventually being the one to oversee the residential inpatients. I became friends with a lot of the patients. That lead to terrible things. Naive and broken me didn't know any better. He had a TV program made about one of his patients, a meth addicted woman who prostituted for drug money, who he later went on to allegedly rap. The health department was off and on investigating him and his practice. There were claims of sexual assault by him and malpractice. He would change the business name frequently. Oh, and he constantly hit on me 30 years his junior. I could write a book on this. There's so much insanity there, but mostly his absolute delusion. He was helping these people. I'm still in touch with some of the people I met there, and we all say the same thing. At our most vulnerable we were fooled into a cult by a con man. I'm sure he's still practicing in some way. His services are still all over the internet. Fact. I just googled, and he's in jail. An ex-friend of mine is so far out of touch with reality she just constantly blew my faking mind. Here's one example. I was always taught that a good rule of thumb is to rent a place where 1 week's pay covers rent. So if you make $700 a week, post taxes, then you can afford a place that's $700 MO. If you haven't who also makes $700, then you can afford a $1,400 MO place, etc. So every time she'd try to sit me down and ask, she's always lived with her mom, we're in our 30s, and she's still never set foot outside of her childhood home, about what it'd take to live on her own with her boyfriend. I'd try to sit her down and break down the cost of living to her. She'd always be super focused on the $700 MO for rent part. We live near a major city. $700 MO is an efficiency in a bad neighborhood, by the way. A half-decent 1B/1B starts around $1,500 and never would think about electric, water, trash removal, food or anything like that. I'd tell her how you always make the big mistakes when you're first living on your own. Like, I remember one of my first electric bills being close to $400 because I kept the house set to like 72 in the winter with an old system. In any event, she figured out one day that it wasn't Bible to make rent in a single week. Just a good rule of thumb. She got mad at me for holding her back because her boyfriend was working a job that paid $12 an hour and they could have moved by now. Just some quick math. $12/HR at 40 hours a week is $480. That's pre-tax. So if you wanted a $700 a week place, you're already way below what you need. Take out roughly 25% in taxes and you're looking at $360 a week to live on and $1,440 a month. That means if you're in a $700 MO place, half of your month's wages goes right to rent alone. So you have $740 for electric, water, trash, cable, cell phones and food. Yes, it can be done, but not by this girl who needed a window unit to keep her and her boyfriend's computers cool so she could play World of Warcraft 12 hours a day. She's the kind of person to bitch about being so broke and never able to afford anything, then buys a PS4 and goes to the Renaissance Fair and drop nearly $1,000 on wine and pastries. Her life priorities were and are still so faked up. She can't work because of whatever excuse it is this month and depends completely on her boyfriend. But I was holding her back because I told her what to do financially to be able to survive on her own. She thinks her mom is ripping off her boyfriend because she charges them $200 MO to live there. They used to have food stamps, but they were revoked, so my ex-friend does literally nothing to contribute to the house's cleaning. Shouldn't be left to her if she just stays in her room all day. I could go on and on. She's an ex-friend for a reason. I was one of a group of 12 or so men gathered in a law firm's conference room to discuss whether and how to pursue an antitrust case against movie studios and theater exhibitors, alleging that they excluded this smaller chain of theaters from bidding for new releases. The senior partner who was leading the discussion summed up the main points, asking whether everyone understood each one. He then nodded to the only female in the room, Ms. Rowe, who was a paralegal tentatively tasked with managing the anticipated volume of text and video in the case. "Do you understand, Ms. Rowe?" She responded. "I understood everything that was rational, but I object to the pervading and oppressive male chauvinism in this room." When a few people, including somewhat big-mouthed me, said "What's up with that?" she proceeded to castigate everybody in the room, save one, for some reason, accusing us of making rap jokes, etc. But in fact, no one in the room had even spoken the word rap, let alone made rap jokes. Long story short, Ms. Rowe sued each of us for violation of something, a civil rights violation. She did it on her own behalf. Pro se, she had earned a PhD in history from Rice University, so she was able enough to undertake the action at little cost to herself. The law firm had to engage an attorney to defend us. They had insurance. Eventually, in discovery depositions, Ms. Rowe testified that, among other things, I had sniggered and made a rap joke in response to her accusation. That one of the lawyers had somehow inserted a rap joke into the music she was listening to on her car radio, that the speakers in the law offices often broadcast rap-related jokes at her expense, and that, one time, she passed by the firm's glass-walled conference room and heard this room full of men chanting, "Rap the PhD with a business." Before that time, I thought that people didn't really go batshit crazy. I thought they were just too lazy to deal with psychic pressure. Boy, was I wrong. My dad, every day he's just out of touch, makes everything about himself. It's beyond crazy. We could be talking about something like people dying with the virus, somehow he would it about himself. Dude has convinced himself that he has to live with his mom or else she would dead. He had a chance to move out for free, a new place to himself, but I can't move. If I do, my mom would die. She needs me. Mind you, I'm her PCA. I'm over there every day to help her. He's so out of touch with anything, I don't know what happened. Dude, you could give him 10,000. True story, just happened in April. He would try to say buying designer clothes and spending money on everything for himself helps his mom stay alive. And if he doesn't look good, no one would help his mom. That's a true quote. If I don't look good, my mom wouldn't love me and no one would help her. How about he had 500? When I was kid, no food in the fridge, no gas in the car, no clothes. But 500 gold necklace is what he brought. Said when gold goes up next year we will make some money. Dude has sent 8,000 last 4 months at the pawn shop with gold necklace, jewelry and shoes. My grandma's house is falling asleep. She doesn't even have a working sink or anything. If he offers to help, don't take it. He will bring it up over and over. Dad has been trying to buy my love since he beat the shit out of me for 3 years. No lies, I'm typing this. He called, said he's quitting his job because one of coworkers coughed and he might have gave him the virus, so now he's not going to work cause of it. It's a little bit sad because this probably is actually a psychiatric case, but it's interesting to see how propaganda, politics, and a propensity for mental illness can interact. I know a woman who was a conspiracy theorist before it was popular. The news media she was consuming combined with her predisposition to mental illness, I suspect undiagnosed BPD or schizophrenia, to make her completely paranoid that her neighbors and family members couldn't be trusted, much less doctors and scientists. I knew that she had once reported one of her neighbors to the FBI, having become convinced that he was a terrorist. But when that was all I knew about her, I assumed that maybe she had a valid reason for that concern. I didn't realize how out of touch she was until she started sending me emails alleging that the Affordable Care Act was part of some massive conspiracy by the government to take over healthcare and kill off old people and disabled children because the government isn't already almost solely responsible for caring for those groups via Medicaid and Medicare. What was really scary was that when I sent her links to reliable sources like the American Medical Association and the Library of Congress contradicting her views, she would pretend that the links were broken or fake. I wonder sometimes if she really believed that, like if she blotted out the memory of what they said because they were too challenging to her worldview or something. What's really bizarre is that her husband was exactly the same way. He got involved in our conversations a couple of times, and he seemed totally supportive of his wife's views that the neighbors were terrorists and the government was out to kill them through universal healthcare. Myself, when I went through psychosis, delusions included, thought that I had proved that P equals NP, major unsolved problem in computer science, and that my proof would literally solve all the world's problems. Thought that I knew the private key for inventor of Bitcoin's Bitcoin wallet, and that his secret identity was one of my friends on Facebook, and that I could use all my newfound Bitcoin to pay for a friend's university education. Thought I was being tested to see if I was CEO material for Google when I was in the mental unit at R&D. Thought I was going to reinvent the music industry with a shitty app, and that my university would allow me to ignore all their teaching and assignments and give me a degree purely based on the app. Thought that the first medication I was put on would cure anyone of depression immediately, combined effects of mania plus a good night's sleep from a sedative. Thought another medication I got put on caused me to convert 100% of the excess food I eat into muscle, provided that I chewed the pill rather than swallowed it when I went out for dinner with my parents. Happened a few times while I was in hospital. I would eat until I physically couldn't anymore. Thought I could hack payment systems by randomly pressing buttons on checkout web pages. Resulted in me buying a partially used lipstick on eBay because I thought that would cause them to send me a graphics card. One of my fellow patients in the mental hospital that I spent 5 weeks in always wore a hat with a hole in the top. I thought he had experienced ego death and his ego had left his head, literally tearing a hole in the hat in the process. Thought my asthma was psychosomatic. Thought CBD plus nicotine produces THC, and that the vegetable glycerine in e-liquid was a code word, and that the vegetable was weed. Find this one pretty funny tbh. Thought cigarettes sucked illness out of you as you took a drag on them. Bought adverts on Facebook to advertise me, I guess. And more that I can't fully remember. There's not knowing how much 4 pints of milk costs out of touch, which I'm sure is what the post was actually asking about, lol. And then there was me. Luckily I'm back to normal now, but Jesus Christ, it was a wild few months. My brother-in-law currently. He has no job, but has a car payment. He lost his job before Corona, then got a job at Chili's making like 1/8 of what he was and what is, basically, per month, half his car payment. He was given a team lead position to start with. He quit 3 days in. Then he went back, asked for his job back, and they gave it to him. He quit 2 weeks later. He went and bought an $800 laptop the other day. Meanwhile, my wife, his sister, and I make really good money, and I had to think over for 2 weeks on if I could get a new monitor. That is like $150. Our car is paid off and everything, even. He lives at home, rent-free, pays nothing, broke one of my Xbox controllers because he has rage issues, hence, quitting his job twice. And never intends to pay for the controller. Every month we give her father money, because her father and mother are retired headmaster and teachers, respective, and make almost nothing in retirement. They can barely afford to support themselves, let alone his expensive as car payment and his needs and desires. Now, he's talking about not wanting to choose between the PS5 and Series X, and is going to buy both. Not sure how the fuck he's going to pull that off on his $0 a month salary. My aunt, she thinks she is a prophet, but I don't think prophets walk around with big Stella scissors and pick arguments with people that don't even live in your community. She is the one trespassing yet always seem to stir up some drama. She's that type of prophet that prophesies after she sees certain things. For example, she came to my house one day. On this day my mom, my boyfriend and I were sitting outside and having a drink of vodka. I saw her coming. So I removed myself from the area, but I could hear everything she said clearly. Yes, I was eavesdropping. She saw the bottle of vodka and started to prophesy that we shall not drink, and it isn't good for us, and it will make us such etc. My boyfriend realized she was no sane and also removed himself from the area. He came to the kitchen where I was and wrapped his arms around me. I gave him a kiss, and at that exact moment she saw us, and the prophecy changed, and she began to tell my mom I shouldn't have a boyfriend while in her house. I will become pregnant, I'm too young etc. My mom played along with it until she left, and we are still having this problem today. The militant vegan TLDR, my good friend Jay descent into madness after becoming vegan. That being said, I have many vegan friends who are friendly and well adjusted, no shade no tea toward vegans. I have friend, let's call him Justin, Jay. I have known Jay for about 4 to 5 years prior to him adopting a vegan lifestyle. It seemed at first that him and his girlfriend were being mindful and conscientious about their food intake. This mindfulness period ended, and then came the impassioned Facebook posts imploring his friends to switch to veganism. This escalated to graphic photos and videos of animals being slaughtered. Continue to implore everyone with these escalating methods. The passion seems to fade away and shift into outright rage. Long, angry, rambling social media posts about all of his friends who continue to consume animal/animal byproducts. Becomes the Facebook stalker and confronts all of his friends in comments when they are discussing animal/animal byproducts. Asking people, but do you eat cheese? This evolved into confronting people via Facebook Messenger and outright refusal to have a civil conversation about topics unrelated to veganism. The straw that broke the camel's back was when he started telling everyone that you cannot believe in God and eat animals/byproducts. This group of humans were a ragtag bunch of recovered folks who had found a path toward spirituality through recovery programs. Not super dogmatic and fervent. He then quit participating in any recovery programs because he couldn't be around anyone who didn't believe the way he did. This behavior continued to get worse, more intense and accusatory. I, along with many others, had to block him on social media because of his incessant need to rage/argue with people. I found it all very sad. I am not sure why becoming vegan turned him into such an angry human when he was a super chill and peaceful dude before. Watching his decline was truly heartbreaking, and we all felt frustrated because we couldn't help him. My biological mother abandoned all 5 of her children. The first 3 she abandoned within mere months after they were born, and the last 2, including me, were abandoned when we were 9 and 10 years old. Of the 5 children, only I, the youngest, had anything resembling a relationship with our mother. Within the last 3 years we all connected by social media. All 5 of us, excluding the eldest who was raised by our maternal grandmother and aunt, were raised by our father or our father's family. Some of the siblings tried to connect with our mother, but found this extremely hard to do, because she takes no responsibility for abandoning any of her children and tries to convince the kids that the people who raised them kidnapped them, or was so violent towards her that she had no choice but to leave us behind. I even asked her to write a letter to each of us just telling us how she feels about us and saying anything she wants, and in each letter she makes sure to blame her abandonment on the families that raised us. So the 3 years have passed, and I'm the only child who speaks to her, and every time we speak she asks about my siblings, their family, and then seemingly has a mental breakdown and says things like I don't know why they have just abandoned me in this nursing home, or I don't know why they won't visit, I'm their mother. She just doesn't seem to be able to grasp the concept that she may have given birth to us, but except for me none of them actually know her at all, and there are times that I wish I could cut ties with her, but I just can't bring myself to do that to her, and it's her own actions that have led to her being old and all alone in a nursing home. She just seems to think that there's some magical connection between a mother and a child that never can be severed, no matter what the mother does. My uncles. When my grandpa, my dad's dad, was ill and it was obvious that he wouldn't live long, he had cancer and multiple other health issues. Probably developed a mild form of dementia too. At that time I was 17. It was not grandpa himself who was out of touch with reality, but my two uncles. When grandpa had only a few more weeks to live, the doctors sent him home, so he didn't have to die in a hospital. They gave my grandma some painkillers for him, so it would be easier. One day when my grandma was about to give him his meds, one of my uncles apparently read that the painkillers can be addictive, so he and my other uncles took them away from my grandma and hid them. Their reasoning was that she wanted that he gets addicted to the meds. They argued and it got so bad that grandpa called the doctors to take him back to the hospital. His doctor came and, not literally, kicked my uncle's ass. Usually my grandma is the out of touch one, but when my grandpa was ill she actually was the most reasonable person of them all. At that time we all were mad at my uncles of course, and still kinda RTBH, but I think it's also kinda sad. They just didn't really want to accept that their father was about to die. They are actually kinda reasonable. Sometimes they talk dumb shit, but I think that's just regular dumb shit. But in that situation I think they went a bit insane, which is kinda understandable, but at the same time, what the fuck? A friend of mine had a roommate who desperately wanted to move out. This roommate had no discernible skills. He really had lived in his mom's basement playing video games until his 30s. So he starts looking for apartments to rent. He finds one. Calls them up to say that he won't have the money for the down payment for 6 months. Could they hold it open and not rent to anyone use until then? That didn't work. Calls another. Done. It still requires a down payment and 1 ST and last month's rent paid in advance. He makes them an offer. He has no job now, but it was the start of the month. Let him move in now, then he can get a job and make the money to pay the rent by the end of the month. That didn't work either. Then, he sees one that gets him so excited that he calls me to say how happy he is. I suspect he was calling anyone he knew. He was really excited. The reason? The terms on the website read, damage deposit and first and last month's rent due in advance with credit check. He had a loophole. It said with credit check. So if he skips the credit check, he wouldn't have to pay in advance. He was gonna call them first thing in the morning and move in by lunch. Last I heard, he ended up back living with mom. During my gen surgery residency I once got called by an emergency medicine attending asking me to examine older woman with radiation burns to her right breast. The attending also told me that this woman is in the witness protection program as she was a former spy and had been getting a radiation beam sent to her by Russian intelligence in an attempt to kill her. The attending 100% believed this woman's story. I go see the patient and she has a huge fungating mass on the right breast. I also noticed she had prior bilateral mastectomy scars and a port used for chemotherapy on the left side of her chest. She told me the same story she told the attending. When I asked her what the port was for, she told me the US government keeps track of its spies and this the device they track me with. It's pretty obvious at this point she has a cancer recurrent and she's just in horrible denial over her disease. With the patient's permission, I called her daughter, who informed for the last 2 months the patient had been telling everyone she was a spy and that her known breast cancer recurrence was actually from a radiation gun. Very sad, but it is amazing how much denial can keep you from seeing the truth. TLDR. Patient denied she had horrible breast cancer and instead believed her breast mass was due to radiation burn from a Russian spy trying to kill her. Entitled Parents/Helicopter Parents. So many instances of parents in denial about their child's own abilities. Their baby is special and unique and somehow more important than everyone else, and deserves the most attention over every other kid. Their child is also not special needs, definitely does not require any medication or accommodations, and they have no learning disabilities. No way. Parents who do their kids' work for them, who don't acknowledge that this is just creating a kid who will not be able to hold even a simple job because they just stop working on any project as soon as they get bored. This has all the hallmarks of creating a stereotypical 35-year-old who lives in mom's basement. Currently the topper is one set of parents of a kid who barely passed the first trimester, failed the second, and then only completed 1/4 of the assigned work after we went on homeschooling due to COVID. This kid ought to be moving on to high school in September, but we are recommending they repeat the 8th grade. Mom and dad don't get it. He's just a boy and boys don't like school. Unfortunately, due to the shit show that is a pandemic, most students who should be retained will pass this school year. They are insisting he should pass to high school, as if this is a reason for his failing grades. If he can't keep up with middle school workload, we have serious concerns he'll be able to keep up with the high school workload. Never mind that this kid is also emotionally and socially immature. He still cries when he gets in trouble for anything, and I mean he blubbers and gets all snotty. It's pathetic. Even minor infractions, like if we caught him swearing in school. I, personally, worry that he'll be beaten up in high school by older students who won't be interested in taking his immature sheet. He'll probably laugh at the wrong person for something he thinks is funny and get shoved into a locker within the first week. I just was dating this guy some months ago. His family had old $. He basically didn't have a dime. Lived with his insanely rich uncle, drove uncle's cars, used family name for clout. He's used to impressing people with that. Loud, obnoxious. Don't know if that's a Jersey thing or not. I'm from the deep south, where we extend courtesy just because, and do not brag or boast. I come from a middle class family, and don't have loads of commas in my bank account. Anyway, his bad attitude and poor life choices made his family pretty much cut him off years ago. He still had an inheritance coming whenever his dad passed, so he was still set even if he is broke now. So trying to sell his whole story about who he is and how he hates to be used for his family money/name. How he hangs with both "regular and high earning people," right? Starts telling me about how, when he was living in Miami, mid 40 years old now, probably about 40 then, yeah, I know, his friends were all meeting for an early dinner at a really high-end place. Like 10 to 15 guys, meals and a drink or two went into a full bottle service. Hours later, when the waitress asks if they need anything else, one of his friends asked for individual checks. And apparently that's a big no-no. So Mr. DB demands one check because he can afford it, right? And the waitress goes to combine the entire thing to bring out the single check. In the meantime, he is literally telling his friend how stupid he just acted and made him look like an asshole who couldn't pick up a check because he asked for everyone to pay their own meal and drinks. How if they ever go out, it's never done like that because it'll look like it can't be covered, and he won't drag his family like that. So he basically went into a couple $1,000s worth of debt over a single meal he couldn't afford because he was afraid of what the waitress would think about him about separating the check amongst his dinner party. I was just like, Jesus faking Christ, wow, that's stupid AF. This wasn't the only red flag from Mr. DB. Before anyone asks, DB is not initials for XXX bag, but his actual initials fitting right. An assistant principal in my high school. I was having issues with a bully, obviously, and it would have probably killed her to do something about it. Until finally I did something about it myself. Then she wants to get involved, telling me don't take matters into your own hands. My mom rocked up to the school so fast the security guards felt a premonition. They didn't even think about blocking her, as much as that sounds like an exaggeration. The guard at the front desk, Mr. Scott, pulled me aside the next day and said, "She's scary." My mom laid into the assistant principal and my history teacher for being an incompetent skank and actually broke the teacher down to a sobbing mess. Assistant principal was adamant about suspending me until mom threatened to tell the board all about it and how they would have to pay to put me in a different school. Not sure whether or not this is an actual thing. I think it was just to instill fear. At the mention of the board, assistant principal wants to finally negotiate before mom says we're done here. Assistant principal follows my mom out to the front doors, where security guards are standing, and mom says, if we reach my car where my stun gun is, she's getting the whole faking battery. Security guards are holding assistant principal and trying to direct her away, but in a last-ditch effort, she tried to grab me by my drawstring bag, at which point mom whirls around and says, "What are you doing?" Security gets her to let go. I speed walk away, hearing nothing but "you touch him again and not even a Bama will be able to save you." Call it fake if you want, but I don't really care, because it's my experience, my memories, etc. My college roommate was a super sheltered Mormon. He literally acted like he was in middle school in his 20s. The man had no clue how to do anything outside of his classwork. He was actually very smart, like 4.0 GPA smart. He didn't know how to work a laundry machine and repeatedly failed to figure out how to use it even after being shown. He didn't know what food needed to be refrigerated, and on several occasions gave himself or another person food poisoning because he left meat out. He had no idea how to shower on his own, or that he needed to use soap on all his body, not just shampoo his hair. He thought it was appropriate to dress as Peter Pan and go out in public. He thought alcohol would kill you instantly and that it grew on trees. Not sure the logic there at all, and would throw childlike temper tantrums if he didn't get what he wanted. There was several times that someone would swear or use adult language and he just about lost his mind. He was baffled to learn that I wasn't a member of his religion, and actually thought that 99% of the population was Mormon and thought Catholics or Protestants were made up by the media. He also thought it was normal to have several private homes and thought I was lying when I said I didn't have a family cabin. It took him almost a month to realize that the cheap student dorms didn't have a maid service, and he literally cried when he found out that he would need to get his first job at 20. The whole time I thought he was suffering from a mental issue, and so was very patient with him, but by the end of the next year he had made such an impressive improvement that there was no way he was slow at all. I just think that his parents didn't do anything to teach him to be an adult. I work part-time in a bar. After living with my roommate in crappy small places we didn't legally live in, we finally found a place 40 mn on foot from my job. I don't drive and couldn't afford a bike, so I started leaving a bit early to get the last bus home. Get me right, the job was done. All employees did that, and the boss had spent several months not paying us for cleaning hours and still didn't pay us for prepping hours. So I figured leaving 20 or 30 minutes early once a week was kind of okay. Being the only female at the bar and not living in the best neighborhood, all team agreed I was right to leave early for my own safety. Then one day the boss called me. He said he saw on the cameras that I left early. Laws about that are very strict in my country. These cameras should definitely not be there, and that I couldn't do that anymore. When I explained my reasons, he said I knew that I was working late, so I should have chosen a closer place to live, and it was my fault. He totally ignored the fact that, with my salary, finding a place in center was impossible. I couldn't afford most of them and no one would rent anything if you didn't earn 3x the rent. It was a miracle we found a place at all after 8 months of active search. He then proceeded to tell me that it wasn't dangerous for me to walk home. A girl had been raped and stabbed right on my way home less than a week before. But it was dangerous for him because if I had an accident outside during my working hours I could sue him. This is not true. However, I could declare a work accident if something happens to me on my way home. But that is the case even if I don't leave early. He was totally oblivious of the fact that my poor salary didn't allow me to live wherever I wanted, and that walking 40 min in this, or any really, part of town is dangerous, especially for women, and wouldn't believe me when I insisted I couldn't live closer, even if he knew I had been technically homeless for the 8 months I'd worked for him. Before anyone asks, I was trying to find a better job for months, but couldn't find anything, because working for him had discredited me. He had promised me a full-time that I should have had months ago, but he gave the hours to an apprentice because it costs him less. I'm now the most experienced and less paid employee there, and am planning to sue him for multiple things including unpaid hours and dangerous work environment, and I will definitely win. Also sorry for the bad English. My high school sat smack dab in between the richest and poorest part of the city I grew up in, so there were plenty of opportunities for kids from all backgrounds to demonstrate being completely out of touch with class differences. I remember one year, we had a German exchange student in my math class and we were told to sit in groups and introduce each other. Fairly normal stuff. She was in my group, along with 2 other girls, and she went about explaining where she was from, what she liked to do, etc. One of the other girls, who you could say came from an extremely affluent background, Mercedes G-Wagon, expensive jewelry etc., asked the German if she had ever met her cousin. I thought she was joking, and I think the German did too, but she was dead serious. The girl told us that she had a cousin who lived in Germany and her name was, I don't remember. Obviously this is stupid, because does anyone expect someone to know some rando in the country they come from? But it gets better. The conversation carried in that direction, but it became apparent that rich girl didn't know that Germany was a country in Europe, but was in fact a city in the United States. I don't remember where exactly she thought it was. The German girl then had to explain that Germany was a whole country across the globe and not a city in the United States, so it is literally impossible for her to know her cousin. Looking back on it, I just thought it was rather silly at the time, but now, the level of unawareness is mind-boggling. How do you go through 3 years of high school, let alone 17 years of being alive, not knowing that Germany is a country in Europe and not a city in the United States, even while having relatives there? Amazing. TLDR, my mum went in and out of some sort of psychosis for most of my teen years and believed everything was infected by something. Believes it still to this day, even though she can't really explain it. Maybe kind of a sad story, but my mum has always had depression, anxiety, and BPD. So I've seen her ups and downs before. But in 9th grade she had some sort of breakdown and believed that our house was infected with a parasite and it was also infecting her body. She called it the bugs, a parasite or the fungus/mold. Signs of this bug are things rusting or breaking, plants dying/flowers wilting, bubbles, crinkles, loose elasticity, loose threads. All of which can usually be logically explained, but she absolutely wouldn't take it. She's already a stubborn woman. To this day, if it's brought up she says it happened, it was real and it exists. Which is hard, because I know to her, it was real. It was very real. Hell, it was real for me too, just different perspectives. She would clean every inch of our house and our things to the point of things getting ruined, which she would blame on the bugs, which started the cycle all over again. Even herself, 4x, cleaning with bleach without gloves. Hands would get dry and SORES equals bugs. The things she would do to our house and even worse, to herself, to try and get rid of the bugs could be extreme. Lots of chemicals. I can't stand Clorox now, it makes me sick to my stomach. The worst was when she ordered an ozone machine. An ozone machine basically sucks out all the oxygen in the house. There were times we had to leave, while she would leave it on for days. Sometimes she would even leave it on while we were in the house and she would sit beside and inhale. As you can guess this is bad for your lungs and heart. Anyway, this would last a few months, and then things would settle, and then I'd come home from school and she would say the bugs are back, and would go through hell again. My mum is my best friend and I love her with all my heart, and those were some of the most painful years of my life. To watch someone you love in such distress and just fully believing something that makes them so destructive in a way is just defeating. I've barely scratched the surface, so if you have questions feel free to ask. It's also something I experienced alone, so if you have ever been in a bit of a similar situation, I would love to hear your story if you're willing to share. Me. I had psychosis once. I talked about it in this website once under a different account and someone attacked me for it, so I just deleted the whole account. It happened because my doctor prescribed me gabapentin to treat neuropathy, and it also had a lot to do with traumatic things that I had experienced. I was incredibly paranoid and delusional. A lot of gut-wrenching things came to the surface, and alongside that, I started to believe a lot of things had happened to me that didn't actually happen. For instance, while I had been brutally gang-raped at 17, which 100% did in fact happen, I also started to believe that when I was 10, I was kept in a corral and made to engage in bestiality because Satanism, which didn't happen. See what I'm saying? Aside from that, I was hearing voices. I had a weird thought process like, if I do this weird, random thing, it will save my life. I thought people could read my thoughts, or that my thoughts could have an effect on the world. I thought people were talking to me in my head. I thought I was being investigated by the FBI. I thought I was being spied on. I thought Donald Trump was watching me. I thought I had done horrible things that I had blocked out of my memory, and I was going to be indicted by the UN for crimes against humanity. What? I started imagining my gang rap in various different settings, often believing I was getting rapped by millions of men instead of a few dozen. I thought the people who did it would find me and kill me. Just a few examples. But I remember every paranoid delusion I had. Also, I was having visions of horror. I wasn't even thinking it all up really. It was just playing in my head like someone threaded a tape through it. Mad Maximum scenarios, mass cannibalism, a city full of ghosts chasing me. I thought unspeakable things were happening to my boyfriend at work, and I had to go and check on him every day. Things that even Stephen King couldn't write up. Just horrible, awful, sickening things. And it filled me with complete primal fear. I don't know if you've ever smelled human fear, but it's not a figure of speech. It's a real thing. My clothes constantly reeked of it at the peak of it all. I think maybe it has to deal with all the adrenaline and cortisol pumping through your body. But because of the physical stress of it, my heart doesn't really act right anymore. Anyway, through lots and lots of therapy, cerebral and familial support, I have made a full recovery. I don't even smoke weed anymore, because I'm afraid that it will trigger psychosis all over again. I'm able to have normal human relationships, hold a decent job, and I have no trouble separating fact from fiction anymore. However, me, my boyfriend and my family were all traumatized by it. Edit because typos. My ex-boyfriend. I got a phone call at work from his best friend saying I needed to go check on him because he showed up at work and he wasn't scheduled. I get home, and it was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon, all the lights were on, he was playing video games, music on, eating a piece of ciabatta bread, eyes super wide. He looked different. He seemed happy but spassy. I walked in, and he looked at me and said, "Why are you here? Because I'm going to kill myself?" I said nope. I'm on my lunch break. Which was a lie, but I didn't want to upset him or anything. At that point I went outside to call him family. I saw his Jeep in the driveway with the hood up, which was strange, because he was in the house. I called his dad, and told him that something was wrong, and explained the situation. His parents told me to take him to the hospital, if he would go, and they would meet me there. So I went back into the house, and noticed a belt from his Jeep he had removed. I didn't get it. So I sat down on the couch, and asked if he would sit down next to me. I said, "I think we need to go to the doctors. Will you let me take you to the doctors?" He immediately started to cry, and hugged me as hard as he could, I think. We left and went to the hospital. On the way there he was crying, then laughing, then crying and talking about how beautiful everything was. It was weird. I was sad for him. When we got there we checked in, and he didn't understand why he was even there. It was like he forgot, or literally didn't know why. We got placed in a room and finally his parents showed up, and it made me feel a little more at ease. His mom kept asking him, "Do you know why you are here?" He would respond with, "Because I worked too many hours this weekend." He didn't know. It was crazy. I had found out from his parents that he was sending videos to his friend in California talking about killing himself. Then I remembered the belt he removed from his car. Was he going to kill himself? Did I get there at the right moment? All these thoughts. He was in good hands now. I didn't have to worry, but obviously I still did. I literally had no idea what the fuck was happening. We had been living together for 2 years at that point. Nothing like this had ever happened. He ended up being diagnosed schizophrenic. His parents moved him out of my place and back in with them. I saw him one more time after leaving him at the hospital. But that was it. It's been 8 months since I've seen him or even heard from him. I heard he's doing better now. Back when I was 13 or 14 years old, I was at home from school and my dad was taking care of me since my mom was at work. All of a sudden I hear this banging sound coming from the other end of the house. It wasn't like pan banging, it was more like someone hitting the wall with a heavy object. So I follow where the sound is coming from and my dad is in the laundry room taking a hammer to the alarm system that my grandfather installed a long time ago. It didn't work anymore, so I assumed maybe he was trying to take it off the wall since there was no point in it being there anymore. So I asked my dad what he was doing and he said, "I'm just fixing it." I pressed the issue and asked him why, because his answer didn't feel very truthful. Eventually he wouldn't say anymore and told me to go back to my room. My mom got home from work and had found the alarm broken and in pieces on the laundry room floor. Of course mom was pissed and confronted dad about the situation. Eventually, he came out and said that there were bugs in it, the type of bugs that people use to listen in on conversations, and my grandparents were using it to listen to them when they are at home. About a month or so after that, my dad was admitted into a psych hospital for 2 weeks and was diagnosed with schizophrenia and other disorders. There were other instances, but I wasn't really there for them. My dad is all good now, and he is one of the kindest people you will ever meet, but occasionally he will say things that make me question if he is still in touch with reality. I met a girl who was convinced that everything about anime was real, and that Japan was really the happy holy land of ramen, sushi, and anime. I don't know what happened to her, because I dropped out of that class. I do remember the teacher being extremely exhausted about it. The second one was a guy I met who expected everything to go his way. After college I'm going to get that ass-kicking job, get a big house, 3 cars, and a hot wife. He was majoring in business. He was always saying those quotes from high school about how much more a college graduate makes compared to a high school graduate. Said his student loans didn't matter and how things always fall into place. He isn't doing that great. These aren't severe as the op wanted, but I wanted to start with something soft before I got to the main course. This guy I went to community college with. He was an alright guy at first, but quickly things were off about him. He talked about how much he wanted to crush kittens, how cool it would be if someone shot up the school, and talked about how much of a badass he was all the time. He claimed he was already working his dream job, cashier at Walmart, and how he was going to eventually make millions off of his anime and artwork in Japan. Yes, I was part of an anime club. He got mad at me for dating a girl. Specifically dating this Korean girl he had his eye on since day one. The moment she walked in, he started to hit on her, crush on her, and basically always be around her. Her and I started dating after a few events, leading to going to a bowling alley, getting in a competition, and then agreeing to hang out on a weekend together. Kid was livid, to the point he sent me a Facebook message telling me how much I don't deserve her because I'm becoming a teacher and they make no money and are always poor. I'm ugly and overweight, despite losing around 60 pounds. Since we all have met, she is delicate and needs someone strong and tough to protect her. She read the messages before I did and was thoroughly freaked out. It went from his mall ninja / neckbed mindset to straight up stalking. He would follow us to our car and then say things like, he isn't a good guy and he's abusing her, spread rumors, etc. This was near my final years of community college. He said everything I did was just a ploy to get her attention. When we went to universities we kinda drifted apart, and the girl and I haven't talked much since then. The breakup was mutual, and we had fun, but we both wanted different things in life. He cheered, he celebrated, He went on huge Facebook ramblings that it was not his chance to get the girl. He was the hero of his own story. She moved from NJ to Washington for university and a job opportunity. He followed, but he didn't know where in Washington she moved to. He said it didn't matter because they were both going to move to Japan anyway. I deleted my Facebook after that because I wanted to focus on myself and reality. I only made one again recently and have refriended the ex. She is married to some guy she met in Washington and is still creepy. No longer creeps on her, but is convinced that his dream wife is coming any day now, and he believes firmly that she will be head over heels for him. He lives in California now and is practically homeless. Constantly begs for money from people, but has stated his streaming channel is going good. When I asked what was the name of it, all I got was, "Fuck off." Also, he lost his front teeth. Funny you should ask, this happened just yesterday. I work as a cashier in a large sporting goods store. You know, deer for hunting, fishing, camping, hiking, climbing, canoes, kayaks and really high-end sport clothing and cold weather wear. Though the chain is still relatively small and local, stores in Quebec and Ontario only, we've also got a website for online shopping. So, yesterday this woman walks in, marches straight to the customer service desk in the back, and says to the CS rep at the desk, "I want specific brand and style hat. The website says you have them in stock." Our rep says, "You can find our hats over in the clothing department." She replies, "No, I don't need to look around. I need this hat." And she stood there, staring at the rep, like she was stupid. The CS rep says, "I will call someone from clothing to show you where that hat can be found." The woman heaved a huge sigh, rolled her eyes, and said, in exaggerated slowness, "You just don't get it. You see, the sun is shining. So, I obviously need a hat. I want this one." So the rep called clothing and gave them the SKU hash, and they brought the hat to the desk. She said it was the quickest way to get rid of her. Back in the late 90s I worked at the Space Center in Florida and was involved in maintaining the facilities for launching the unmanned rockets. It sounds nice, but it was a shitty place to work. In any case, there was this guy there that was retired Air Force, where he spent a good chunk of his career at the Space Center. Then when he retired he got a job with one of the contractors. All told he worked over 20 years at the Space Center. Now launching rockets is a pretty involved and complicated ordeal. All sorts of protocols, CAD and such. This guy was familiar with all of that. In any case, I leave and get a job somewhere else. 8 years after I left the Space Center, this guy gets a job where I'm working. In any case, one day a bunch of us were sitting around talking about launching rockets and the guy says he has photographic proof that they once launched 2 Delta IV rockets at the same time. I was like, what in the ever fuck? He said there was a secret launch pad under the beach near where the regular Delta IV launched. I called bullshit, and he said he had photographic proof. I was like, if you are going to make outrageous claims you need outrageous proof, bring those photos in. The next day he brought in a thumb drive and we gathered around the computer to see the 2 rockets. As soon as he brought up the photo you could immediately see that the exhaust of the rocket which was launched at night was reflecting inside the lenses of his camera. The way the reflections happened, it caused 2 images of a rocket. But it was obvious it was a reflection in the camera. As soon as I saw the photo I had so much pity for the guy, wondering how he had gotten this far in life. The irony of it was the last position he had at the Space Center was keeping track of all the processing the rockets go through before launch, which is a lot of processing all sorts of system checks. The other irony is that he was a real camera buff and had been doing photography as a hobby for years and had really good prosumer equipment. To this day I don't understand how he could have thought they could bring a rocket in secretly. When they move a rocket from delivery to the processing facility to the pad, there is a convoy of security and all sorts of people to make sure it does not get damaged. Not to mention all of the support equipment you have to have at the pad, such as fuel and oxidizer tanks. I had a friend in college who always complained about being broke. This in of itself isn't too strange considering all college students complain about being broke. The difference is this guy borrowed money almost every time we went out to eat, get ice cream, etc. because he was too broke to afford it. Sometimes he even borrowed money for groceries or asked for free transportation passes. This wouldn't be so bad, but he almost never paid people back because he was too broke still. However, if you split the bill with him and he paid, he always remembered and asked for his money back. If there was any event with free food, he would come and eat as much of it as possible. He often invited himself to other people's places and asked for their food, meal points, or dining hall swipes. Eventually his behavior got on all of our nerves, but we figured he was actually struggling financially because he had an unpaid internship. He always talked about how he wanted to save money, to take a semester off, and backpack through Europe and the Middle East. No one really took this seriously, because if he never had money for bubble tea, how the hell was he going to buy a plane ticket? Then one day he called me and told me he was in London, on his way to Egypt. I was stuttering and in shock and finally managed to ask how he got the money for a plane ticket from the US to Europe. He simply said he'd been saving up. When I asked him why he always said he was broke when he had all this cash saved up, he admitted he didn't consider the money he was saving for his trip spendable income, so that's why. Once the news of his trip leaked to all our friends, people were, needless to say, angry that he'd been basically lying about his financial situation and borrowing money without returning it, which most of us call stealing. Anyways, he and I don't talk anymore due to other reasons, but the last I knew he was genuinely baffled as to why our friends were upset with him and how anything he did was wrong. TLDR, friend always claimed to be broke, borrowed money all the time, which he didn't always pay back, was actually saving money for an extravagant vacation and had money, didn't understand why his friends were mad. I have two, and I hope they fit this topic. Looking back on it now, I find them both funny more than anything. There was a time when I was 22 or 23. I come from a military family and my mom was enlisted, got school done, well married with 2 kids, and got commissioned 11 years in. She was stationed in DC. I had moved out and wasn't doing anything with my life, so I decided to move back with her to go to school. While there, I was going into a building and held the door for my mom and some other random woman that was walking behind us. I held the door open, she just stared at me and gave me a look. I thought, okay, and just let the door go and kept walking to catch up to my mom. Person came in screaming at me and how I thought she was too weak and pathetic to open the door on her own, and how I should respect women more, and how it was wrong of me to hold the door open for this officer, and how my mom should have raised me better. Turns out this person worked for my mom and wanted some brownie points from her captain. She got ripped a new one by my mom and was ordered into a psych eval for a sexist outburst. I was working for a large, street, national pharmacy chain. I had just graduated college and started working for this place because they said when I graduate I would get promoted into store manager in training position. After 3 years of being a supervisor, that never happened. My district manager eventually came into the store to talk to me about this because, yeah I know, after 3 years and my life needs to start at some point and I just can't wait around to be lead around. She said I should be grateful to be in the position I'm in and that I should be happy to learn and experience a well-run store before I would ever be promoted, and it would be another year or so before I would be put into a different position. I quit after the store manager and the DM both couldn't understand why I would want the position and more money. They both thought that, being a white man, that I had enough money and other people would likely get the position over me because they are less fortunate. I was homeless at the time, too proud to ask my mom, again, for help. Worked retail at a large cell phone store. Cell phone store sold seriously overpriced phone accessories. Tempered glass 45.00, case 50.00, charger 35.00. Manager of store would scold all salespeople if they sold less than 100.00 of accessories with each phone. Like sit down discussion why that didn't happen. Personally never felt comfortable ripping people off in such a manner. Also figured out that these sales would completely benefit only the company. Really it was around 0.40 commission for these accessory sales. Corporate would hound management on this target and management would micromanage sales employees. One day store manager comes to me and shows me new phone with the case and screen protector. Informs me he went across the street to purchase at Five Below. Tells me he got both for $8 total or so. At that moment I explained to him why customers don't want to purchase these items in store. They can go across street purchase the same items at a fraction of the cost. Or online for that matter. He was shocked realizing what he said and went out to smoke his cigarettes. Next day acted like the conversation never took place and went on asking why our accessories revenue was so low. I used to have a classmate in college that was legit crazy and I think no one else outside of my inner circle knows. Buckle up everyone. Just to give you a quick background, I met her in college. We studied in one of the top universities of the country where the rich, smart, famous, and powerful usually study at. Like we wouldn't care if you were the son of a hotshot celeb or the daughter of a politician. We legit did not care as almost everyone had deep pockets. As you can imagine, the place is crawling with security both inside and outside the campus. We were the type of school that had those baggage scanning things at airports in our entrances. Situation 1. We were freshmen then, and we had a little drinking thing between our class at a small bar near our school. It was like a small getting to know each other thing as we barely knew each other. You can imagine the peacocking as were 16 to 18-year-old kids who were trying to impress each other. I'm the type that likes to go around different groups just so I get the chance to talk with as many people as possible. So I ended up talking to her and got the following. 1. Faked being drunk after one drink and was wobbling around and forcing herself to talk gibberish. 2. Told me that the school assigned a fake name for her to mask her identity as apparently she belonged to one of the rich families in my country, unlikely as people of high status was a norm in the school. 3. She had privately paid for undercover bodyguards specifically assigned to her on campus. Again, unlikely as the school had its own security. 4. She had a boyfriend that died in a car crash 2 years before while driving in the rain. He liked drifting apparently. She ran to the scene and she got there just in time where he died in her arms. Situation 2. Because of what happened above, I was like this girl crazy, so I tried cyber stalking her. Well, I was still able to find her blog, skills am I right? TBH, it seemed more like a fanfic than a blog, but I knew it was her because of the little details. This was what I found. 1. Her boyfriend at that time, guy who died in her arms, asked her to be his girlfriend by lining up multiple cars that had their plate numbers changed to "Will you be mine?" She said yes to. She was so rich that she burned money with her friends to pass the time. 3. Apparently had an arranged marriage set up for her to marry another rich person's son, but is defying her parents by dating her then boyfriend. There's a lot more on there, but yeah. Situation 3. Didn't hear anything about said girl after graduating as we weren't in the same circle, but I heard that she ended up dating one of my best friend's friend from a different social circle. A year goes by and suddenly my best friend tells me about how crazy girl and her friend broke up, and boy, was it wild. Apparently he broke up with her because her crazy was just too much. Here we go. 1. Made a fake warrant of arrest, possession of illegal drugs, and paid a policeman to pose for a picture holding said warrant of arrest. 2. Sent photo to guy who broke up with her and tried to make her look like she's helping him by telling him, "I know people that can help you as long as you come back to me." 3. Guy is like, what the fuck, and ignores her. Guy has money as well and comes from a family of lawyers, so I isn't scared. 4. Crazy girl gets mad that she's being ignored, so tries the same thing with his friends. Shows his friends the warrant of arrest and asks friends to help her get the guy to be her boyfriend again so she can help him, my best friend included. 5. Crazy girl gets ignored by everyone as his circle knows that this girl is a psycho. 6. Crazy girl gets so mad that she makes more fake warrants of arrests and even subpoenas with his friend's name on them as they were allegedly suspected of being seen under the influence of drugs in public. My best friend's warrant had something along the lines of, was seen an underscore on the day of, with red inflamed eyes, and speaking incoherently as seen by, and was kind of trying to blackmail them to get the guy to get back with her. 7. People still ignore her. So she starts going to her ex-boyfriend.'s place of employment, his dad's firm, to look for him, pretty much harassing them almost every day. There's so much more that happened, but yeah. I think you get the gist. I still have this person on social media and it's just crazy thinking about it. My circle of friends think that she probably has some undiagnosed mental problem. I used to work for a company that deals with mentally ill people. I, specifically, worked at one, and usually more than one through a week, but obviously just one at a time, of the group homes. Now the group homes were set up to be co-ed, with 10 clients. The men had a hallway and the women had the other hallway. The clients' ages, at the time, ranged from the youngest being 18 to the oldest being 82. During the day, the only staff on site at this seemingly normal looking house was a residential technician, me, and from 9 AM to 5 PM Monday, Friday the house manager was there too. Other than that, you are there, by yourself, dealing with 10 mentally ill people. And the shifts were set up for you to get your 40 hours all at once. So you were there for 2 nights and 3 days, and not getting paid to sleep, unless someone woke you up. At the time, their illnesses ranged from depression, severe depression, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, schizoaffective disorder, borderline personality, etc. So I'm used to being a caregiver, that's what I've done, and been around my entire life. Caregiving is something that comes naturally to me, but I had never worked with mentally ill people, and I was not prepared for what I went through while working there. Anyways, onto the story. My first shift there I meet a woman, we'll call her B, who looks to be like she's in her mid to late 40s and looks like she's seen some sheet man. She is immediately very friendly and telling me about herself and how she is only staying here temporarily because she got kicked out of her apartment because of her best friend Faith. This is important, so remember Faith. And then she goes on to tell me to ignore her current hairdo because again her BFF Faith had told her to get a straightener put in her hair and it messed it up. She's going on and then tells me about how she's pregnant and she's having multiples. And just for context, we are talking in the office/staff bedroom, and I'm on one side of the desk. B is on the other, and the staff training me is sitting on the edge of our bed. When B mentions her pregnancy, I see staff kind of shift her facial expression, and at the time I didn't know why. Well, here's where the story goes awry. B is telling me about how one of the baby's father is Tim, and then Jesus, who is actually a man named Paul, put 2 more babies in her uterus. One was sent by the radio in her room and the other was implanted by a needle that was laced with LSD by Barack Obama, and now a black man stays on her, waiting for her to give birth, so that he can take the baby away. So I'm just taking this all in and trying to keep my composure because B wholeheartedly 1,000,000% believes she's pregnant. She watches what she eats and drinks and tries to do good things for her babies. She says she is 49 weeks pregnant and that they are just taking their time in her belly because they are scared to come out due to that black man waiting on that one baby. She has been to multiple doctors who have shown her many negative pregnancy tests, but she doesn't believe them. Now back to Faith the BFF. She means Faith Hill, the famous country singer, and the Tim, that is one of the baby daddies, is Tim McGraw. And nowhere in the house can anyone watch the country music channel CMT because it makes her irate for some reason. Also, Taylor Swift burned her heart and now she can't feel any emotions for anything or anyone. Sorry if this is written wrong, I'm on mobile, but I felt like it was a great story for the question asked. I have a ton of other stories about all of the houses I've worked at. And let me tell you, I miss working there so fucking much. That was the best job ever. But for the amount of work you have to do, and the very little pay you get, it just wasn't worth it. Let me know if there's a place I can post more of these stories, if anyone is interested lol. Okay, so my high school crush is really religious, so she can't go anywhere alone or without supervision, but school. Her brother drives her everywhere to keep an eye on her. It's so bad she doesn't know local bus routes. After graduating and it being 2 years after graduation, I'd thought she'd be her own person by now. Boy was I mistaken. I tried talking to her on the romantic level and sure enough I missed a bullet that I thought I wanted to hit me. She's 20 and still has no privileges, doesn't have a job or friends in her neighborhood because she's like a princess in a tower begging for freedom, but she done bought her parents religious bullshit, so she's completely under their manipulation. I tried sending cute jokes her way that went way over her head. I say you have grade school humor, she argues nothing wrong with that. You just don't comprehend, she doesn't understand that I do get the jokes, they are just so played out and out of touch, it's distasteful. My point is, if you're still reading is, her parents and their ideology on religion is warped and ruining their daughter's chances at life. Like bro, she doesn't have that social experience to know when you're getting played or if you are in a dangerous situation. She can't take those cues and it's sad. Crazy world, I'd still eat cinnamon toast crunch off her bed though. I had a manager who was only 22 and came into the company regarded as a war hero. He told everyone he was much older. There was no actual way he was, and his birth date pops up in the system with all of ours and put him right at 22. He told all of us about his 6 tours overseas, watching his best friend die overseas, and being in the special ops, of course. I immediately raised both my eyebrows and began to discuss with my coworkers about how ridiculous this was for him to be saying, but everyone just shooed me because how dare I question that. I even talked with his boss at one point, who was a pretty intelligent guy, and asked why on earth would you hire someone who blatantly lies like that about military service, and was met with why would I question it. I know he was in the military who would lie about their service, so I don't know the same person who is telling you he is 6 years older than he is, but it was all chalked up to PTSD from his war times. He also stated he was on 80% disability from PTSD. He said he owned a mansion in the nicest area of town and a house in California, and y'all, these people ate it up despite everything he was saying being available in Photoshop false. One day I asked him his MO's number, to which he told me very confidently the number was admin. When I asked him about that, he just said it's cause I was special ops, they gotta cover it up. He truly believed everything he would say. Sometimes he would tear up at his own bullshit. He took a 2-week vacay from work on FMLA because his mother died. She didn't. He had pics with her on Facebook. I could truly go on and on about the non-stop lies he told and things he believed about who he was for the year he was there. He was eventually let go for sexually harassing and or sleeping with half of his employees, as well as stealing from the company, and come to find out he was dishonorably discharged from the military after a few short years for larceny. My best friend from 5 years old to about 17. We're both 27 now and are no longer in contact. His parents were super nice, supportive people that own a successful forestry company that they had hoped he would take over. He had never worked a day in his life and felt so hard done by every time he was asked to do anything. After high school, his dad had him work with him for the summer, and he would message me every day telling me how unfair it was that he had to work 10 days in a row. His job was basically hiking and taking tree measurements. He got paid very well, about $500 per day, which was basically unheard of right out of high school, but still felt he was being done dirty and would complain loudly that it was unfair and his parents were abusing him by forcing him to work. He eventually refused to go back to work or move out of his parents' house and got hooked on drugs, all while firmly believing that having to work was unfair and he should be allowed to hang out at home and smoke weed all day. His parents put up with him until about 5 years ago, when they made him move out while still paying his insurance and gas money. It's hard to really get across how out of touch and lazy he is. His younger brother now successfully and happily helps his dad run the company and is doing very well for himself. Last I heard, he was intentionally letting his car run out of gas on the highway and get impounded as a way of guilting his parents into giving him money, and has still never had another job. My fundamentalist zealot aunt, think Westboro, except that she supports the military to a jingoistic degree, worked in an office position for a company we'll call Medrol Express. She had been there about 25 years when a new employee started working in the office. The new employee was Muslim and wore a hijab. Of course, my aunt could not keep her mouth shut. She began daily telling the woman she felt badly for her because she was going to hell and that she would pray for her. My aunt rightfully ended up getting called before hours 3 times. The first, she was given a warning, to which she responded by shrieking that her rights as a Christian were being taken away. She was happy to recount the story for us later. She thought she was some sort of heroic figure. She never said what HR's response was, but I and any reasonable person can presume. She ignored the warning and kept telling her coworker that she would pray for her, that she accepts the one and only Christian Jesus. Yeah, I don't think I need to tell you that she knew jack shit about Islam. The second time she was called before hours, she was given 3 days off without pay. As she explained it, "Ours are so sweet. They knew they needed to protect me from that heathen's persecution, so they are going to fire her while I'm on vacation for 3 days." Of course, it was obvious that this was not the case, and it was a week's worth of puzzled beaching from my aunt after she returned to work to find coworker had not been fired. "Do you think she's blackmailing them?" was one memorable group text my aunt sent. No, I do not. After a few weeks, she started harassing coworker again, saying she felt the Lord move in her heart that it was right. The third time she was called to hours, she was told she was being demoted and would be working from home from now on, only coming into the office on rare occasions. She was also told that she would not have a parachute. This company offers groups of employees who have been there a certain length of time retirement parachutes/buyouts each year. Of course, in her mind, this was some sort of reward. I happened to be visiting with her, forced by other family, when she was telling us all about how Mediral Express values me so much, and they don't want me to have to be bothered by that heathen's presence anymore, so they're allowing me to work from home. However, when I was in the kitchen helping to clean up after dinner, I knocked some paperwork off of a counter. As I began to clean it up, I came across the letter from Mednex and decided to snoop, since I suspected all was not as she claimed, having had a front row seat through her stories and group texts for the first part of the tale. The letter confirmed that the decision for her to work at home was punitive and that she would never be eligible for a retirement buyout. Q last year, when Aunt hit the window for buyouts, she started telling everyone she was going to get a parachute and retire. In about March, she mentioned that one of her supervisors had heard about her saying so and had told her that she wouldn't be offered a buyout, and she said, "I'm not worried. How would he know? He doesn't get to decide, and he's not psychic." Then she brayed like a donkey because she thinks she's hilarious. The parachute offers come out, and quell surprise, she is not offered one. When she made a stink to corporate, she was reminded that she lost the privilege. She retired anyway, effective immediately. She now begs relatives for money for her bills because she did not have a large enough retirement account to do so. But of course, that's not her fault, it's Obama and the heathens. I don't know if she has kept up that refrain since last year, as I went no contact with my insane fundamentalist family last summer. I didn't think I had met anyone like this until I read one about someone thinking they had worked hard to be where they were. My very close childhood friend went to our local vocational high school and I went to our local public high school, and while he was there he introduced me to his friend. Jay is a compulsive liar, a racist, a homophobe, a sexist, and an all-around jerk. This kid really has nothing going for him. It turns out he learned everything from his father, who is equally as stuck up as he is. The last time I talked to him, last year, he, 18 at the time, tried to flirt with me by kicking me, resting his dirty work boots on my legs, as if I were a stool, and claiming that A, he had paid for his truck with no help from anyone, B, he worked 3 jobs and had to work his ass off for everything he had, while his siblings did nothing, C, that his mother had continuously stolen thousands of dollars from his bank account and chastised him all the while forcing him to pay rent and kicking him out when he spoke up about it, and on top of that last thing he claimed to be sleeping on some girl's couch who was constantly trying to hook up with him, but he just wanted a deep emotional connection with someone. After consulting Jay's friends and family, it turned out that his father paid for his entire truck. He was unemployed, begging to hook up with that random girl, and thought that he could get my attention if he told me that she was all over him and also still living with his parents, rent-free, as my friend had dropped him off at his house after hanging out every night that week. The idea that this kid thought that a big, continuous, unbelievable lie would get any girl's attention is beyond me. My father. According to my mom, when I was a kid he was a reasonable Republican. Circa 1990 to 2000. I haven't talked till him since November after he made some really racist comments followed by conspiracy fueled insults. Last week he sent me a text talking about putting politics aside and surviving this, and he said he wasn't long for this world. I was worried that something was wrong and called him, and he asked if I was ready to come live at his house. Confused, I asked what he meant. Apparently the food is going to run out in 2 weeks. He and a few of his farmer friends just bought 20 cows and have plans for surviving together once the economy collapses within the next month. My dad is still working though, and he's also convinced he's going to catch COVID-19 and die. He's been sleeping in the garage away from my stepmom, wearing a mask at work. He understands the risk they exists, obviously. But why does he think that everything is ending? Because we won't upend the economy. I asked about people dying, and he said that that's just what people should do for their country. It's the epitome of leopards ate my face, because he blindly aligns with alt-right viewpoints and thinks that Barack Obama is a Muslim operative. I don't know what happened with him. He wasn't like this when I was a kid. After around 2014 all he would watch was Fox and Breitbart, sometimes an Alex Jones video but nothing crazy. I can't wrap my head around just blatantly denying so much of reality just because it's complicated. Because that's all it is, the world. Being social, understanding people and society and economies. It's all really complicated. Some people accept that, and some people deny it, but everyone does it in different ways. My mother, all the time for context, approximate 8 years ago, it's common where I live for a particular city to flood during heavy rain as it's below sea level. It happens constantly. She decided to go to church right after a tropical storm/hurricane, drove through standing water, and flooded/ruined her car, and blamed it on the church for not closing down and making a public announcement. Fast forward to 2020, and she has divorced her words, all 3 of her children, for us telling our dad that after his quadruple bypass heart surgery in December he's not ready to be her slave again. He had a heart attack and surgery in another state close by. My middle sister took care of him for a month and needs to recover first. And I don't know who's further away from reality, my dad or mom. Also about 8 years ago she refused to take him to the emergency room for kidney stones, claiming it was his fault and he should have known better. His excuse for going back to her before he finished recovery was she's taking it serious this time, even though when he was borderline bedridden from recovery she said to him, you need to start thinking about what you can do for me, because she didn't have him around to cook and clean and let the dogs out. Us 3 children are talking about this sheet together for the first time in our adult lives because we can't make sense of their delusions and need to reaffirm that we are the ones living in reality. Edit. Because my sisters and I are talking with each other instead of getting separate/different stories, and call our mom out on her bullshit/sheety behavior is why she divorced us. Not because she's sheety, but because all of a sudden for no reason at all, of her children are just sheethead pieces of sheet trying to stir up trouble. Had a roommate in college who had a lot of severe trauma from his childhood. He was incredibly intelligent and a good-looking dude. However, he would consistently use his trauma as a way to win people over. He would often do a bunch of coke and drink a lot, and now that he's finally been accused of sexual assault for like the 8th time, he has lost every friend he had from that time, including me. He claims that he doesn't remember it didn't happen, or that the people who made those claims against him are insane. He tried to kill himself multiple times when I lived with him. The dude did not understand consent because he was, obviously, not consenting to the things that happened to him that made him the way he was. In fact, someone ended up in jail for life because of what happened to him. I don't want to give too many details, because you could basically Google search the details of this and find out who he is pretty easily. He pulled a Mr. Steelio girl on his roommate the year after we lived together. She was not really attractive or confident, and he basically just kind of manipulated her to having sex with him, and then she broke things off with his roommate and they started dating. He then proceeded to break a bunch of his own stuff and claim it was the roommate who did it as revenge. Everyone saw through what he was doing and kicked him out of the house. One of my friends who is disabled was still good friends with him after all of this, and he basically used her to bounce around between her friends' houses for the last few months. This is where he racked up even more sexual assault claims. The dude is way too smart to be doing this kind of thing, which makes it even scarier. My coworker's parents put $200k in high yield savings for each of their kids every time they were expecting. The kids all got this money when they entered careers, graduated college/reached certain military rank. Coworker received an $80k vehicle as a graduation present. The parents also paid for coworker's bachelor's degree and both of his master's degrees. They also pay for all their children's and children's spouses' car insurance and cell phone bills. As a wedding gift, coworker's parents built him a house. At work 3 of us have this lateral position making about $70k in the Midwest. Coworker is 30, I'm 25 and our normal coworker is 31. Coworker constantly hints and nags for us to buy them an iced coffee or lunch. That is, I'll go run and pick it up if you pay for mine and so on. About 3 times a day every day. Complains non-stop about anxiety over spending money on what I consider to be luxuries as if they are bills. The newest iPhone, a newer MacBook, plane tickets for vacations, new seasonal wardrobes every season. Anyway, my main gripe is that coworker is always belittling us about not having any master's degrees, not being home winners at our age, only have a few months expenses in our emergency funds, never taking lavish vacations etc. They love to rub their success in our faces and say if only we were smarter with our money we could have what they have ONDIG street warnt to poo ncht hirs muji little mouth. My opinion is, if you have this advanced education from these schools I couldn't dream of attending, when I've got a BS from Discount U that still cost me $750 MO in student loans. Why are our careers in the exact same place? My female parent is an abusive person. In addition to the mental and emotional abuse inflicted on the entire family, she beat on me and my dad physically. When my brother was 19, he decided to move in with his girlfriend. The female parent didn't like his girlfriend so started beating on him in the street. First time she got physical at him. My brother put his hand in the middle of her chest and pushed her away while she was clawing at his neck, and then he sprinted down the street to get away from her. Even with me and my sister and several neighbors as witnesses saying he did not hit her, he pushed her away so he could get away. She swore that he punched her repeatedly. He broke into the house in the middle of the night to get his stuff because she wouldn't let him in because she was afraid he was going to hit her again. Even though my brother and sister are witness to all of the physical abuse directed at me, to this day she still swears she never hit me. She never threw me across the room by my hair. She never literally ripped all of my clothes off. She never threw tools and scissors at my head. She never tried to throw acetone in my dad's face. She never threw a frying pan of hot bacon grease at my dad. According to her, none of these things are true. All 4 of the other people who lived in that house made all it up. I haven't spoken to her in 5.5 years. According to my uncle, who is her brother, she doesn't understand why I cut her out of my life. Which means she still doesn't acknowledge how she treated us. Fuck her. I wouldn't say out of touch, but being raised in a different household with different ways of life. I'm in a Discord group with a few classmates from my animation course and we just talk and share memes. One day I'm working in Skid Row in downtown Los Angeles and recorded a video of a guy swinging a piece of 2x4 in the middle of the street before going to a side street and smashing some cars. When they saw it, they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They were asking where are the cops and is he on drugs, and I was basically telling them cops won't do jack shit in Skid Row, and they were more shocked that they haven't seen that part of LA as many of them would go to more nicer areas like Little Tokyo, Grand Central Market or the Santia Lies. I told that I have videos back in 2013 of crazy stuff and realized they never been witness to the madness and despair. I only know of this is because ever since the 4th grade I've been working with my father and I learned it's a bad area and saw a lot of messed up stuff and learned what not to do and time schedules of people's habits in Skid Row, like before lunch at around 12 o'clock people line up at 10:30 and if anyone cuts in line they will be beaten to a pulp like stealing from some people's tents. Everyone in the Discord group was just shocked and asked if it traumatized me, and I said no, I just know what goes on. I just had a different childhood because I was out seeing the world while everyone else was playing, and at home, and especially in downtown because they never thought a place would exist like Skid Row. And some are asking me if I would take them to show how is it when the quarantine ends beer. They never known about it. I'm planning to take them up on that offer because my father would get jobs in the heart of downtown and I memorized all of the streets, and planning to show them where not to go and go into the worst parts so they can witness it firsthand. I was diagnosed with anorexia when I was 16. My mental and physical health and my weight had been slowly declining over the past couple of years, and by the time I was hospitalized I was at a BMI of 12.9, so suffice to say, I was obviously extremely ill. I was so underweight for so long, I technically should have died. The whole time, I was living with both of my parents. My mother was worried sick about me and tricked me into going to the hospital to have me admitted. There were also acquaintances and people I hardly knew who would ask me if I was okay and express concern. My father, however, never said a single word to me about it, never once acknowledged that I was not okay. To this day, when I have confronted him about it, that's called emotional neglect. He claims he didn't notice his head was stuck so far up his own ass. He looked at his skeleton of a child every single day and didn't blink an eye 1 month before I was diagnosed. At Christmas, he even gave me workout gear. He was also there in the hospital with me when I was diagnosed. After we were in the hospital for a little while, he asked if I was going to be back in school on time to write a test I had that day. He didn't talk to me about the diagnosis. I have never in my life experienced someone in such a level of denial. It's a good thing I was living with both of my parents. I'd be dead before I reached 17 if it weren't for my mom. Sorry, I'm gonna talk about myself. I'm 55 and just discovered what it might be like to actually bond with someone. Like, I spent my whole life not being able to look in anyone's eyes, and when I did try I never saw nothing in there. I think I get it now, but the dude who helped me work that out, it was coincidental with other stuff like a lot of book reading I was doing about attachment styles, psychology and stuff, and how he preferred a younger chick. So there you are. The detachment from reality thing is that, hey, there is this whole world of connection that actually is the purpose of why we are born, the reason we exist, and the best thing there is you can aspire to, but I had no conception about it. I wonder how many people are in the same boat. I have loads of friends, I'm nice enough, but never had intimacy or bonding with anyone. Guys tried back in the day. I never got it. I have hope now though, cause I can understand what it means, and maybe I can do it. If I do meet someone. I don't know what the fuck happened to me cause I have not much memories really, but when I was growing up I had nobody to talk to or to help me with anything, and I've never had that. Guess I must have shut down as a kid, but it's funny it's taken 50 years. It's a bit long, hey, like would have been good to find this out at like 30. I don't know if it's better late than never. I guess it must be. Sadly, this is about my friend's current girlfriend. He was sleeping on a couch most of his life with his parents up until college, and she comes from at least upper middle class. The problem is her constant need for expensive things and bazar expectations. She will expect gifts for any and every occasion, and not flowers either. She will buy something for him and expect something equally, if not more extravagant in return. The most expensive thing she asked of him was at least a couple $100, for which he had to sell some of the little stock he owns. When they moved in together she insisted he couldn't get a job because she was scared to be alone in the apartment her parents rent for her. When he could finally get a job she lost hers shortly afterwards, and she demanded an allowance from him for her food, which was $100 a week. I pay less than $100 for 3 people, I don't know what she's eating. He's not allowed to talk on the phone for long periods of time because it's disrespectful. He doesn't have people over because he feels like he owes her for letting him stay rent-free again in her parents' apartment, and when we call he often tries to talk to me in Spanish so that it sounds like he's practicing his Spanish when he's really just venting about her. All attempts at talking sense into him have failed. Former best friend could not take it when someone challenged something that she did and called her out for her shitty behavior, and would just make up a lie to make the other person look bad and herself look good. For example, I worked on a play in high school and was really proud and nervous, and she said to my face that she didn't want to sit around for 2 hours. I took it as a joke, and when the play finally came I knew she wouldn't be able to make the first show, so I offered to give her tickets every night. On the last night everyone celebrated and had fun and my friend was nowhere in sight. So I left in a hurry and texted her, and the conversation went like this. Me, hey, what were you up to tonight? Ex-BFF, oh, I just hanged out at home all night. Me, oh, you didn't worm or go out with anyone? Ex-BFF, no, why? Me, so you felt like not sitting around for 2 hours? Ex-BFF, what do you mean? Me, you said to my face that you didn't feel like sitting through a 2-hour play that you know that I worked on every night for 2 hours after school, and you can't even be bothered to lie and say you can't make it. Like, what the feck, do you not realize how much that hurts? Me, I don't want to stop being friends over this, but I need time to cool off. She tried once the next day to reach out like nothing was different, but I quickly said I needed time. After that she ignored my existence for a few days and gave me dirty looks whenever I tried to mend things, and eventually decided I could be blessed by her presence after I finally caved and begged for her to just talk it out. I later found out that she tried to say to others that it was my fault and that I overreacted and showed the texts to people, but everyone she showed agreed with me. Sorry for the formatting/rant. I have tons of stories of this one person. Like the time I told her I was thinking about kicking the bucket and she gave me the silent treatment after and ignored my existence and told everyone that I was harassing her for just wanting some explanation. TLDR. Former best friend didn't show up to my play and said it was my fault she couldn't be supportive. When I was in college, in the 80s, I had a full academic scholarship to a pretty pricey school. I had taken a year off and worked 2 jobs to be able to pay my room and board, so I wouldn't have to work while in college, as I was planning on being a varsity athlete, which would take up a lot of my extra time and energy. I knew a lot of students in similar circumstances who still had to work to eat, but there were a lot of kids with rich parents as well. Towards the end of my freshman year, I overheard one of these girls complaining to her roommate at lunch. I knew she was driving a new titanium white VW cabriolet, since it was often parked in front of the dorm. She was all bent out of shape because her parents had bought the sister an Audi. I guess it was bigger, and she thought Quattro sounded cooler than cabriolet. She was better off with the VW, easier to park. Just no sense of appreciation. The real clueless clod in my life was an old roommate I had like 20 years ago. He turned my basement into a trash dumpster, ruined the sink and shower in his room, quit his union job at a hospital so he wouldn't get officially investigated and fired for cause, and get his nurse's license pulled, and then he told his mother he got laid off and spent the next 6 months avoiding me, not paying rent, and eating/stealing all my food and a couple DVDs. When I served him notice that his lease was not being renewed, he said, "You can't do this. The union will stop you," and other irrational ravings that prompted me to call the police. My witness and I were both highly perplexed. I was even more perplexed to discover later that he was/had been an Eagle Scout. So, for all you Eagle Scouters out there, don't be so sure that your achievements have quite the meaning to others that you think they do. A friend of mine is claiming that he comes from some kind of billion-dollar family and he is invested in it to 100%. The first time I met him a couple of years ago, we started talking about oil/oil sheikhs from Dubai and stuff like that for some reason, and the first thing he said about one of the wealthiest sheikhs was something like, "Hey, my family knows him, we had dinner with him and his family this summer," and continuing to just brag about what kind of cars they had down in Dubai and so on. I just replied with something similar to, "Yeah, that's cool and all." After 2 to 6 months of knowing each other, the small talk about high-key flexing and stuff just got ridiculous. It got to the point where every subject you were in a conversation with him about, he always had something better, more expensive, and his family owned a couple of businesses like the ones in the conversation: shopping malls, strip clubs, etc. When you ask him about doing something, he got someone else doing it for him. You know, he is that type of guy. This really got out of hand when I took him to a party once, and in the middle of doing random drinks and just having a good time he started picking up fake phone calls about him having to sell like a $40 house the next morning, and that he wanted to get picked up in a Bentley and nothing else, otherwise he was going to sue the guys picking him up. When the party ended we were waiting for our ride outside of the house next to two random girls. At that point he started taking these fake phone calls again, trying to flex on the girls sitting next to us. And let me tell you, they could sense the bullshit from a mile away, so they started to giggle, and I just gave them the astonished face emoji kind of smile. I also took a closer look at his phone when the call ended, and there was no end of call screen or anything, it was just a black screen. Everyone at this point knows he is bullshitting, but at the same time nobody wants to confront him, and that includes me. I just don't want to hurt him, you know. I'm just going to let him continue with his delusion. I could tell you more, but I think you get the gist by now. It really sucks, because he is a genuinely nice guy, if you manage to stay out of the flexing subjects. We don't hang out much anymore, because it really gets sickening to hear constantly. There's a guy I knew fairly well on Discord who angrily called people racist for supporting race mixing. He genuinely considers it a form of genocide, and since genocide is racist, anyone who supports it is evil. His logic is a strange mixture of Marxism, incel philosophy, anarchism, alt-right, and random conspiracy theories, which make him hated by the vast majority of people who come in contact with him, and he thinks everyone who hates him, including me, is sexually attracted to him. He considers all workers of any kind prostitutes, and expressed desire to quit his job and be a stripper because he thinks he's very attractive. He isn't, while explaining that the capitalist system made him do it. He considers transgender to be a branch of the satanic capitalist elite. He frequently brings up Satanism as the source of all bad things in the world, albeit being a vehement atheist. Whenever any of his logic holes are pointed out, he says he's being gaslit and abused, as well as throwing insults and no you logic. Initially, I thought he was going trouble, so I wanted to help him because he had genuine issues and I didn't want him to go down a dark direction. Insults, racism, conspiracy. However, I got suicidal once and was looking for support in his server and he didn't want to support me or look like an asshole for ignoring it, so he backstabbed me and tried to spread horrible rumors about me being manipulative and faking suicide. To this day, he stalks and harasses both me and my friend who romantically rejected him. She is engaged and basically married. I took a nap on Saturday a day after telling a friend we should do something over the 3-day weekend, since bars and restaurants are finally opening back up. Woke up at 3 PM from a nap the next day to find a steady stream of texts wondering where I am and why I haven't answered. Seeing she has spiraled a little off the deep end, I called her and she sent me to voicemail and texted, "Don't worry about it." Well, your many previous texts say you are pretty worried about it, and now you won't even answer your phone. Saying I want to hang out at an undetermined time and place doesn't mean I'm waiting by the phone 24/7 for you to take me up on it. History, same person, we will call her Kim, is trying to get me to hire her at my family business. We have been friends 20 plus years, but on and off, because of her controlling it's me or them attitude, hates my friends, my boyfriend, etc. At my business she thinks, because I'm in charge I'm free to hire whoever I want her for any job. She has never worked in the industry and has no skills related. We are pre-revenue, which means we are not hiring and training people new to the industry. Over the last 6 months all I hear is I could do this job or that job at your business, to which I respond you will have to work the same job at a different company first and learn how the industry works. We do not hire unskilled associates. She would be face to face with the public a lot, and it is difficult for her to put aside her ego and be polite to strangers. Currently she does not have a job at all and seems quite happy not working until I talk about my business. I consider her the most severe case I have dealt with in person because she is a bully and thinks I would hire a bully at my family business. She also told another friend of ours that my family just likes to spend money. Yeah, you are not hired, Kim. One of the guys we used to play D&D with was particularly bizarre. He claimed to be married. His wife was supposedly supporting him while he tried to land the perfect job, which he'd always nailed the interview for. He was just waiting for a call back. It was in the bag, etc. She'd be the one to come pick him up. We kept telling her to bring her in for her to say hi, but he kept insisting that she was too shy for that. About 6 months down the line, we realized that he had never once said her name to us. It was always my wife. We knew nothing about her personality. We knew she was supporting we knew she picked him up from gaming, and that was it. Then told us this bizarre story that we think was to flesh out her personality. He said he and his wife had gotten married by a justice of the peace and were saving up for a blowout wedding. Okay, fine, whatever. Supposedly, he and his wife were big on WWE, and he'd decided to save up $10,000 to pay his wife's favorite wrestler to come to the wedding. He went on and on about how much he knew his wife would enjoy it. My husband and I joked that he wanted the wrestler therefore to perform just prima noctis / father a child. We finally came to the conclusion that he wasn't married at all, but had totally made up his wife. But we couldn't figure out why he'd bother to lie. Outside of my husband and I, everyone else in our group was single. Most of them weren't even in relationships at the time. If this was a case that he still lived with parent or parents, well, some of the guys would too. There was literally no reason to make up a fake wife. I guess reality can be subjective in some cases. So here's my sob story as I try to let go of the embarrassment, humiliation, degradation, and pain I've been needlessly carrying for the last 2 to 3 years. Just can't seem to shake this. So I hope telling this as a stranger to fellow strangers helps. I didn't know how to properly respond to my first breakup from my first relationship to a guy who never deserved my time and attention to begin with. But he eventually grew on me with time, and I realized we were mad for each other, even though we were incompatible. We were just two 17-year-olds who thought this was it. This is all we need. We'll build a life together and not need anything else. Thank goodness that fell through, or else I'd be pulling my hair out and choking him to death by now at 24 years old. But regardless of knowing the breakup was impending, it was still shocking to me how he did it. 11 months together, and he said pretty carelessly over the phone if I just wanted to be friends or something. I felt I deserved an easier or gentler breakup than that, but what else could I expect from a young man as self-centered as he? Anyway, after the breakup, I realized it wasn't that I missed the person itself, but rather the company. We fought so much, but when we didn't, we had fun together, laughing and carrying on, picking on each other and flirting. That was what I missed most, along with the physical affection that I didn't experience beforehand. Suddenly losing all that in a matter of seconds really messed with me. A sudden loss that I found out later I was attached to the friendly company and the banter and the physical affection, with some unresolved traumas from an emotionally abusive dad, a pushover ignorant mother, and a sexually exploitative relationship my own brother thrust on me from 4 years old to around 7 or 8, and anyone is bound to experience some pretty weird shit later in life. So here's when that pretty weird shit decided to unveil itself. Yay. I tried searching for someone to fulfill that hole in my stomach. It may seem strange, but I didn't care for an actual partnership that involved love. I cared more about a flirty friendship that also involved support, tenderness, banter, and affection. Such would have been a plus but not necessary. I only seek such pleasures when the feeling is present with someone in the room, when it feels real in those moments, when it feels like those other times that such really matters to me. Not this bullshit people do where they meet up to get off, plan when to hook up, or when people in a partnership do it because that's the expectation. Unfortunately, I didn't know all this at the time, and I couldn't really communicate myself very well, so some reactions came off as switching between seeking attention sometimes, but distant other times, until I just became emotionally cold altogether, in order to stay regulated on one thing that protected me and my heart most. My reactions never felt unwarranted. They were usually triggered by behaviors from other males I found displeasing, or typical to the male bravado. But of course, the lack of communication kept me looking like a strange case. Enter in Evan's presence. Definitely fit the bill of a typical male bravado. We weren't so different in our flirty behavior, so I couldn't judge him there. We were both natural born leaders, and I admired that in him in a place and time where I didn't see it often for people my age. The problem was that he was just so damn manipulative, taking advantage of women, using them like puppets for his own benefit and needs, trashing them, marking body counts of who could fuck the most women. So cocky. The moment I saw him, I knew I'd be better off to keep my distance. But he asked for my number one day, and I figured that if I already knew he'd only use me for sex, then I may as well get my share too and possibly find a friend in this person. Hilarious already, right? He did the typical at first. Only texted me for rides to places. We hung out a couple times, but there wasn't much substance. There were even times where he purposely made a fool out of me in front of his friends, and I realized he was a legitimate bully. Eventually, I stopped seeking his company. I just didn't want to get involved with someone who clearly had his own personal problems, to treat people like garbage. It sounds crazy, but in between the lines, I'd catch him staring at me, noticing me, saying things related to good personality and relationship related when I was around. At the time, it came off as so fake and staged because it really was. Nothing about him felt authentic in nature, just a show for all the pretty girls to see. His energy was so soul-sucking and desperate and needy that I eventually took 2 weeks off work just to take a breather from him. He was in my head constantly, and I cried to get him out. I didn't want him there, and it made less and less sense why he was there when I didn't intend on pursuing him. I stayed away from him, refused to join functions where he was there. On my 21st birthday, February 24th in 2017, a mutual acquaintance of ours day-drapped me on his couch. Amidst the confusion I was already experiencing, the rap obviously intensified everything else as I tried to escape the reality of what happened. There's a thing on trauma psychology called repression and trauma blocking. This is what happens when incoming information seems too dangerous or threatening to know or handle, so the brain will shut down one's awareness to the truth. And this is what that day drop was. To make matters worse, my friendship with my roommate at the time was fading to non-existent, and I needed something affordable, since I was almost always down and out on my luck with finances. Therefore, I ended up moving in with the acquaintance, who offered me a cheap room in his house, unbeknownst to my conscious awareness that he was a sadistic predator. As life living as a roommate with Kyle the rapist got worse with him bullying me, convincing his friends I was an evil woman toying with his feelings, blasting me on social media, calling me a hoe among other false degradations, my mental health plummeted. Suddenly, Evan was not just some asshole to me. My perception switched. I was seeing him in a different light. He started to show that he really cared how I felt about him, and I realized that my perception of him and judgment really mattered to him. This, of course, resulted in some deeper need to be saved from this sadist who I later found out was even filming me in the bathroom and bedroom, watching me masturbate to thoughts of Evan saying to myself, "Can you feel me?" while I rubbed myself with a sex toy. He snatched my journal from the ground where it fell and texted pictures to all his friends, all the thoughts and opinions I wrote of them, including Evan himself. In the depths of my soul, I was desperately crying for Evan to save me from him. Complex trauma often involves a feeling of inescapable reality, so I was truly stuck in this hell that even my finances couldn't save me from. I was truly trapped. As matters got worse, I could tell that Evan was growing more concerned. But I switched so terribly from cold and distant to wanting his companionship that everything just became so faked. I broke on the inside. I was so traumatized that nothing made sense. Insert dissociative identity disorder now, and maybe you'll understand the fuckery of being aware of some things, including my own behavior, but not being aware of other things, including what I could not control. At one time, my drunkenness seemed crazed and heavily focused on Evan. I blurted out his name because a part of me was so disgusted with his behavior, but it came off so random and emotional. What a devastating descent, losing touch not with the physical reality itself, but losing touch with my own self and spirit. After everything was said and done, with Kyle getting away with a second day drop against me and trying to sort myself out through therapy for all the abuses my entire life has entailed, I was healing little by little. But then, I found out from a former coworker that Evan had told coworkers at this old job that I was an obsessive schizophrenic for him. His statement perfectly explains why people started treating me completely differently, looking at me like a crazed woman with no sense in herself. And basically, I just haven't coped well since. I've struggled with suicide ideations since I was a young kid, but struggling with them and depression as an adult is so much worse. I find myself still switching between those different lights, when truth be told, I want to feel nothing at all for a person I barely know. I understand the logistics of the situation, and I'm fully cognizant that I really don't know him well enough to feel anything deeply. But his entrance into my life took a strong grip from a deeply wounded child, adolescent, young adult, and adult in myself, and I just can't seem to let go, knowing that it doesn't make any damn sense to me, knowing that I don't want this attachment anyway. Stupid faking sob story. Software isn't physical. Despite this, I had someone argue with me over and over again that it's text or one is on a cartridge, the other is on a hard drive. Clearly not the same thing and both descriptions are flat wrong. Software is a unique number that a computer follows like an instruction manual. Numbers are not physical. A Nintendo game typically had two numbers, one for the program and one for the graphics. Not that any programmer who writes in machine language thinks of the whole software as a single number, but as a series of numbers, but the concepts are equivalent. If you have someone who can't grasp this, they'll think any copying of software is clearly not the same as the original, and that the company that created that software can illegally copy their own software. I even asked him to show me where the Nintendo cared about the difference in numbers, and this completely bewildered the guy, as if a statement like that makes no sense whatsoever. Now, maybe people don't anthropomorphize their consoles, but come on. If I can run a Tarzan software from two entirely different sources of the same software, the software is the same. Okay, that example might be the one I remember most clearly, but it's not the most out of touch with reality. That one's a bit too sad for me to post here, and involves family members. Worked at a bank as a teller with someone who had a certain mood disability. They were difficult, but not impossible to work with. It just felt like there were landmines literally everywhere, but they were competent enough at the job, and other than personality clashes there wasn't really much of a problem, for the most part, as long as we spoke as politely and as little as necessary we'd be fine, and I wouldn't accidentally hit a tripwire I didn't know was there. Don't roast me. I used to get verbally assaulted by this person for sighing. I'd sigh here and there throughout the day. No one would be in the branch but us, and we wouldn't even be speaking, and I'd stretch and sigh and I'd get attacked for sighing at this person. The town our branch was in was affluent AF, but we were near enough to a major city that most of the town emptied out toward the city during the workdays and came back to their fancy houses in the evening. This meant our branch was very quiet. I'd have entire days where my only customers were from the local restaurants or a couple shops in the downtown area, so on an average day it was very quiet. Sometimes I'd go for hours without a customer. I read many novels in that time. Eventually this coworker person had a breakdown and decided to maximum out their sick time, vacation time, then family medical leave, because they said working was too stressful. Since there were just the two of us as tellers at that branch, that meant that I lost 100% of my time off over the entirety of their leave because of coverage. We were slow enough that asking for another teller from the bigger branches would be a little silly, especially since that would hurt them, as the bigger branches were intensely busy. So I was a team player and worked for a solid 5 months straight, with my only days off being bank holidays and Sundays. Coworker person comes back from leave and after their first shift back has the audacity to ask me to cover their next shift for them so they can spend time with family. I flat out said no, didn't even sugarcoat it. They just had months off fully paid, while I had to miss my own fun things I'd had planned for days off, and they actually thought I'd cover more of their shifts. I get that there was a mood disorder in play, but I've got one too, and I have managed it, and was in serious need of some time away from the branch. I was so floored at that request I could have punched that person in the face. I played in bands throughout my 20s and had flashes of moderate success, but when I turned 30, I focused on my career and decided to put the music to rest. However, some I played with are either 50 or over 50, and for the most part, are still trying to be rock stars, even though their style of music is ancient. There is this one guy though. Let's call him Jim. Jim is over 50. He's playing a style of music from the 70s. He won't settle down because he believes staying single will help him with his career. Oh, his career is mostly dive bars that no one's heard of or would care to patronize. Jim has made several CDs in third-rate studios. Jim is not a sound engineer, but wants to always control everything in the recording process, then can't understand why the music doesn't sound superior or it's not radio quality. He also brags about himself constantly and believes he is the new up-and-coming voice that this country needs to listen to. Oh, he's also religious. So that means in some of his songs that he's preaching, because other songwriters are idiots and what has singing is more important than anything else. Jim also made a movie about him. He even went to Sundance with it and quickly discovered that movies made with a minimal budget with your friends as actors isn't exactly going to attract attention from Hollywood producers. I don't converse with Jim anymore. The last time I did he, as usual, always steered the conversation towards his career endeavors, and since he's not married, can't grasp the concept that yes, some of us have settled down. You can catch Jim in dive bars in and around suburban Chicago. His music is cheesy folk, and it's all self-centered material that revolves around his experiences. Enjoy. My dad is bipolar and has had a few periods of extreme mania and psychosis. One happened when I was in middle school. He quit his full-time well-paying job working HVAC at a resort hotel to join a pyramid scheme job selling vacuums door to door. He thought Russians were after him, not sure why, and he went on the run for a week once. He went out and bought a brand new truck when my family didn't have the finances for it, and when my mom got upset, he returned it and bought a 1970s era truck from someone on Craigslist instead, which was later stolen from him, or so he says. A few years later, he got super romantic with my mom and left a passionate love note written in lipstick on their bathroom mirror, and then ended up leaving for good a few weeks later. He was hospitalized and then began staying with one of his coworkers who is now my stepmom. He made my mom weld a house so he could have half of the money, and we ended up having to rehome my 2 cats and our senior dog who died less than a year after we had to rehome her. These are just a few examples of how his bipolar destroyed my childhood. He wasn't diagnosed with bipolar until I was around 10 and wasn't consistently taking medication for a few years. I think he's more stable now, but I honestly have no idea because he doesn't really talk to me. I'm in my mid-20s now. I have been in therapy for 10 plus years, and I'm just now starting to feel relatively healed from all the bullshit I've been through. My ex-friend did not live in reality, though she was not diagnosed with anything other than anxiety, and I easily spent around 20 hours a week talking her out of doing bad or stupid things, until I ended the friendship for the sake of my own mental health. For instance, she got fired from her workplace due to not stopping drinking beer after her boss told her to stop right then. She was convinced that if she went to her boss's house and threatened to kill her, her boss would be impressed by her dedication and caring. Then her boss would apologize for firing her when she obviously cared so much and give her the job back. I had to talk her out of doing this plan multiple times. She thought random people were actually God and would tell them this. For example, "You seem nice, you must be God." Sometimes, she would mix this up, like when she saw an Indian family while she was working at the grocery store, and she told the grandma that she was a god and not the god. She was convinced that EMTs, ambulances, and police officers shutting down a road or even a lane was never actually due to a wreck. She could drive past 2 totaled cars with an ambulance with flashing lights next to them as the police directed people to take turns going through the opened lane, and she would be convinced that it was all a training exercise, that there wasn't an actual car wreck, and no one was actually hurt. Then, she would get mad that a training exercise was slowing down traffic. How dare they have the nerve to do this, and that they should be punished for this. In fact, she thought road work was actually entirely a conspiracy and was never actually done for any purpose other for the workers to have fun playing with construction equipment and to have fun deliberately messing with people. Due to this, she would ignore signs telling her to slow down or not drive in a lane due to road work. She almost hit a road worker due to this, and was upset that he had the nerve to glare at her. One day, there was a horrible windstorm messing with our area. Trees were falling over right and left. One took out the power to my neighborhood, and while driving I had to swerve off the road to avoid being hit by a large branch that the wind threw at me. She called me complaining about how dare the road workers deliberately try to mess with people by suddenly shutting down a road, and that they should be punished for that. The most likely scenario was that there was a tree or electrical line down in the road, because there were trees and electrical lines down all over the place, but she was convinced that the road workers were doing this out of malice. A girl I went to school with, rich as anything in a place full of rich people, entitled and a child of divorce. During our last 4 years of school GCSEs and A levels, she was in my drama classes. During that time she A. drew red pen on her arms to look like self-harm marks so her parents would shout at her. B. pretended to be at a doctor's appointment to avoid any sort of rehearsal. The piece we were rehearsing was worth something like 50% of our grade for A levels, and we were marked on progress and just sat in our school common room until someone saw her and told us. C. pretended to be in Switzerland with her dad on our biggest rehearsal of the year, which lasted an entire day and was mandatory, only to eventually be found out because she had left her snap maps onto everyone else in the drama class except for our specific group. Cue teachers calling her mum, who had no idea she had a rehearsal, and forced her to go in halfway through the day. She came in with a Starbucks. D. had a go at me for calling her out on this behavior when she said, "Guys, we have to work harder. I want a good grade on this," and acted surprised when we all ended up chewing her out in front of the drama class and none of her friends came to back her up. That was just what happened to me first, and with her. She often complained to other people that her father bought her the wrong kind of car, or that she didn't get enough money to buy the new whatever that weekend. Overall a very spoiled, entitled individual who will probably be living off of mum and dad until they die. In the part of town where I live there's this one guy almost everyone, at least almost all teens, know who is. He dropped out of school or something early on in his life and started making YouTube videos and now stream on Twitch as well. He can barely speak English or anything at all really. He also makes music where he attempts to sing in English, which surprisingly isn't that decent. Now, the biggest problem is that he is the most narcissistic person I've ever seen. I didn't fully realize that until one of my friends added him to our friend group's private Snapchat group. The problem with Snapchat groups is that no one is an admin, no one can kick anyone, only leave, join and add others, so eventually he became pretty annoying and we decided we had enough of him and I asked him to leave. This is the moment where I truly realized there's something legitimately wrong with him. He started rambling on about how if he left, the group would become really sad. I guess it didn't help that the rest of the group were writing ironic messages like, "We love you, don't leave, I'm your biggest fan." I took this to private DMS where I tried to convince him to leave, called him out for literally insisting on staying in a private group chat between underage teenagers, and still I couldn't find a way for him to leave. Eventually we had to abandon the group chat after a bunch of other random people got added and started spamming the chat with things that would not be considered safe for work. Keep in mind that this group chat had about a full year worth of memories from ever since we all became friends. I don't know if this counts, but one time an old lady visited my grandparents' mechanic shop. Her vehicle was inspected, told her what needed fixing, and after working out the details with her, started work on the car. When they finished work, they called her down for payment and pickup. She gets down there, and when she arrives she pulls out a magazine and claims they gave her a coupon for a free repair, and then hands them the coupon. The coupon she handed them was actually a business card for a restaurant. When my family informed her of this, she started getting agitated, raising her voice, and yelling that they were lying and that it is a coupon. "You're just saying that so you don't lose money." My family didn't know what to do and told her that they couldn't release her car to her unless she provided payment, to which she proceeds to scream about how they are liars, thieves, and that she will use force to get her car back if they don't give it back now. They told her to leave or they would call the police. Surprisingly, she listens. The next day the old lady comes back, holding her arms up, as if she was holding something. She wasn't. She storms up to the reception desk and says, "This is your last warning. Give me my car." My mother, the receptionist, looks at her confused and repeats what she said yesterday. The car wouldn't be released until payment was given. The old lady announces, "You made me do this," and starts screeching out gun sounds while shaking her arm. She ran around the property screaming and shooting, periodically stopping and pointing her non-existent gun at people and threatening to shoot if she didn't get her car. This time, the police were called and got the lady under control. After checking her over, they learned that the old lady suffers from schizophrenia and had been off her medication. Mental health is not a joke. Top of my list used to be my best friend's husband. He got on meth and sent messages to everyone in his contact list accusing them of molesting kids, me and my dad included. He went so far as to take his 7-year-old daughter to the ER to have her hymen checked, convinced his own father had molested her, told him the only reason I'm not sicking my badass military brother on him is because I don't want my brother to spend his life in prison for killing such a worthless piece of shit. Fast forward 3 years. Now ex-best friend is on meth too. I cut off contact with her months ago. She showed up at my house yesterday saying she found out one of her internet hookups is an undercover cop. She ratted him out to the Grim Reapers, who are now going to kill said /cop. She's convinced they will either kill her too, or crown her queen of the underground drug scene within the next 2 weeks. The reason she came to me is because apparently undercover cops and evil motorcycle gangs both communicate in code through music lyrics on FB, and a mutual acquaintance sent her lyrics that made her think of me. Therefore I knew everything that was going on and was a safe place to go. Meth is a hell of a drug. Back when we first met, my wife's mom met someone online. She looked through her spam folder just to be sure there wasn't anything legitimate in there. One day she finds an email from a guy looking for love. He was living in Nigeria on business, but would be coming home soon. He bought her a few gifts, but they always had her name as somebody else's, and she'd get emails that some credit cards were reported stolen. Of course he passed this off as his credit card was stolen, and they messed up the names. Eventually he needed her to send him money, about $200 each week. He was putting it in a savings account to buy a house for them. His proof was he emailed a house listing on a real estate site. Then he has her go buy a printer and payroll check paper to print paychecks for his business. She's supposed to cash the checks and send him the money. She kept being told the accounts were reported stolen, but he had an excuse. He was supposed to visit, but he got robbed at gunpoint, trying to re-enter the US while he was in the Canadian airport. 4.5 years post 9/11, as he was waiting for boarding, so he was past SAS screening and therefore didn't have money to pay for his flight. If you didn't already buy a ticket then you'd not be sitting there, and so he had to return to where he came from, which isn't free, and being deported would send him to the US, since he's supposedly a citizen. He later sent her $9,800, just under the $10,000 limit, to report to the FBI of money orders to cash and return. She couldn't because they were all fake. The final straw was he sent her a package of $4,500 in $100 bills to buy money orders with and send to him. Even though there was only 5 serial numbers, each had 9 AVG repeats, the pen test showed they were real. Also the package had been tampered with, but he told her it was probably someone trying to steal them, not the feds checking the shipment. Of course the clerk noticed the serial numbers and reported it, saying she'd need to return in a few hours to pick them up. Of course she got busted. She wasn't a flight risk, so they let her stay home while finishing the investigation. She rented another computer and told what happened, but of course believed his excuses. He sent her a new housing listing of one that was just sold, claiming that's what he'd bought them. She insisted he's telling the truth, because it's a major real estate site. So she bought a bus ticket and went to California to find him at the address. Of course he wasn't there. She lived on the streets a few weeks, selling herself to make money, eventually bedding with someone who'd take her. She again regained contact and started sending him money from this guy's account. He kicked her back out on the streets. She finally decided he was a scammer. Currently she's an interstate fugitive. Also failed to register sex offender for child molestation charges from when her daughter was a kid and is awaiting a major sentence if she sets foot in Oklahoma again. She's banned from talking to us, will never see her only grandson, and living in one of the poorest places in California. Scammer knew exactly where to dump her at, where there's so much more major crime the police literally don't care. Yeah, we've reported her several times. Her whole world around her was telling her how much vasectomy this guy was. Myself, her daughter, her boss at work, other cowhawkers, her friends, the neighbor who she left all of her stuff with, everybody, but she refused to believe it. My father. Yes, I'm a teenager. On Reddit. I know. About 2 years ago, my dad was diagnosed with bipolar and had to stay in a mental hospital for a few months. Me and my older and younger siblings, didn't see him for months. Sometime in 2019, he came back, shirtless, at our door. The hospital had kicked him out, without telling us, because he refused to take his medications. He didn't do much at first. He would just stay in his room. Slowly, he started getting better. In October 2019, he was able to do the dishes and even drive. We figured he'd get a job soon. Then, in November, everything went to dust. At first it was just bad/inappropriate jokes in front of my 10-year-old sister, but we didn't think too much of it at first. These jokes escalated to singing really inappropriate things. Words a 10-year-old, or even 13-year-old me shouldn't have heard. In December we were beginning to be scared of him because he refused to take a shower, despite peeing himself every night and smoking way too much weed every day. Every single night. At 2 AM, he would go outside and pace past my window. Every time he passed my window, he would cough as loud as he could to wake us up. My mother soon found that my dad was watching porn on his phone and masturbating right there on the couch in front of a 10-year-old. My mom took his phone away from him during the day, so he wouldn't do that. All that mattered to him now was getting access to the internet. He grew desperate to steal one of our phones in order to get his daily porn dose. This led to the scariest experience in my life when he started shuffling through all my family's things when I was home alone. That's a whole story on its own. When we were sure he lost his mind was when my mom called the police on him. And guess the fuck what? It's perfectly legal for someone to try and attempt to steal kids' phones, watch porn and masturbate in front of kids, and smile, giggle, and watch as we tell the police what had been going on. One of the two cops that came, bless his heart, was near tears when he talked to my dad. Apparently this cop was also a father and he didn't like not being able to do anything about it. Now for how my father lost grip on reality. Every bad thing that happened, he'd laugh and say something like death isn't real. People don't actually die, or, once, kids don't actually grow up. Finally, my mom divorced him and kicked him out of the house. Helpless with his Jeep and his little red car, he proceeds to crash both cars and get them sold for scrap metal. Probably thousands of dollars in debt already, he managed to get a house. I'll spare you the details, since that's the last I heard of him. TLDR, my dad lost his mind and thought Kobe Bryant didn't actually die. Oh, and my father managed to crash 2 cars after he got kicked out. I used to do bodywork for a guy that was a complete asshole. I would work 12-hour shifts every day and anytime I made a mistake he would verbally, sometimes physically abuse. I was about 16 to 17 at the time, so I couldn't really do anything about that, plus my financial situation basically forced me to work there. Trust me, I got out there the first real chance I got. Almost all the people I know left him the first chance they got as well. He was a very difficult person. Almost daily it was a different argument about something stupid or him being a cheap ass. Paydays were the worst. He paid in cash. Years later I see him working in a much smaller shop all by himself. He was borrowing a tool from the shop I was currently working at, so I was asked by my current boss to go get it back at the end of the day. When I went over we had a little chat and I could tell the conversation was heading to him asking me if I would wanna work part-time. I told him how I've been in the business for over 5 years. I wouldn't take his chump change, and now I'm going back to school to look for a different, better profession. He replied to me with, if I've actually been in the business for 5 years I would have been driving a brand new Mercedes right now. Kinda funny coming from 40, 50 years old who just downgraded his shop, had all his workers leave, and is having to borrow tools. Also I heard he got faked because he didn't pay taxes for like 2 years. This is going to get buried, but I'll share anyway. When I was younger, me and my friends were tripping a lot. We could get acid and even DMT, but mushrooms were in short supply, so we decided to grow them. So my one friend and I get all the shit off the internet and look up how to do it, and it took a long time, but we eventually sprouted mushrooms. Now mushrooms are generally sold by weight and vary in potency, but what happened with our batch was that the mushrooms sprouted but never grew. Apparently this is something called aborts, and they are part of every grow. Aborts have the potency of full-grown mushrooms, but they never grow, making it difficult to judge how strong they are. And growers usually throw them out because you can't sell them. As the genius teenagers we decided to grind them all. Our substrates were supposed to yield upwards of an ounce of mushrooms based off the internet research we had done, up and soak them in lemon juice to make sure it was enough. Oh, it was enough. This was probably my hardest trip, save for DMT, and a hell of a lot of fun. At one point my friend starts looking in the mirror. I tell him not to, but he says he's good, and frankly he was one of the most grounded and seemingly mentally sound people I had ever met. So I'll let it go and enjoy the rest of my trip. Then I don't hear from him for weeks. No calls, no texts, no response. This is extremely weird seeing as we were best friends at the time. Then in the span of 2 days I get 3 phone calls. 2 from mutual friends saying he'd walked to their houses uninvited and unannounced and refused to leave. Another from my ex stating that he was threatening her and we needed to be together and she thought I was behind this. So I went and picked him up and he acted like that was completely normal without any communication. The things he was saying were so outlandish and ridiculous, but he really believed them. He was brought to tears because instead of calling him a lunatic, I showed feigned interest and wanted to talk about it. He finally felt validated in his delusion, and it was just so painful to see. TLDR grew mushrooms. Best friend develops schizophrenia. My mom rented a house when I was in elementary school. The landlord, his family and mom lived in the house behind the house we were renting. They were entirely delusional and out of touch with reality. He would accuse us of destroying his house and said that he heard us at night breaking things and would go inside our house at least once a week to check for any damage. There was never any damage. His mom, oh my god, was the worst. She believed that we were sent by the devil to destroy her property, so she would wake up at 3 in the morning and pray outside our door and windows to cast out the demons and curse our family. I remember I leaned on the fence once. I was like 9 years old playing, and the landlord ran up to me and told me to stop leaning on the fence because I was going to damage it and it would fall down. Every time my little brother would go outside and play, the landlord's mom would chase my brother with a broom and try to hit him because she said he was destroying her property. I think the worst time was when the landlord's daughter pointed a high pressure washer at my little brother's face because he was playing outside and it gave him a 6-inch cut above his eye. He had to go to the emergency room and get stitches. I'm so glad he didn't lose his eye. Also, she was around 13 and he was 6, so she knew what she was doing. Those people did horrible things to us, and the entire time they thought it was justified because we were bad tenants. As a child I wondered why my mom put up with that abuse and why we didn't move out sooner, and as I grew older I realized that my mom could only afford living there and had no money to move somewhere else. She was a single mother of 3 and no family to help her. Fuck that crazy delusional family. Recently, I had a friend, longtime friend, ex-roommate, who had his birthday BBQ. I know some people are gonna see that we had a BBQ during a pandemic and nope out, but the thing is, all of us were really careful and accepted the fact that if we were asymptomatic and got each other sick, then that was our consequence. What we didn't take into consideration was the birthday boy's girlfriend having symptoms of COVID and being tested hours before the party, and those two didn't say anything. When the test showed positive a few days later, he went in the group chat and told us, and then completely lost all sense of logic in the ensuing beach fest. It's not like we all called him names and this and that. I kind of led the mob and called him out for a continued pattern of selfish behavior, not just this one event. He went back and forth between she showed no symptoms to her throat hurt and nose was running, so she got tested too. I said sorry, what more do you want, showing a complete lack of emotion towards the two fathers in the group, who now have to isolate from their kids best they can. Me personally, I told him I needed a break from his bad decisions. I told him I love him and hope the best, and that his girl doesn't get to sick isolated for 2 weeks after that. Nobody in the group chat save for one person acknowledges him right now. Kind of sad, but he had a lot of warnings and this was just the straw that broke the back. Like, regardless of who's in the right or wrong, if you have more than 4 of your closest friends telling you faked up, you probably shouldn't be scrambling for a leg to stand on. I have no siblings, so my mother's sister's sons are the closest thing I have to brothers. The younger one's brain became infected, and he began having small strokes and developed a seizure disorder. By the time he was released from the hospital, his type 2 diabetes became harder to control. He lived with me for a year, and then I pressured his mother and brother to find him a place of his own. He stopped having seizures and strokes, but his blood sugar would get too low, and he would collapse in a public place while doing errands with his mother. He seemed to start losing touch with reality. One time he escaped from the back of the ambulance and tried to run back to his nearby apartment. I was still involved, riding to the rescue like the Lone Ranger whenever there was an incident, as his mom, my Aunt M, had an anxiety disorder and needed a lot of support. So I would drive her to the hospital and hang out until he was released. One time I went in his room and he was strapped down. He tried to break loose and was making incoherent noises. He calmed down after I arrived. The nurses kept trying to get him to eat, but he refused. They of course had tested his blood and his glucose was low. They kept telling him what the number was, and he kept arguing that it wasn't that low. So he refused to eat. I'd eat some of his food, trying to manipulate him into thinking I better eat something before Ben eats it all. Didn't work. He got worse, and because he lived alone, eventually his blood sugar got too low, and he rolled out of bed and died on the floor of his apartment. The really weird thing is that his mother, who lived in the same apartment complex, had an aortic dissection and a massive stroke at about the same time, maybe the exact same time. Big brother couldn't get a hold of little brother, so he told me to go check on him. Fortunately he hadn't been dead long, and it was March in North Texas with relatively low temperatures. One of the police apartment management insisted the police be present when they unlocked his door, told me it was good way to die. Painless, like going to sleep and not waking up. That is the price we pay for living in a state that values freedom and independence over public health and universal access to healthcare. The only option we had was put him in a nursing home, which we did briefly, but he threatened to escape, so we took him back to his apartment. Living with his mom was not a good option. Big brother lived with a girlfriend out of state. I don't know if dementia is a side effect of diabetes, or if it was a result of neurological damage done by the brain infection and the associated seizures and strokes. I met this couple that mooches off everyone around them and got other people to pay their rent because the woman was a leader of her religious organization. She never showed up to events and would go on about how few spoons she had, was super dramatic about how she was incapable of doing anything she didn't want to do. Her husband had absolutely fried his brains, would not talk in public, and they still gave him occasional voting powers because the meetings were held in their house and he would mutter weirdly at us. She would use people for their resources and then kick them out once they stopped providing for her. She had an issue with the landlord, called him a slumlord, and would get people to come over to do her dishes, install things only for it to turn out they were too cowardly to contact the landlord. Being the head of an organization, she says, able to get new members to donate to her after the old members got fed up with her mooching. Everything had to be under her control and go through her, but she had no understanding of how to actually run the events and wouldn't show up to them anyways. They refused to take public transit and would be the only ones who would ask for rides and would get them because she was ahead. She was offered housing because the landlord was so very bad, but when it turned out she would have to put some work in and would lose the person who was paying for her apartment, she magically decided the slumlord wasn't so bad. They both do a shitload of drugs and have complete learned helplessness, and the worst part is they will continue to be able to get new people to join their cult and pay for their shit. She could not handle conflict and would become super dramatic, falling over on the floor if she had to actually talk to members about their bad behavior. No one could talk to her about her behavior because she and her husband were just such victims of circumstance. She was an Harvard grad but still couldn't figure out how to use Google Suites. Neither work, due to pain, and shockingly her pain only came up when she didn't want to do something. A friend of mine lived in a 4-man room, essentially two-man bedroom apartments separated by a bathroom. One night I and a friend of mine were chilling with girls, drinks, pizza, neon lights, etc. The usual college nonsense. We were chilling to some very mild music, literally just talking, when one of the roommates, who looks like the thumb man from Spy Kids, comes barreling in. He lives on the other side of the bathroom, but suddenly he thinks he owns the place, saying how disrespectful we are being, flexing, screaming, and throwing a roid rage tantrum. At this point I'm chilling eating a pizza, because I'm not sure how to react to a grown man behaving this way. My friend is furious, because this asshole could have just asked us to turn it down, but he started raging without provocation. He scared away the guests, the girls vanished, and I can't blame them. The dude was pretty big, textbook steroid man, and he literally killed what could have been a really nice evening. I try not to get involved, but then he starts threatening my friend. Now I get pissed. I step in asking him to calm down. The snap-brained gargoyle pulls a bat and waves it around my face, saying he'll bash my head in. Fist of all, it's not hard to see that the only fight this guy's ever been in is fishing a credit card out of Dada's crummy dick, so I called his bluff. He puts the bat away, but he has it on standby. He pushes me once, I tell him to stop. He does it twice, after repeated warnings from me and my friends. Third time does for me, and I floor him. The fight ends up being a bit too real for the frat boy. I just wanted to de-escalate, so I pull back. He then starts quivering, calls security, and tries to get me kicked out of college, only for him to decide to spare me, because he's a good guy. Months later I learned that the only reason he never pursued kicking me out of school is that no one would have believed him. All of his roommates were supporting me, and it would have gotten both of us kicked off campus. He still thinks he's the hero of that story. Good thing, not even the RAs and HRs believed him, because this wasn't his first psycho moment. He was docile for about a month, and then he started his nonsense again. My younger brother, who I love dearly of course. I wouldn't say he's obsessed with having sex with chicks, but he is obsessed with always dating one, no matter what. He can't be friends with any girl without falling in love with them. We both work at the same job and started at the same time. Soon after starting there, I asked out a girl from there 2 years younger. I was 21 at the time. She says yes and gives me her number. I talk to her through Snapchat and she says that for our date we'll have to get a babysitter or her daughter will have to come with us. Needless to say we never went out. No offense to single moms, I just don't need that in my life. Later on he starts talking to her every day, always wanting to work with her, sending stuff on Snap, etc. He even says that he doesn't have a problem with her having a kid, she can always take her on dates, etc. He was 19 at the time, so was she. I tell him that he's too young to be simping so hard, but then he says I'm just a hater. He asks her out after talking to her every day for 2 months and she says that she doesn't want to date anyone from work, they aren't good enough friends, etc. All of which is code for I don't want to have sex with you. She later started dating a guy who had just started working there. Fast forward some months later, and he starts dating this girl that he met from his friend who had been staying with us for a bit. Brother and the friend are no longer cool with each other. She dropped out of high school at 16, doesn't know how to drive, has no savings, had only started working at almost 19, etc. My older brother kicks out Jay's friend after he goes months without giving us any rent. I tell him that is precisely why you don't let friends live with you for a significant amount of time without being on the lease. He then tells me that this chick wants to live with us, and we tell him no. 2 months later I'm come home from work, and she has all of her stuff in our living room. Jay, younger brother, says that her mom was abusing her, so she had to leave. January. I tell him that she can hardly function, and that he is going to end up paying her bills, but again I'm just a hater. She hasn't worked due to the virus since the beginning of April. She is ineligible for unemployment because she didn't make enough last year. Now we are in a bigger apartment and she is on the lease. He pays for her food. He paid for the application, the rent, etc. She owes more than $2,000 to my younger brother. I'm still just a hater, though. Also, this abusive mother takes her daughter out to eat, sends her money, calls every day, took her to the airport at 4 in the morning, etc. I'm told I just don't understand how serious the abuse is. TLDR, my brother simps so hard it physically hurts me to watch. I lived in an apartment complex, and one of my neighbors was a man in his 20s strung out on meth all the time. One day he comes up to me and asks for a smoke. He then goes on to tell me and my roommate how he is the lead singer of Linkin Park reincarnated and how he's bringing the band back. Weird, but it gets worse. He pulls out a calculator and claims that it is a device he uses to deposit any money he wants into his bank account, but his accountant hasn't shown him how to use it yet. He asked if we wanted to see something. Curious as to what else he can possibly say, we agreed that we did. He pulled out one of those fake $1 million bills and said he was a millionaire, but he could not spend it because no stores in the area had enough change for his big bill. After that whole encounter we had other weird ones with the guy, as he would always ask to bum a smoke. This next one stood out the most, though he had pulled up in a brand new nice Mustang. It was easy to tell that it wasn't his because he did not have a job or any money for his own cigarettes for that matter. We asked him whose car he was driving, and he claimed that someone owed him money, so they gave him the car. I asked how much money they owed him, and his response was $50. Yeah, okay. Earlier in the day police cars were sitting in the apartment complex, but I wasn't sure why. Once he pulled up in the car it all got pieced together. I told him he needed to give the car back because the police were around and looking for him, but he just insisted the car was him for a debt owed to him. I'm not sure what happened to him as I moved out shortly after, but seeing that guy was always a trip. He seriously had no idea what was real and what wasn't due to the drugs and lack of sleep. Finally, my time to shine. This has to do with a friend of mine, the guy's nicest, most kind-hearted individual that I have ever met. But he is also the absolute biggest airhead to ever walk the face of this earth. I've had to recently start distancing myself from him because of this. The guy is literally dazed and confused 24/7 and just doesn't seem to understand life or care about anything other than partying. His family had bought him a brand new Lexus NX 300 and made this purchase on a lease that caps out at 12,000 kilometers per year, 7456 miles. It's a bad contract for any 18-year-old boy, but nonetheless he is lucky as heck to have gotten that car. Now with that information out of the way I can explain just how out of touch this guy's with reality. He was very lucky to have gotten that car. His family isn't the wealthiest and his mom suffers from a heap of mental illness. They currently are on welfare support from the government, and it was actually his grandmother who signed for the car and is responsible for it. Remember this for later. So this guy's family is struggling financially right now, and he had just got that car. You would think that he would be very grateful and respectful of this. Wrong. He's put on over 85,000 kilometers in less than a year, crashed the car twice while under the influence, and has gotten angry and broken things in the interior, and lastly he had gotten into some trouble with sketchy people and they ended up kicking his door in on the car. But none of this matters to him. He now has $70,000 in debt because of the overage fees that you pay per kilometer on lease contracts, and this also includes the cost of all the repairs that are now needed for the vehicle. This debt is also on top of a monthly car payment totaling $1,900 because of the negative equity transferred over from his previous car. That coupled with a monthly insurance payment of $1,500 because he had 2 crashes prior to getting that vehicle. He hasn't changed anything and still drives crazy amounts each day and just digs himself deeper into this pit of debt that he's created for himself, and it doesn't even faze him. The guy's way to caught up with the party life and drinks every weekend, spending massive amounts of money that he doesn't have on food and alcohol, racking up larger and larger credit card bills. Furthermore, he dropped out of university after spending thousands just to not show up for any classes. It's just sad to see and be around, since you know he's a good person, but he just doesn't have much going on in the brain department. All of our friends have tried to help him out and get him to understand the seriousness of his situation, but our words always go unheard, and it's at the point that we've been forced to give up, since nothing we say gets through to him. Now it just feels like we are desensitized to the sight of someone literally destroying their life before it's even started, and it really breaks my heart that we can't help him. Anyways, sorry for making such a long post and rambling on. I'm still new to Reddit and I'm learning the ropes still. So please don't judge too hard lol. Edit. TLDR. Friend throws life away financially because of a $70,000 car debt and isn't phased. I had a friend who decided to move to a city 12 hours away in a different state because she thought it was a cooler city in which she currently resided. Keep in mind that at the time she was behind on house payments and was trying to sell her house to fund her move. She had a much younger ex that's name was put on the title of the house, even though he never contributed a penny. I also begged her not to do that. He of course wanted to screw her over and was demanding half the money of the sale. The house itself was a really adorable 30s bungalow, but unlike other historic houses in her city, it was located in a really bad part of town. She was going to renovate the kitchen and tore everything out, then decided she wasn't going to after all. So no kitchen. While the house was cute, it desperately needed updated wiring, plumbing, etc. Zillow wanted $65,000. She asked $200,000. I told her she needed to get $75,000 to make a profit because had a second mortgage. I told her without a kitchen she couldn't accept that much. She said, but I already did demo for them, that's a bonus. I warned her potential buyers wouldn't see it like that. She cut me off. When the ex figured out there was no money, he signed it over. She sold it for $75,000 and called me to complain that the real estate agent, also a friend, was trying to take a fee. The agent took a loss and let her fee go and ended up, after it was all done, with about $5,000. Not to mention all the free legal advice she got too. She was pissed off at all of us too. Had a roommate who came from a upper middle class family who was on full tuition scholarship, plus like 1K stipend per semester that was directly deposited to her account, which was joint owned with her dad or something. Parents paid completely for her housing, had bought her a car, and paid for repairs after she crashed it, gave her a monthly allowance for food, even though she's on meal plan, the works. Fall semester she burned through her stipend to buy countless beauty and hair products and weed. Spring semester comes, and she's waiting for her stipend to come. It doesn't, and she goes to the school to see what's up. According to them, her dad had given them permission or told them to use it to pay for part of her housing this semester. She flips the fuck out, comes raging into the dorm, and wakes me from my nap to scream into the phone at her poor mother, accuse her parents of stealing from her, tells them that she's going to starve and fail all her classes because she was going to use her stipend for food and textbooks, tells them that they are dead to her, that she's going to sue them and take everything they owe her and leave and never speak to them again. When she finally gets on the phone with her father, she finds out that there was a complete misunderstanding and miscommunication between him and the school. She finally gets her stipend, uses it to buy a pet rat. I once lived with someone who threw a party at the house. My younger brother came, and he was a bit of a problem child. He started stealing random crap out of everyone's bags and we started catching on. I told my brother in private that people know, and he needs to return what he stole. He wouldn't cooperate. I went to the host and asked if she wouldn't kick him out if she'd like me to do it. She exclaimed out loud, "Oh, I see. You think you could get one over on us? Oh yeah, this is the perfect crime. I looked at her and asked what in the hell she was going on about, and she replied, "You plan on kicking him out so you can leave later and y'all can share all the stuff he stole. I bet you planned the whole thing. You really thought I wouldn't find out? Everyone is looking at us. A lot of these people knew me. I'm completely against the shit my brother would pull, and they should know that." Suddenly everyone starts actually agreeing with her. Now I'm the mastermind behind this whole plot to steal everyone's worthless shit, and believe me, it was all worthless. My brother was high on a ton of Xanax, just stealing to steal. Now she's threatening to call the cops on me because I made a grand scheme to get my high brother to steal shit so I would kick him out to later sneak out and share the wealth. I thought I was losing my faking mind, y'all. The people I thought were friends are suddenly backing some ridiculous person. By the way, she told me I never had to pay rent while living with her just to have some random faking guy with a gun threaten me to leave because I'm taking advantage of her and I never paid rent. My sister is also out of touch with reality. My father, who recently passed away, didn't do her any favors by holding her hand through everything. Where my brother and I grew and matured and didn't need the hand holding after a while, my sister never did. Our father did everything for her, to the point I don't think he ever realized the extent of her dependency until he saw that his younger children grew up, but his oldest daughter never did. My sister likes to think she's assertive, but she's just your average Karen and is a terror. She got herself an accessory child, in vitro fertilization or bust, and a savior job and a husband that can tolerate her because she turns a blind eye to his sleeping around. Since my dad's death, my sister has latched onto our mother and manipulates her that she's the only child who stayed and the only one concerned with her health. My brother and I moved out of the state. We have tried getting nurses to take care of our mother, but our sister blocks every attempt. Her accessory child, my niece, is neglected and is basically being raised by an iPad. Meanwhile my sister tries to passive-aggressively get me to talk to her again by throwing my niece into the mix. I would love to talk to my niece, but it's not my niece that is answering. My brother and I just want our mother to move to be closer, but she won't unless my sister moves with her. My sister self-sabotages that by saying she's putting in offers for houses in the area, but she's putting in $200k offers on $1 million homes and not seeing the issue. She doesn't want to live in the poor ghetto of Colorado. A friend of mine had a complete mental break the night that we all met up to catch up at my buddy's house. This was my old gaming group I had spent much of my late middle school and high school nights playing Halo with, so we were all pretty close and we all were picking up right where we left off. It had been almost a year since we'd all been together, but that night my friend John, name changed, revealed that he felt that his family had been abusing his niece. We all took this very serious. He then proceeded to talk about how he felt like he was being followed by some strange people who were coming for him. He also felt that he had lost his eternal soul because he prayed for the salvation of Kanye West. We tried to talk him through everything logically and to try to understand what happened. He was later picked up by the police in a high-end neighborhood, stripped down to his boxers, going door to door asking for people to hide him. Turns out his mental break was a combination of a lot of constant alcohol consumption, little sleep, lots of energy drinks, and he was a manager at a screen print shop and was asked to fire a bunch of people, then he was fired. He also had a disposition to mental health issues. He's doing better now. My friend still had a serious deterioration in her mental health over the course of her son's first year of life. Hallucinating, not eating, meticulously locking doors and windows, and one occasion she physically attacked her husband. I don't mean to make husband sound like a victim because he wasn't. He knew this was going on, but preferred going to work, earning a decent wage, but spent it on daily takeaways and beer, leaving his wife and child without. He didn't listen to family begging him to get her professional help, and when Daly tried to intervene themselves he adamantly pressed there was nothing wrong with her or the kid. He comes home one day to find her wielding a knife, screaming at the voices in her head, and calls the police, who bring an ambulance, and boom, she's sectioned, moved, and detained in a mental hospital within 12 hours. The kid went into temporary foster care as the husband refused to take time off work despite financial aid being available both from the govt and family. 3 months later she is released. On high doses of meds, the family struggling financially, she's unsupported. His priorities are more jumbled than Boris Johnson's lockdown speech. They decide to have another baby. 2 months after being released from a maximum security psych ward, and on high doses of antipsychotics and antidepressants she's pregnant. They both are partaking in this delusion that nothing is wrong with their family unit and another kid will be perfect. Madness. 6 months into her pregnancy she has another breakdown and is detained as before and subsequently gives birth while admitted into another psych ward. The husband reacting to this whole situation like a regular stable happy pregnancy. If that's not them both being out of touch with reality, I don't know what is. So my parents have been divorced for years. One of them has a partner and this partner has verbally and or physically assaulted every single point member of our family over the past 10 years. When I was a teenager this person assaulted me and the police were called. This person denied assaulting me and went over to my other parents' house and fabricated a story, so it made me look at fault. My parent who was dating this abusive person called me up and told me to get the fuck out of my house without listening to me share my version of events. So faced with being kicked out, I called my other parent. At the time I called them, this abuser had raced over to their house to spread their lies about the incident. This other parent I had called said to me, "Ziz is here now telling me all that has happened. You cannot move into our house." And with that, I stayed at a friend's house and then got my own place. Fast forward 20 years haha and this abuser has since managed to break one of my family members' wrists haha and had police called on them multiple times. They've assaulted many other members of my family, verbally and physically without provocation. Despite this, neither of my parents will acknowledge the incident that happened back in my teen years. And this incident was huge for me. They simply say, "Well, we weren't there, so we don't know what happened." And I say, "Well, I've told you what happened," and they just treat it as though I'm lying. And then I ask them if they would like having their abusive encounter with this person denied, and they don't respond. It infuriates me. I know 2 unrelated people who faked being in college for years. Both were people in their mid to late 20s. One was in nursing school, but I guess failed out early on, but was ashamed to admit it. Just kept pretending to her family. Her parents were making a big deal about graduation and she freaked out and ran away as a 26 to 28-year-old adult. Her parents still didn't know what was happening and reported her missing. They eventually found her living in a hotel, having maximumed out her credit cards, about an hour away, hiding from everyone. The second was the husband of my wife's co-worker, and he got caught because of me, inadvertently. He was also about 26 or so, and had rich parents. His parents gave him a ton of money to pay tuition at the local top-tier private university that was quite expensive. He'd just been keeping the money and pretending to his parents and his wife that he was going to classes every day. That is, until my wife casually mentioned how I was off work for the week because of spring break, but he'd still been pretending to go to class that week, not realizing school was closed. His wife ended up divorcing him. I don't know what the end game was for either. Surely you can't keep up such charades forever. An old coworker about her relationship. She was in her 30s, he was almost 10 years older. They have been in a relationship for 10 plus years, and he is so private about his life. He doesn't have her on any social media. He has a code for his phone which he refuses to give to her. His bank account and earnings are out of the question for her. Whenever they would see each other it would mostly be in hotels or her house. He didn't want her to visit his family's house. He never wanted to move in with her whenever she would ask, and he never wanted to marry her. Eventually he asked her if she wanted to move in together, but he would only stay with her during the week and leave on the weekends with his family. Eventually he moved out, and they continued their relationship. For a while he rarely wanted to have sex with her, and he would kind of avoid being alone with her. He cancelled trips they had planned, and she thought he was cheating on her. After a while he told her he wasn't attracted to her, and she disgusted him, and he wanted to end the relationship. She was so distraught, and she told me the last time that happened she had a mental meltdown and had to be hospitalized because she wanted to kill herself. I don't know what happened, but they got back together. We all thought he was married and she's a side piece. When I was a kid, my mother would often talk like a troll on the internet. Here are a few examples. I said that my class was angry at me. She said class as in classroom? How can a room be angry at you? There was a wood splinter lying on the floor of the school gym. It made a hole in my trousers and a wound. After I told her what happened, she was clear that I was lying and that I'd committed self-harm and punished me for destroying my trousers. She called the teacher to ask why didn't they reach when I committed self-harm, and the teacher said the exact same story with the splinter, and she believed it this time. When I returned home, she apologized, cancelled the punishment, and asked why I hadn't told her that it was unintentional. I've never committed self-harm and still have no idea where did she get that. When I was like 10 years old, she started entire family drama because I was crying when something bad happened. I don't remember what exactly happened, but I remember that she was ready to beat me because I was crying. One time she saw a curse word in my notebook. It was a typical 64-sheet notebook with about 40 sheets filled. She told me to start another notebook and write everything in the old notebook again into the new notebook, but without the curse word. Then she would check it to make sure I didn't hide any curse word in the middle. So I wrote everything again and gave it to her. She started to check and read everything page after page, then noticed a misspelling and told me to rewrite it again without that misspelling. So I wrote it over again, and then she found another misspelled word that was also in the original notebook, but she stopped checking after one misspelling, so she told me to do that again. At the third time, I was so tired already that I started to make fresh misspellings. After few other tries, it was already evening and she ran out, fortunately, of empty notebooks. And she was like, if I know you'd be like this, I'd buy a 16-sheet notebook instead, and I'm gonna charge you for the wasted notebooks. The next day I woke up, I was so dizzy, and couldn't write at all. I was skipping words, or writing the same sentence multiple times. When she was going to work, she told me to go to school. I said no, turned on the computer, and with the help of a touch tower, I reached the 18+ GAMES shelf, and took a few CDs, and fired up some games. Most were shooters, and I'm not into shooters, so I didn't like them. But there was that one pretty good arcade game with some naked women backgrounds. I was wondering why it is on the 18+ shelf, because it has no violence. I was sure it was just misplaced. I told my sisters, showed them the game, and it was a pretty good one. One of the few arcades in our house that weren't sharer after all, so we were playing it all day. Then at some point mom stepped it and then instantly shouted to the dad, hey, they're playing some game with naked women here. So now I understood why it was on the 18+ shelf. My cousin, who had maids growing up and didn't do a damn thing for himself, came to stay with us for the holidays. Since his college was close to us, we had people coming over for Thanksgiving, so my mom decided to get a cleaning service so everything was spotless. We told him days leading up to put his clothes back in his suitcase or in drawers in his guest room so they can vacuum and clean his room as well. He stayed up until 4 AM the night before, and his room still wasn't clean. He then locked his door when they came in the morning. We knocked and knocked, but he didn't open. When they left he came out pretending to be tired and didn't say sorry or anything to my parents. My mom tried giving him a stern talk, and he ended up screaming at my parents saying, it's my room, I can do what I want with it, and I didn't want them. I have a pretty quick temper, and I'm a big guy. I wanted to punch him squarely in the face, but my mom told me when I came back home from my apartment to just be nice and not do anything, so I didn't. After Thanksgiving we had a bunch of people spend the night and borrowed cots from the neighbor. He then didn't give up his guest room to my grandparents, who are 80+, and told them to put it beside his bed if they wanted to sleep. I have never seen a 20-year-old that out of touch with reality and thought the entire world revolved around him. Today at the AFRAMP, when I was flying, a guy asks me why don't I go work for McDonald's. Because their CEO gets paid $7,500/HR, while employees get 7.25 Fed point minimum, and, while the CEO pays effectively zero taxes, the employee pays the tax, can't buy food, afford rent or health insurance, nor can they unionize and collectively bargain. McDix is deforesting the Amazon for grazing land, which is accelerating global warming/climate change since, UK, we can't replant 1,000-year-old trees and the Amazon is the lungs of the world. McDix costs the American taxpayer $210 billion each year in health costs due to the obesity epidemic, which affects 38% of the American pop. Now, the thing is, that we could solve this by giving obese people Adderall and morbidly obese people Disoxin, and no, it's not a goddamn Pokemon, but, due to the war on some drug addicts and individuals who push drugs, Big Pharma is a big beach to get by in scoring a prescription without having a comorbid illness like ADHD or narcolepsy, or are undergoing gastric bypass, which is usually an elective procedure unless cleared by your insurance company as a pre-existing condition. Irrespective of the goddamn pandemic going on, you can make more money flying signs in 1 hour than you can at McDix. Tax free, I might add. And before you cheat on me for not paying taxes, you can't. It doesn't meet the income requirements, and I still end up paying taxes, like sales tax, excise tax, sugar tax, etc. Why, you ask? Because welfare is criminally underfunded in this country and we need to MINTTHECOIN to save America. There was this girl that went to my high school that must have had some mental illness, but she would lie about everything. And they were the craziest lies. One of my friends had a locker next to her, and some of the stories my friend told me this girl said included, she was the one assassinated the Irish president, and then everyone in Ireland threw a parade for her. She was a bounty hunter, and before school she got shot in the leg, but didn't have time to go to a doctor, so she just came to school. She and her mom are pagan, and have a group of other women they regularly practice rituals with. She was wearing a shirt that had the name of a Christian church on it, while telling the story. She joined the army when she was in 6th grade, and was one of the best soldiers they had, but she couldn't be deployed, because she was too young, 11. She grew up in Scotland, and when she got angry she talked with a Scottish brogue. Her dad had been in isolation for unknown reasons for a majority of her life, but despite this he is able to talk to her regularly, and describe what isolation is like in graphic detail. She wasn't able to go to marching band practice anymore, because she had shingles. These are just a few I can remember right now, but this girl was absolutely bonkers. Hope she's still doing good. My office does this cool thing, where they bring in a nurse once a year and they can give us flu shots right in the office. You just bring your ID and insurance card. Very convenient. I was hanging around waiting for a couple of work friends, so we could go up together, and one of my friends asked someone whose desk was nearby if she was coming up get a flu shot. She said she wasn't, because she doesn't trust doctors, that flu shots actually give you the flu, because one time her dad got the flu after getting a flu shot. I didn't know her that well, and I thought she was joking. We work in healthcare administration. I decided to lean into it, and was like, yeah, that's definitely how flu shots work, sort of laughing sarcastically. She was like, how do you know? And I responded totally deadpan, no, I'm a doctor. I was like 22 at the time and work at an office. Obviously I'm not. I walked away thinking I'd had a funny interaction with a colleague, but while I was in line for the flu shot a couple of my friends who know her explained that no, she was totally serious and busts out that kind of stuff a lot. Like, home Gerald, what? Why do you work in this industry if you think doctors are frauds? Thankfully I don't think she believed me that I was a doctor though, lol. Would love to know her opinions on all of us working remote during COVID. My grandmother was severely schizophrenic. I didn't witness these firsthand, but my mom told me whenever she was a kid, her mom used to take scissors and cut the little babies and puppies on toilet paper wrappers out and put them in a scrapbook and bring them to her at school. She said she dragged her by her hair a few times as a girl. There was this one time when my grandma came knocking on the doors. I wasn't born yet, but my older sister was a toddler at the time. My mom didn't want to see her for understandable reasons, so she told my sister to hide in one of the kitchen cabinets, and she hid too, and she said her mom knocked on every door and tried to get in, went around the house and looked in every window. Then she got in her car and drove down the road and sat in the neighbor's driveway, presumably waiting for my mom to get home. She sat there for hours. Before she drove away, she also used to go out in the middle of the road with my sister's toddler potty chair with pee still in it and try to get people driving by to take it. My mom said she used to drive in circles in the yard too. I only met her a few times when I was a baby and don't remember her. She didn't realize what she was doing was wrong. She was okay when she took her medicine. She just refused to take it a lot. My boyfriend's mom is also schizophrenic. I don't wanna go into the topic too much because it's not my life to share, but she tried to sacrifice him when he was a baby and his aunt had to come save him. She's also convinced his brother is Jesus because her name is Mary and their dad's name is Joseph. She's an interesting lady. When my boyfriend took me to meet her for the first time, we went to his grandma's house first, and she told us it's best we don't go see her because the last time she went to see her, she chased her out of the house with a knife. I worked as a server at a Bougie movie theater that serves alcohol. I was convinced my GM was a lizard person. He would always tell the lower management what to say to the staff. I can't only imagine it was because he thought we were scum and he was too high above us to speak to us directly. He rarely spoke to us directly. Anyways, one day one of my managers tells me that we servers are no longer supposed to give out cups of water to the guests. We normally offer free cups of water or we sell bottles. When a guest wants a bottle of water, they usually explicitly tell you that they want to pay for the bottle. Our GM indirectly told us that if someone just asked for water, we were to immediately push the sale of the bottle and that we were not to mention the free option unless the guest questioned it. My manager told me that he used the words, if the servers could do their faking jobs then we wouldn't have to give out water. Obviously this only lasted about a day because guests were immediately annoyed that we were denying them free water, but it gets a little better. There were 2 occasions I was working concession staff one of those days where he'd ask the concession staff to write down who was giving out free waters and how many they were giving out. I just nodded my head and proceeded not to comply for various reasons ranging from professional to moral. The second occasion, another server found the list and tore it up. And time for the icing on the cake. In my time there, I had gotten to serve both him and his wife separately on separate occasions. This is how it went. His wife doesn't tip her husband's staff. The very first thing my GM asked me for was a glass of water. TLDR, my former GM is a lizard person who believes, and I quote, giving out these waters are killing my business. Little late to this, but I think my twin brother fits this bill pretty well. This is long, so strap in. There's a lot of little things I could go into, but I think this one story is the peak of all of it. So me and my brother were a part of a youth group at my church, and we were hanging out in the church. Bit of context that is needed later. My mother works at this church as the music director, and we've got there all our lives. We were playing this game, can't remember what it was called, something starting with a G, where it was basically hide and seek in the dark and empty church. Pretty freaking fun, and I still enjoy it. Well, anyways, I noticed water leaking from the ceiling and a little bit later all the fire alarms went off. We all left, fire department came, and we learned that a chair in my mother's office had caught fire, and my mother's office was completely destroyed, burned everything to a crisp, but that the office was the only room damage, as the sprinklers put it out. Well, I thought that was horrible, but the next day, the fire department comes over and asks both me and my brother for one-on-one interviews. I talked to him first, with my brother and dad in the living room, listening in. The fireman told me that a lighter was found in the office and that it was an act of arson. The lighters were property of the church, were kept out in the open, and were used for lighting candles for service. I remember saying something to the effect of, "This sounds like a mystery novel," and told him I had no idea who did it. Next, my brother goes in for his interview and I listen to him from the kitchen explain to the fireman that he was the one who lit the chair on fire. I leave the room and run upstairs to my room. My brother has never been the best behaved, but I couldn't handle him doing something so actually horrible. Can't get worse, right? Well, Turns out, I learned this afterwards, that my brother had my pocket knife in his pocket and was planning to use it on the fireman if they had tried something, as he put it. I'm a Boy Scout, so I have a few pocket knives that I purchased/bartered for. The one he had was a big Methodica, a black bulky tanto knife that would definitely kill a grown man if it was in the neck, which my brother definitely would aimed for, as he's seen many horror movies and plays horror games often. I was fuming and don't think he actually knew how angry that made me, that he was about to kill a fireman with my personal item that he stole from my room when I was doing my interview. It gets worse. Mom, pissed off at him, takes him to her office to see the damage. I'm at school while this is happening. After school, my dad picks me up, which was strange since I usually walked. My dad told me that my brother said that I was the one who actually was guilty and was paying him to take the blame. I freak out, pisses beyond belief, but don't confront him. My brother ended up getting off mostly scot-free, though he had to apologize to the church in front of everyone. The office was scorched for a week or so, but eventually got redone, and hey, the church no longer keeps their lighters out in the open, so good development there. So, why did he do it? Because he thought that my mom hated her job and was trying to liberate her from it. In actuality, my mom works more than one jobs and was talking about a different job that she no longer works at. Hot list of other things my brother has done to this church. Planned to renounce Christianity in front of everyone. We found out before he could, thank God. Stole money from the donation tray in like the view of multiple people. We are talking multiple 20s 100s. But, real ducking money. Bills. Basically sits outside of the main room every service and drinks soda. Stolen our youth leader's credit card and used it. Denied he did so afterwards. Refuses to join the church choir, even though he is a very talented singer, purely out of sloth. That's literally only the things he does at church, not even considering his school and home life. I mean, he's so unaware. I honestly am shocked he hasn't gotten the crap beaten out of him yet by someone who isn't me, aka, someone who was actually trying to hurt him. My brother isn't an evil person, he's just selfish and lazy, but he has gotten better. He doesn't steal anymore, I think, and he does deacon for this church, so at least he's gotten better, and I still do love him. TLDR, my brother burned down my mother's office at our church because he thought it would liberate her. I worked for a delivery company in college. When a client would order a bunch of toner, it would take up to 5 days for it to arrive. So while the rest of the client's order showed up, the toner wouldn't show up for a while. So we'd ask the client if they wanted it delivered all at once or as it arrived, and the client wanted it as it arrived. Well, on 2 occasions the contact this client who agreed to the delivery schedule wasn't there, so the CFO would sign for it and make sure the delivery was complete. The first time she asked when the toner would arrive, and I told her exactly when, and she replied, "But why is it like that?" And I explained that the toner was coming from a different warehouse and there was a waiting list for the ones they wanted, and if she needed more details, to talk to my boss. The second time she asked the exact same question, and when I gave her the same response she said, no, but I want to know why. Why do you never have the entire delivery at the same time? Why am I always having to accept on your word alone that the rest of the order will arrive? That kinda bothered me, but I've dealt with weird people in the past, so I give more in-depth explanation, and then I get the same exact response again and again. After asking me this same question a 5th time, I ask her if she has a problem with me, because if she has a problem with our service she could talk to my boss. But she hasn't. Instead she keeps asking me, but why the toner isn't being delivered at the same time. I told her she was being very rude and this just made her more aggressive. That's when I left and called my boss to tell him what happened. I asked to not deliver to that location again, and my boss switched then to another driver. TLDR. Client agrees to delivery schedule. Someone else of authority at client doesn't like the schedule, so she shoots the messenger. Have an ex-friend that is so out of touch with reality I had to stop speaking with her, but I still check her Facebook every so often. We'll call her B. So B was chill about 15 years ago. We'd hang out, drink, listen to music. She was always off but not bad. At some point B started to get really weird and entitled. Pretty much cut her off because she would get verbally abuse, drink our alcohol, and get mad at us for it being something that wasn't expensive while drinking it. So B today, she decided she's Jewish now and can't understand why the local Jewish community doesn't help her. She's 38 and hasn't held a job since her 20s. She purchased a bunch of Native American jewelry. Afterwards she went to some Native jewelry / art Facebook page and asked if it was okay for her to wear it so she can be less Caucasian. She didn't like the answer she got and felt it wasn't her fault for wanting not to be white. She's vegan, decided to feed her cat vegan food. Needless to say the cat is dying and she's starting a GoFundMe page to get the cat medical help. But now she's stepping back on it due to COVID-19. The vet office won't let her hold the cat's paw in the office. Drop-offs only. Oh yeah, it's not a cat, it's a dragon. B currently lives in a car with her mother. Her mother is on disability and can afford a place if B didn't suck up her money. B believes she is entitled to her mom's SSD because she abuses her but still lives in a car with her because B has no income. And B does call the domestic abuse hotline on her mother. Big surprise, they won't help her. A while ago B tried to get SSD herself but wouldn't give them any medical information, saying it was HIPAA and they should just give her money. Found out through the grapevine that she did see a psychiatrist to get formally diagnosed with agoraphobia. But the psychiatrist diagnosed her with a severe form of narcissistic personality disorder instead. You can't get SSD for a personality disorder, so she figured trying to scam them was the next best thing. There's more, but I can only type so much. I was friends with a girl who was a complete tuna bio in high school. It started out with a crush on a boy in our choir class. She was kind of frumpy and awkward, definitely a nerd, so was I, so we clicked. He was a jock, very well liked, and intimidating for her to ever approach. Instead of ever talking to him, she came up with a story that they were secretly dating and no one could know they were together. Why, you ask? Because he was secretly a vampire and he was addicted to the scent of her blood. So, at night, they were rendezvous in the woods and he would ravage her body, watching her cut herself and smelling / ingesting the blood in exchange for sex. This went on for 2 years. Until she became pregnant with his baby, a half-vampire fetus that was devouring her from the inside. She would have fit in the middle of class saying she was an unbearable pain because of her baby. Her mom finally tried to get her help and took her out of school. She told everyone it was so she could go on a journey to find a powerful witch to exorcise the evil spirit possessing her baby and so she could have a safe birth. She was actually harassing and stalking this boy. He got a restraining order against her because she would linger during his baseball practice, follow him home, and linger around the park he would meet his friends at. It reached its peak when she printed out pictures of ultrasounds, taping them to his front door, and cut baby names into her faking skin. No, I don't know if she's still bonkers or not. I should look her up. Yesterday, Saturday, a protest march organized by the far right in Spain was performed because they want the Socialist Party who won the elections out. Their reivindications are the following. They claimed that they want freedom, while some carried the flag of the dictatorship period, where there was no freedom. They claimed that Spain has a huge number of deaths, while not following health guidelines and restrictions which have been proven to work, and while demanding for all of the restrictions to be lifted since the very beginning. They claimed Spain has the highest number of health workers infected, while health workers protested against their protest, and while excluding them from the meetings, to see how the regions they govern will proceed with the pandemic. They also then proceeded to attack the health workers in social media. They claimed Spain is under a dictatorship, while being allowed to carry a protest march. They claimed the International Women March shouldn't have been allowed because it helped spread the virus while on a march, and having organized a massive gathering themselves the same day as the Women March, knowing that some of their leaders had tested positive for COVID before said gathering. As a bonus, they insulted homosexuals. They hate them and not hide it, so nothing new. They attacked press reporters, including a really right-wing friendly, sort of Fox News type, but again, them wanting to eliminate the freedom of press is nothing new, something they don't hide either, so they attacked them without knowing they were friendly to them. They complained about a far left counter protest to their protest, which they created, and only went around far right circles, so they could act as the victims for not being allowed to protest. Steve Bannon's school of mobilizing idiots towards the far right. My mom, with our pets and her plants. Regarding the dogs, she encourages bad behavior in ways that should be obvious to be wrong, but she considers it acceptable behavior. When my siblings and I all told her it was wrong, and that she would stop, like giving the dog treats, when she barks at the jar where we keep the doggy biscuits, we call them cookies. Mom's logic is that when a child wants a treat and they've been good, you give them a treat, and that it's no different when her furry child wants a cookie. And the dog works so hard to protect us. And before we got her rescue dog when she was a puppy, she was eating the sticks and the dirt, and she deserves to be spoiled. The dog barks at the jar, mom rewards her, and the dog goes about her business. Same with dinner plates. Mom always lets the dog lick hers out. When she was a puppy, mom would feed her off her plate. I told her it was a bad idea, but she didn't listen. Now the dog barks when you're taking too long to eat, or if you leave the empty dish on the table and she hasn't licked it yet. I refuse to give her anything to lick out, so she learned to stop bothering me. We're watching my sister's dog at the moment and mom was already doing it with him too, randomly giving him a treat. I've stopped protesting at this point. Secondly, she's obsessed with plants. She wants to have flower gardens all over the yard. Less grass to cut, she says. But to me, it just seems like more work to be done. She keeps buying flowers that she intends to plant, but never has the time, or is too tired from work to plant them. The majority have died by now, but she just keeps buying more, leaving me to water them every day. Plus, she signed up for a local program where she has to grow a vegetable garden in the yard. Is all paid for by the program. She just has to tend to them and make a blog about the progress and how well they grow. I told her before she started it that it wasn't a good idea. She's so busy with work. When she's not working, she's either too tired or she has other things that he has to work on, like fixing up the house or those other flower gardens that she never makes. Of course, she didn't listen. Now we have a 26x26 patch of dirt and growing grass in the yard because she can only work at it a little at a time, leaving me to keep watering the plants and seeds until she's ready for them. They're already dying, and I'm absolutely not taking the fall for that. Sooner or later, she has to learn to say no to those urges and focus on what projects she has at hand. Rant over. My fiancé and I lived with a nightmare of a couple for 5 months in the beginning of our relationship. Let's call them A woman and X man. My fiancé began a new dead-end job right around graduating high school. I was one of the managers at this store, and they became friends, as well as all the other employees with my fiancé. I lived nearby and visited a lot, so naturally I became friends with her too, though not as tight as they seemed to be. Fiancé and I wanted to move out of our parents' houses, and her and ex wanted to kick out their then current roommate. So, they invited us to move in. We paid $750 a month for a bedroom half the size of his old room. Just for comparison, his stepfather was preparing to start charging $600 MO. We had no personal bathroom counter space or drawers we could use for our own things. We had to put our toiletries in a box in a drawer full of A's things that she cleared out for us. For food, we had half of the top shelf in the fridge, and whatever space we could find by rearranging the freezer. In the pantry, we had one tiny shelf. After 3 or 4 months, we were given a second shelf. My fiancé had to clean and rearrange the entire pantry for this right. We were not allowed to have anything in the living room. Not that there was any space, it was full of A's MLM clothes that her and ex sank $10,000+ into, for a grand profit of maybe $200 every 4 to 6 months. My fiancé eventually helped her organize and sort her sheet so that there was actually space to walk through the house without literally bags of clothes so full they barely shut falling on you. It was stacked 6 feet in these bags in one area. At one point, before we were engaged, we got engaged. After we moved out, my fiancé approached A with the idea. She laughed at him and said, "You can't afford that." Why did she think like this? Her engagement ring was several $1,000s, and her wedding ring was close to $12,000. For fact's sake, the ring I bought my fiancé, with insurance, ran me $45 and the best day I've ever had. I bought his favorite metal in a simple band. Tungsten is cheaper than sheet. He bought me a little diamond ring. The ring he bought me, we did not plan this, but we proposed at the same time, ran him $195. Neither of us believe in the whole going bankrupt over a ring sheet. He lost his ring on a beach a month later anyway, like geez. Glad it was only $45. Anytime we expressed frustration with how goddamn dirt broke we were, and wanting to live somewhere else, because we could have more space, they'd always say, well, if you leave you put us in the same position you're in right now. Maybe if you didn't waste $20,000 on wedding rings and MLM leggings, you could afford to live alone. Oh, and just to highlight a couple key moments about them, X once sprayed and cleaned his car tire with bleach, because a dog peed on it, and never did anything for herself. She did not cook, unless it was in a microwave. She did not clean, do dishes, laundry, sweep, anything. She wouldn't even get up to get her own faking drink. She could be 10 feet closer to the fridge and ask X to grab it for her, and he always obeyed. Every time. I don't get it, dude. Eater taught me to play a card game called Canasta. Second to you know, it's my favorite card game. I was apparently ridiculously good at Canasta and very rarely lost to anyone. Except me. We ran probably close to 50 over 50 on games. Every single time she would get absolutely faking pissed. It was crazy. Why get so mad someone else can play your style? Probably because she cheated. She'd shuffle the deck face up and memorize the order of cards. Shrug. She's out of my life at least. About 1 hour ago, my niece said that I'd pawn off my daughter to others to watch. I asked what she meant by that, since my daughter was born neither myself or my husband keep her, or she's in afternoon program at school that ends right at I get off work. She said it was because she had spent about 5 weeks watching my daughter at my home since my husband's and I both have been working as essential employees while she was being paid cash. Additionally, we've been paying her cell phone bill and for foods and entertainment while at my house during quarantine, so I've been returning the favor of her spending time with her cousin who is 11. It was the first day of quarantine he was started his new supervisor position and transferred to day shift after working nights for 10 years. So we were stuck needing all day care, all of a sudden when normally on off use had always kept her ourselves. Now that my daughter's summer program was cancelled and we are still essential workers, I asked my mom and sister who live in Texas to keep her for a month for summer vacation. They were ecstatic as they've been asking me for years to send her to them. The same niece decided to go to Texas after my daughter's tickets were bought. I felt seriously broadsided by her saying this about my husband and I decided to suspend her cell phone and told her mom she can have it after she pays it off. She now owes us $1,170. Freaking brat. I'm new here, but I feel like this is important. A lot of people don't know or don't understand just how scary mania can get. My boyfriend's little brother is extremely prone to delusions of grandeur, and it's incredibly difficult to get through to him when he's having his episodes. They can last days, weeks, or months even. Longest was 3. There have been times when he thought he could perform miracles, like bringing people back from the dead or healing people's broken bones. He's been convinced that we, his family, were his angels and that he was God. But the worst one was when he thought he was a gang leader. He never had a gang or even friends really, but he would use its existence to manipulate and threaten people, and he really thought it was real. He would go after anyone he met, waitress, Uber driver, Sunday school teacher, it didn't matter to him, and he would try to get them to join, saying things like we will die for you and kill for you, and when they eventually realized he wasn't joking, people would be really scared and go along with it. A lot of the people he talked to would humor him, and it just furthered his delusion. At one point he threatened to get the gang to shoot up our house if we didn't give him drug money. We all live together, and he says this to his father with a straight face. It was a really scary time because we never knew what was coming next. Constantly walking on eggshells and constantly worrying about what he could possibly be doing. He ended up in rehab for fighting a group of cops on the beach last fall, and while there he fell into yet another delusion. that he never did drugs. Ever. Honest to God, believed he had never done a single drug, coming from the dude who has done all the drugs, and up until that point was very open about it, telling anyone he met his entire drug history. Once we got him home and calmed down, he realized he'd done it again and isolated himself for a while. When he comes to, he's very embarrassed. He's been pretty stable since he's come out of the long-term rehab, and while he's renounced all his prior delusions, he's already starting to slip back into it. He smokes marijuana religiously, and I promise y'all, it all starts up whenever he decides to quit. I've seen it happen 5 times now. There are definite warning signs, which I'm sure are different depending on the individual, which is why I feel like anybody who feels like they have this disease should be keeping a diary, whether it's physical or on your phone. Eventually you will see the pattern and you will have a little bit more of a fair fight. Your sanity is perhaps the most important thing that has been gifted to you, and it is still somewhat in your hands even with a disease like this. I have been able to successfully knock him out of it before, and while it may be difficult and dangerous, it is worth it to try. Never give up on your friends and loved ones, and never give up on yourself. We all worthy and deserving of love and sanity. TLDR, the girlfriend of my best friend was convinced I faked our friendship for 2 years, after we had one fight for which I apologized. After a vacation with a group of friends, the girlfriend of my best friend, which I knew for 2 years, and honestly got along great all the time, was convinced that I faked my friendship to her all along. It all started with a few fights and misunderstandings for which I apologized. Although she first accepted the apology, this odyssey went on for 2 whole years. She picked apart every conversation we had over the years to prove how I wanted to damage her life and relationship. She even went on to believe that I faked the friendship to my best friend consequently for 5 years. When I asked her why I backquote do something like that, like what my profit would be, she answered, I don't know. That's what I want to know as well. You tell me why you are doing this to me. What have I ever done to you? Practically no one believed her, but she just went on with it. After 2 years, her relationship to her boyfriend started to go downhill because of her obsession. She believed that I made her look crazy, so her boyfriend would leave her. At some point she just kinda gave up the idea. I think the fact that her boyfriend started to get really pissed when she came up with another theory helped. We backquote not friends anymore, but we frequently spend time together and it's okay. My mother forced a fight on me over nothing in order to create a lie and force my dad to kick me and my boyfriend out of the house when we were trying to save to get a place. I locked the door to where I was staying and she opened it to come fight/yell. She kept trying to get me to hit her. She kept getting in my face. She put her hand around my neck. I wanted to beat the shit out of her honestly, and I could have, because I do MMA, but I didn't want anything to happen to separate my boyfriend and I. I called my dad, and he wouldn't do anything. I told her to leave me alone, or I'd call the cops and press charges. She wouldn't stop till I did. This story has 2 out of touch things. 1. The cop said, well, I'd advise you to find somewhere to live because you guys can't live here with her. No shit. We were trying to save. You can't just get up and buy a place to live. If we could, we would have by now. We've only been saving for like 4 months at that point. I hated living with my mother, never wanted to do it, and I hate her to this day. 2. My mother texting me, crying that her next door neighbor yelled at her and told her she was a bad mother and she was the reason I moved out and I won't visit. My mother wanted me to tell her that the neighbor was wrong and that that wasn't the case or what happened. Lol. Painkillers are a hell of a drug. Okay, so this reminds me of 2 of my college roommates, but one more in particular. She replaced the first one, and honest to God I wish we could have kept the other. Fast forward, it's a 3-story townhouse with us 2 girls on top, living area/kitchen on 2nd floor, and the guy on bottom. She had recently broken up with her ex-fiancé, and she cried all the time. She was still trying to learn on her electronic piano thingamajig what would have been their wedding song. I think it was All of Me or some shit. So I understood she was a wreck. She would leave and party all night, and one morning shows up with this huge ass dog when we aren't even allowed to have dogs in this community, and she didn't even ask. She pinky promised she would clean up after it. The dog was her friend's, and she had been kicked out of the apartment because of the dog and was apparently sleeping in her car. You know, a tragic story. We are in 2 weeks and there is piss on the floor constantly. She's never home and me and the guy end up taking it out to let it go to the bathroom when we were there. So she came home from partying one morning and she said, "You wanna go get margarita pictures and drink the day away?" And I was like, fuck it, it's college, right? Fast forward, we come home and the fire alarm is going off. You can hear it 2 houses down and I'm thinking, like, what the fuck? I open the side door and water is coming down from the staircase to the bottom. So I run up and look and there is water pouring down hard from the 3rd floor. It was everywhere. While I was trying to get a chair to get up there and turn the thing off, she was like, "You want another margarita?" She has no idea what's going on and the fire alarm won't go off. So we are both standing out on the little 2nd floor balcony because we thought the roof might fall in, and a neighbor guy comes walking by to get his mail and she's like, "Can you come up here and see what's wrong with our alarm? I'll give you margaritas." So he comes up, gets the alarm off, but the water is still coming. So I'm on the phone trying to get someone here as soon as possible while she's out frolicking in the front. Fast forward again, the plumber gets there, turns the water off, and is trying to find out where the water is coming from. So apparently the night before, the guy roommate had shut the big dog in her bedroom all night because he was tired of it cheating and pissing everywhere, so he wanted to give her a taste. She comes in from a full night of partying and apparently walks in and the dog has just shit everywhere, even on her bed. So she just started grabbing toilet paper to try to clean up until I guess it was so clogged that she gave up and came next door to ask me to go out to drink and didn't mention this at all. So I'm up there, not even realizing that sheet water is pouring on me, but she's still out getting chummy with a neighbor until his Russian wife came looking for him. The bill comes, so I look to her. She goes, "I don't have any money, can you just put it on your card?" "Don't worry girl, my dad will pay for everything." Well, he didn't. And a lien was placed on the home in my damn name because I didn't know my card was expired, and apparently the plumber didn't check either. Oh, and why did her and her ex-fiancé split? He walked in on her faking a dude in their apartment. SMH. This is also the same girl that sent her forward to every single person in her contacts via Cash App. So if they signed up with her link, she'd get the $5. That's her wire of trying to get money because you know she didn't work and daddy was only giving her part of the allowance. She also was the one that sent nudes on Snap to all the nerdy guys in her class and had them taking her classes online for her. Okay, rant over. But it's just oblivious people like this that irk me. LMAO. My friend for about 20 years, college friend / late 30s now, has a totally unrealistic view of himself. I'm the only one of our old bro crew that even still talks to him, and I'm almost done with him too. He's really into weights and going to the gym, but he's not in any kind of shape. The only thing he's got going on for him in that regard is he can bench a lot. But he's got a big fat gut, and he's not athletic in any other way. In fact, I think constantly lifting all that weight is hurting his body. He walks pigeon-toed and can barely move when playing basketball / volleyball. This in and of itself wouldn't be that big of a deal, but he's constantly talking about fitness and how fat and ugly other people are. With zero self-awareness that he's below average looking physically, and the attitude / energy he exudes is bottom of the barrel. My girlfriend and her friends have backed me up on this. None of them would date him under any circumstance. I once asked a few of them what they would rate him on the 1 to 10 scale. It was all 3/4s, and they were being polite. He's not like a gorilla or anything, but the condescending attitude, mixed show muscles, a fat stomach and wardrobe right out of 2001 are all working hard against him. He's been dumped repeatedly for being a douche and recently told me that girls should feel lucky to go out with him because he's in the top 1% of single guys. I couldn't believe he actually thought that. We went on a bike ride the other day. He was dying the whole time and he kept pointing out super fit girls on the trail he felt were on par with him, and he's freaking delusional. He's also currently unemployed. He's been fired from the same type of job, project manager, 3 times in 2 years. It's 100% because of his whole attitude, but he just blames everyone else. He's got rich parents, so he can keep his lifestyle regardless of employment. His entire personality is built around his job that he doesn't have, and his fitness, and he's not even fit. If I just met this guy I wouldn't ever want to hang out with him again, but we used to have good times and be close. I swear he used to be fun, but I'm about to peace out unless he can quit being such a d-bag. My mother. She's been a drug addict and compulsive liar my entire life. Some of the sheets she's pulled genuinely deserve the label crazy. She has never been able to hold down a job for more than a couple months, so she leeches off whomever her boyfriend is at the time. She had been dating Jay for about 3 years, got in a fight with him, went to the bar, and slept with a stranger unprotected. She continued to live with Jay and started showing signs of pregnancy. I and my step-siblings and other family kept asking her if she was pregnant, and she would get mad. I'm just getting fat. Stop bothering me about it. When it was very super obvious she was pregnant, she was wearing super baggy clothes to try hide it and making excuses to hide her body. One night when Jay was at work she went into labor but was bleeding everywhere, drives herself to hospital, and has my brother Di get an awkward phone message with a pic of a tiny pink baby. Surprise. Meet your brother. She proceeds to try explain it all away as her worry that Jay would leave her for this mistake, or that he would make her get rid of the baby. That she felt threatened and attacked every time we asked. But it was okay now, since Dee was healthy and here. She leaned heavily into the fact that she had lost a lot of blood during delivery and had been in danger. She didn't like that I pointed out she hadn't been having regular prenatal doctor care and visits, which might have been the reason things went so poorly on delivery. 14 plus hours and Dee had a sealed pyloric sphincter which required later emergency surgery. Jay is and always has been a stand-up guy. He's raised Dee like his own son. To my knowledge never threatened her with taking the baby away or kicking her out. Dee is now 6 years old and Jay is about to adopt him. My mom is still crazy, but she's been acting more normal and has married Jay. I'm really happy my youngest brother has at least one stable parent. Once had a close relative tell my dad years ago that ain't nothing wrong with drugs. When my dad confronted him about his new habit, I'm pretty sure I was in diapers then. Well, now I'm an adult, and after many rehab visits, he's still an addict. His brain is so fried he can barely form a sentence some days, lots of mumbling. And when he does something stupid, it's someone else's fault or you're picking on him. Well, he's literally a senior citizen now, and it started affecting his health recently. He has gotten hospitalized multiple times. One hospital visit had him in there for months and left him unable to walk. He asked us why this happened. We told him it was drug related and it was wrecking his body, but he blamed his issues on imaginary mold in his room. Drugs were still good in his book. He relearned to walk in a facility and was released walking on his 2 feet again. We all thought he had hit rock bottom and he was going to turn over a new leaf despite his ramblings about mold. Well, as soon as he got home he went out and got high again. Literally took him minutes of being home. He overdosed and almost died. I told him what happened on the verge of tears, and it was like talking to a wall. Told me he just took too much, and accused us of picking on him by calling the ambulance on him again. He still thinks drugs aren't his problem. He actually believes he deserves a job. He also thinks we should be taking care of him, because we're family. He's the most delusional person I ever met. It has to be my sister. I love her and blah blah, but she's out of it. We all live in the same home. C's is 25, I'm 27 and parents are mid 50, because in my disgusting country rents are insane and salaries are utter shit, so we are both saving. My parents are pretty cool and the house is big so everyone has their space. Some things she does include talking very loud when playing online, no matter the hour, 3 AM for example. If it awakes you and you go and tell her, she gets annoyed. Every time we ask her to do any chores, she says she's tired from work. We all work 8h straight. She's the only working 5 minutes from home, and with a split schedule. If you make any minor correction to her, no matter the topic, or any comment she finds annoying, she gets very mad and starts screaming everyone is against her and plays the victim etc. She is in a low-paying job, but she just bought a brand new car. My parents agreed to pay half of it because they did the same with me. My car was second-hand and 4x cheaper. To sum up, she doesn't know how real world is. She doesn't know how taxes work, how to cook anything, etc. Not a functional adult. She's just living with zero responsibility, enjoying boys' attention, going out every day. Most regular weekdays she gets home past 22h and does nothing to contribute at home. Totally spoiled girl, and we are not even slightly rich lol. Funniest thing is that she's been very anxious with the lockdown, like a nuclear bomb, and she says she needs space and is looking to rent a place with a friend. So I feel like she's not being fair at all, because most people his age is having bad situations at home, and she's living like a princess while paying the car, without any savings, without knowing how basic rent stuff works such as cautions and internet/water/electricity bills, etc. And I do not start with the food she likes, because that would require another post. Back when we were in our mid-20s, shortly after 9/11, I worked with a girl who was a pathological liar. Not just a little fibs here and there either. She would make up these outlandish fairy tales and regale us with her adventures. For example, I used to smoke at the time. One day she asked me what brand of cigarette I smoked, and when I told her, she proceeded to tell me how she once had 100 cartons of that brand. According to her, her dad used to be a long-haul truck driver. When he would arrive at stores he was delivering for, if they were overstock or no longer needed the inventory, he got to keep it. So of course, that meant one day she found herself with 100 cartons of the particular brand of cigarettes I smoked. Another time, he was delivering ice cream and they no longer needed it. So he brought his truck to their neighborhood, and they had a big ice cream party out of the back of it for the entire neighborhood. One of the most outlandish stories also happened to involve her dad. This time, however, he was some political attaché in the Middle East where they were living. She was very young at the time, and according to her, being a blonde-haired white girl in this region of the world, she was adored and admired almost as royalty. One day she was kidnapped by Jordanian rebels and taken into the hills on horseback. She told us how she remembered riding on the back of a horse and people riding by reaching out to touch her and run their fingers through her hair. Anyways, after a harrowing week in a cave with her kidnappers, her dad was able to leverage his political clout to organize a rescue mission, and she was successfully extracted SEAL Team 6 style. These stories were so insane and obviously made up that, rather than call bullshit, we would entertain her just to see how intricate a web she would weave. After a while though, I started to notice a pattern and started to actually become concerned. Again, she was clearly pathological in her lies, and it was very obvious that they stemmed from some deep-rooted psychological issue. I don't mean to be shallow, but she was not an attractive girl at all. Many of her stories centered around her beauty and or how popular or wanted she was. For example, another story I recall very distinctly had occurred more recently. At the time, she was downtown at a club that Ian Ziering, of 90,210 fame, happened to be at as well. According to her, she was hanging out with her friends when she was requested to come to the VIP section. There, she drank and partied with the VIPs. While dancing with Ian Ziering, she said he leaned in and kissed her. In this story, through their conversations, Ian told her that he could just tell she was the realest woman there. According to her, she was also a DJ and was regularly booked in clubs downtown. Of course none of us had ever heard of her, but as we entertained her story we talked her into bringing in a demo for us to listen to. A couple weeks later she comes to work with a burned CD that had her DJ name written in Sharpie. I shit you not, it was literally just a mixtape like a teenager would make. There was no hint of production, scratching, beat juggling, or any other form of turntablism that would even hint at her being a DJ. A song would end, and there would be a hard stop before the next song began. I won't get into the exact nature of our work, but it did require us to hold active security clearances. She eventually came up for an annual reinvestigation at one point, and I was interviewed. By that point I was so convinced of her mental instability that I told the investigator every story of hers that I could remember. Honestly though, nothing ever really came of it. She rolled off the contract and bounced around the company for a little while, and I eventually just lost track of her. This was over 15 years ago, so who knows what story she has come up with since then. Edit. I just remembered. As part of our work we generated reports around domestic preparedness activities. Very benign state level stuff. There were times when this data may have been briefed on the Hill during some boring testimony and even possibly made its way into a presidential briefing in some small context. Very rarely did it happen, but needless to say it was important that we did it correctly. As part of our procedures we would keep record of a report's requester. Simple things like Jane Doe requested X, Y, Z for divisional brief. Or John Doe requested X, Y, Z for Hill brief. After this girl rolled off the contract, we were looking through the report log and every single report that she generated, she listed President of the United States as the POC. I don't really want to tell this whole girl's story because it is really long and gets me riled up, but basically she's one of those spiritual, yogi, reiki nut jobs. No offense whatsoever to those who are spiritual, she was just the extreme type who give others a bad rep. Her cats needed a cheap worm treatment. Basically she told my girlfriend, her roommate at the time, that after a 6-hour meditation, God told her to give her cats to the shelter. 2 older sick cats will not be adopted and likely die. She just didn't wanna pay. She somehow got my girlfriend to agree to bring the cats to the shelter. My girlfriend had a car. She didn't, because she would have been tied down and clouded by earthly possessions. Translation: I can't hold a job and have no money. I told her fuck no, if you wanna get rid of these cats you can come look them in the eyes and ditch them forever, likely to die. She never brought them in, basically saying God changed his mind after another long meditation. I don't know how she claims she was meditating so much as she was working and texting. At one point claiming to participate in 9-hour meditations. Among her other behaviors, eating chicken wings, but telling social media she is a vegan, having sex with just about any demographic imaginable. One time a dude in what appeared to be a cowboy costume walked in and died. It was his real outfit and he banged her and left never to be seen again. Posting giant rants on social media about being a strong woman of God. Doing yoga but only on camera, demanding I buy a new saucepan. It belonged to my girlfriend, who didn't care, because I burnt rice on the bottom of it, and somehow she felt entitled to it, because it was in her kitchen. Totaling another girl's car, by blowing a stop sign, and blaming Jesus for it. She said on FB I will never pray to Jesus again. The night I did I crashed this car, with pictures of her posing by the car. Then ghosting the owner of the car. Luckily she moved far away, and I haven't heard from her since. But man, people will use spirituality to justify some absolutely mental shit, and then still somehow try to flex how amazing they are on the internet. TLDR, spiritual nut job said God told her to have her cats killed, and did other crazy shit listed above. Edit. Added details because I got riled up lol. Preface: my godfather is the international chairman of a very famous and recognized brand that I won't disclose unless personally messaged. We are talking 7 expensive cars, 13 fireplaces in their house, Hungarian live-in housemaids/slaves, etc. My godparents actually believe they earned their place in society due to hard work. My grandpa was insanely successful and basically handed my godfather his rank in business. He makes speeches of what he's earned when I've been present at one of his meetings, and it was like a party scene from Wolf of Wall Street. They don't do shit, they just drink beer and talk about how they hate their wives. My godmother is actually worse. She believes she's so busy when she's a stay-at-home mom with both kids at boarding school. She one time went to a mother support group and was mad that the group didn't seem as empathetic to her poor situation as a pregnant woman whose husband had died. She actually thought that her husband being away for the weekend and earning almost 7 digits a year with her kids, enrolled in full-time private school, was as bad as that tragic woman's situation. The worst part is, she said the woman's husband must have done something to deserve it, like drugs or drunk driving, or just not being richer, because if her husband was rich enough to have a fancy car like my godparents did, he could have survived the accident. Things like shame they didn't have our car, followed by a half-laugh snort. Their disconnect from literally everybody around them who isn't in their same 1% financial class is disgusting. If you were born rich, you deserve it in their eyes. If you're born poor or have a hard life, it's because you deserve it and must have done something wrong. Rich people are scum. Eat them. Living with them after my parents died were the worst years of my life. So bad that I live in another country now. My dad. Over the years he went from fairly strong conservative to downright in denial about reality. Just yesterday he called COVID-19 a panicdemic and said 90k deaths so far were basically nothing. He's also completely unable to admit he's wrong. If you show him facts, he'll say you can't believe everything you see regardless of the source. If you point out a flaw in his logic, he'll say you're taking me out of context. If you really get him backed into a corner, he'll resort to I never said X, I said Y and you assumed I meant X. He's denied saying things within minutes of saying them. He genuinely believes he knows better than almost any expert on any subject because he doesn't have a degree. No education to cloud his better judgment, don't you know? He definitely knows that climate change is natural and evolution is bunk science because it's just so easy for him to see the flaws. I have a BA in technical writing and he's tried to correct my work. He actually spent 10 minutes trying to tell me that passive voice is better than active voice. FYI, it is never a better option because it is significantly more ambiguous. Mistakes were made vs we made a mistake. I pointed out I'm literally a professional technical writer and he said there's the right way, the wrong way, and the college way. And to top it all off, he's prone to absolute temper tantrums when he doesn't get his way. Aunt confirmed he was very coddled by their mom as a child. He genuinely thinks he's special and deserves to be treated as such. Luckily after 31 years I've learned to simply not care. I don't bother debating him anymore. I won't go further than no, you're wrong. Drives him crazy because he desperately wants to win, but you can't win when there's no debate. A former friend slash co-worker of mine, 99% sure he was an honest to God narcissist. Not the typical self-absorbed as we all know. I mean in the clinical sense. This guy was next level. It's such a long story, but we used to hang out and there was always something off about him which became clearer as time passed. He would talk in circles and everything he said was an attempt to make you agree with him or do something for him. I've dealt with his kind before, so I was very aware of his behavior, but the rest of my colleagues slash friend group completely ate up his flattery and his grand gestures of appreciation. He invited us to dinner one time. One of the nicer restaurants in town. At this point in time I low-key hated him, but kept it to myself because I knew no one would listen to me if I said anything. We all showed up to the restaurant in our normal clothes and he arrived late in a smoking, clean-shaven, big LA sunglasses, smelling like a fuck boy, and greased up hair like Elvis, as if he was on his way to the faking Oscars. He had brought his girlfriend along who was also dressed up in a gala dress and high heels. He looked like he owned the world and his girlfriend was so clearly an accessory to him. I had had my suspicions before, based on him using me and treating me like I was put on this earth to serve him, but when he showed up like that I knew he was a total narcissist. We sat down to eat. He was like, I shall pay for you all. I crept into a corner of the table as far away from him as possible. I have been more uncomfortable before, but this was up there among the most uncomfortable experiences in my life. I felt like I was stuck in a David Lynch nightmare as we ordered, and the rest of the group acted like this was totally normal and not the weirdest faking shit ever. Then he tapped his faking glass with his spoon and rose up and started a faking speech. Like, bro, it's Tuesday, what the fuck? The speech was about how we had all changed his life and how he used to be in the darkness, but after meeting us, he had found happiness for the first time in his life and blah blah blah. Dramatic pauses and looking up, blinking. No tears though. Maybe he did actually think he was at the Oscars? Somehow the others were very moved by his speech and a few even shed tears, while I was pressed against my corner and internally screaming like a Munch painting. He had recently gotten into a moderate size of wealth, and without blinking immediately started burning it on stupid shit he didn't need. I had tried talking to him about it. I couldn't stand him, but wasn't yet at the point where I didn't give a fuck whether he lives or died. I have since reached that point. At the time I didn't like the idea of witnessing him fuck up his financial security because he got his hands on easy money. So I tried in a polite way to warn him against using all the money and suggested he put most of it aside on a savings account so that he would have a buffer later in life. I knew it was none of my business and it's the first and only time I have tried giving anyone financial advice, but holy shit, I just couldn't stand seeing this 30-something guy who was already struggling with instability in his life fuck it up by buying all this stupid faking shit that was 100% only to show off and that he maybe used once and then lost interest in it and let it collect dust while he went on to buying yet another ridiculously expensive gadget that he didn't care about. That money was gone within a year. He would buy things that other people had. People he perceived to be more successful or better off than him. He would snoop in their things, if he got the chance, and buy exactly the same things, as if somehow buying the same TV that Anthony has, would somehow make him just as good at social interaction as Anthony. Or purchasing the same expensive set of mixing bowls that Jennifer, who rocks at organizing, has, would somehow make him great at organizing. He would do this all the time. And even weirder, he would mostly do it to people he had no power over and who weren't falling for his BS. Make of that what you will. I had told so that under no circumstances was this guy allowed in our apartment ever. I don't have anything of value, but it felt so fucking weird seeing him copying other people's lives by buying their things and dressing up in the same clothes as them or as their husbands and boyfriends and adopting their speech patterns, etc. Figurative, he was like a kid who would see another kid draw well and then he would push over that kid and take their pencil and be frustrated and puzzled that the pencil didn't draw as well when he held it. At work he would be obstructive on purpose because he enjoyed seeing us pissed off because of the problems he caused. He would brag about how he was cheating in taxes and would be disappointed that I and a few other co-workers weren't impressed. He would have new girlfriend 10 years his junior every few months and he treated them like shit, but somehow felt like a victim. He didn't understand that screaming and yelling and throwing things at your so isn't healthy. He thought that was how things were supposed to be done. He thought relationships were all about infatuation, and when it faded that meant it was over. He would gaslight and manipulate the girls constantly. It was disgusting to watch. He would act like other people's accomplishments were his accomplishments all the time and he rarely showed up for work, and when he did he would bitch about how he wanted things to be a certain way and talk about solidarity and community but never ever compromising on anything. Some of us eventually had enough and left that toxic situation and that was a good choice. My only regret is that I put up with this freak of nature for so long because we shared social circles. Sometimes it legit felt like he was holding my friendships hostage, faking weird. I haven't even told you half of the crazy shit he did or the extent of how he abused our short-lived friendship and why I grew to loathe him very quickly, but these little snippets should be enough to paint a picture of how out of touch with reality he was. Ugh, my biological mother. The first time I had to go to an emergency youth shelter because of her, when I was 15, the staff called her in for whatever reason and she started screaming at me. I distinctly remember her telling me, you cry and cry about how you want to be a boy, but you don't ever want to try in math, which is really weird because men are better at science and math. I have dyscalculia and am now a STEM major. Also, she forced me to take birth control when I was a teenager because she believed it would help with my gender issues. 6 months after she left my biological father, she got a locksmith to help her get into our house while we were out of town and took the light out of the dining room ceiling. I told her that was illegal and a shitty thing to do anyways, and she told me the locksmith wouldn't have let her in if it was illegal. She undoubtedly lied to the locksmith, and my father later did confirm it was breaking and entering because she had abandoned the property. Everything I did, no matter what, was to make her life harder. After I was in the foster care system, the court ordered a mediation with my caseworker, lawyer, and both parents. Apparently my father just kind of sat there sadly and was upset I didn't come, while my mother flipped wildly between sobbing about how I was the perfect little baby who never cried, even when I had scarlet fever, to screaming at my lawyer about how she was responsible for letting me drug myself, go on hormones, to prove her wrong. I wasn't the only person she did this shit to, fucking delusional woman. She's the only hero and the entire world is full of villains. There was a woman who used to work in the gym by me. She was friendly, and we got on. However, she was hurt over this man, and started to talk about him each time I went to the gym. She said he was changing his numbers on his Facebook and Instagram, and the numbers had a meaning. For example, 8 meant I love you, 6 meant I want sex. I was like, what the fuck, but didn't really think into it. I only realized later on the numbers were his friends list. As we continued to talk about this guy, I found out that she had never actually met him properly. She honestly believed he communicated through these numbers. She used to show me cakes she had baked him with his name on them, and love letters, etc. I asked her once, why do you do this if he can't see them? And she said, I put them on my open Facebook so he looks. I said, are you sure he looks? And she said yes, because he changes his numbers. She was heartbroken once because he had a woman on his private Facebook account profile pic, and she convinced herself at the end that said woman was his friend. She believed she had been in a relationship with this man for 4 years. She left her husband for him. She would write on her open Facebook she had no friends on it for him to meet her at a certain place. She told me she would wait and he wouldn't turn up, so she would be hurt again. I felt really sorry for her, but it was quite scary. She told me that her friends didn't believe her, and it pissed her off. He was a teacher. She at one point continuously phoned the school asking for him, and they contacted the police. On time she told me it was over for good, and she wasn't going to look him up again. I then went on the treadmill in a different room, and there is a screen controlled by the computer on the front desk. I was watching music videos as I was training, and the music went off, and the mouse typed in his name on Facebook, and she clicked on his profile picture. She was obsessed. I often wonder if she still believes all of this lol. Just remembered one. My friend went to China as an exchange student for half a year. In Orthodox Christianity, and more so in Ukraine, it's customary to make a special sweet porridge for Christmas. Her regional version involved dried apricots and poppy seeds. She substituted the porridge with rice, apricots with peaches, and went out to look for poppy seeds, grabbing another exchange student who looked and behaved like a complete dopehead. I don't know whether she was unaware of opium wars and the country's general stance on anything even remotely drug related, but she swooped into the mall asking where to buy poppies. So you have a couple of foreigners, one extremely hyperactive and the other one looking like he just hit 3 fat blunts in a row, running around asking, excuse me, poppy where? Albeit with basic grammar, but very assertively. First attendant pretended she didn't work there and pointed these two towards her colleague, who in turn looked at them in complete horror and sent them back towards the first attendant, who just made a run for it towards security. These two managed to escape somehow, get back to their dorms, describe the situation to their fellow students, and then get informed that they almost got in huge trouble. It turned into a funny story, especially after we had some Chinese history classes, but I was very much worried about her safety.